The story opens at the Count's estate, where a sharp slap echoes alongside harsh curses. Someone like you should never have been born, if not for you, before. He can finish, an announcement sounds from outside. My Lord Count, we must quickly. Depart now, he knits his brows. In anger and snaps, so useless. He then orders the servant to let no one enter the room. After he leaves, the maid approaches and asks softly, Young lady, are you all right? She merely replies, Yes. The maid adds, Let me fetch you a towel, thank you. She touches her reddened cheek. It hurts so much. She thinks secretly, if I devoured my mother to be born, then shouldn't I at least be useful? Down. Below the estate, the Count's carriage departs. The young girl quietly opens her room door. The maid, holding a lantern, quickly catches up with her. Young lady, if you do this, you will be caught. She pauses for a moment, then smiles reassuringly. It is all right. Won't my father only return tomorrow morning? The maid remains worried. Even so, the girl tells her, I cannot live like this for the rest of my life. Only by enrolling at Astoria Academy can I leave this house. Hearing this, the maid falls silent. A moment later, she leans against the door and sighs. Astoria, the public educational institution of the empire. Astoria Academy. Astoria Academy was founded by great sages, divided into 3 departments: swordsmanship, administration, and magic. Scholarships are granted to the top 10% of students. With the best performance, she reads her book while pondering, I will secure the scholarship, and after graduation I will escape. From here, suddenly she looks at her hand, where an orb of light quickly appears from her palm. She lowers her head to gaze at it and lets out a breath. The scholarship shouldn't be a problem. She focuses on the book and mutters, Silver light mana has high purity according to innate talent. If it is rainbow light mana, just how high must one's ability be? It is terrifying. To stand out too much, I possess memories of my past life. In my previous life, people whispered, what an unfortunate genius. Teacher, I think she is only pretty, nothing more. Nair, you know mother only has you right. In my past life, I was used by others and suffered greatly because of their ambitions. Hanair, you are my pride, do not disappoint me. You could have done much better than this. You must work harder, understood, and... While running away from those words, she accidentally ran into the middle of the street. At the same moment, a car rushed toward her, and after a loud crash, she lay in a pool of blood. In this life, however, I will not stand out above anyone else and will live quietly. One morning, she stops in front of the academy gates. This is Astoria examination room. Number 6, did I arrive too early? Suddenly, someone calls out loudly, Leia Ambrose. She turns around and sees a young boy leaning over, breathing heavily. After a moment, he lifts his head, smiles, and asks, You are Leia, right? Long time no see. Leia calls out in surprise, Len. He asks, You are here too. Which department? Administration, magic. It certainly isn't swordsmanship. Since your athletic ability is practically zero. Leia stands stunned at his words. And then he shyly scratches his face. Ah, it's been a really long time, hasn't it? The last memory from when they were 10 years old was Len treating Leia to sweet pastries. Remembering that, Leia cannot help but chuckle. Then she asks, Indeed, how have you been? Of course. If I pass the exam here, I'll probably live twice as well, and if you pass, you'll be 3 times better. She is taken aback. Me? Len smiles and says, So do your best and make sure you pass, okay? Yeah, thank you. She whispers to herself, I'll just do well enough to get the scholarship and live like an ordinary extra in this life. Not long after the exam, she receives a letter from the academy. Dear Leia Ambrose, congratulations on passing the entrance examination. Theory test result, 175 points, 8th place in theory. Mana sensitivity, A. Mana control, A+. Pure mana, S. Applied mana, A+. First place in the practical exam. Overall 3rd place in the magic department entrance exam. Leia stares at the line. First place in the practical exam? No way. This is a lie, please tell me it's fake. Regardless, her goal for admission has been met. Leia quickly moves into the academy as she steps into the grand hall for the entrance ceremony. It is already filled with people. She looks around to find a place to sit. Len suddenly approaches and pats her shoulder, smiling brightly. Leia, congratulations on passing. You passed too, congratulations. Seeing him, Leia feels slightly surprised and thinks, didn't I jump? She nods and replies, But if you want to be comfortable during the badge presentation ceremony, wouldn't it be better to sit up front? Leia shakes her head. It's fine. Really? Just then the host speaks up. The ceremony will begin shortly. Students, please take your seats quickly. Hello everyone, I am Sis Albani, the principal of Astoria Academy. Congratulations on your admission into the academy. Next, the student council president will deliver a few words of welcome to the freshmen. She steps forward swiftly. Student council president Irina Kott, she speaks. We gather here today, driven by our own will and for various reasons, aspirations for wealth, fame, and knowledge. Suddenly, recalls her father's abuse. Why do you waste my money on such useless things? On the podium, Irina continues. However, remember this, the end cannot justify the means. Remembering her departure, the maid had said, young lady, you must live well no matter what. At this moment, Irina speaks again. Human beings are not tools. We, as well as all of you, are existences, not tools. Leia suddenly reflects, an existence, not a tool. In this life, I will no longer live to be manipulated. Soon after, in dormitory room 514, Leia opens the door and walks in. Excuse me, the three girls inside turn their heads to look, then joyously chime in together. Please come in, I'm Ariel, nice to meet you. I'm Melissa and this is Rose, please take care of us. Leia replies, that's my line, just call me Leia. Ah, there's not much time left. Melissa and Rose hurriedly push Leia into the bathroom. Leia, you need to change right away, she asks bewilderedly. Huh. A moment later, Leia steps out while Rose is talking. So right now, Ariel cocks her head. Leia, did the dresses run out so you couldn't buy one? No, it's just that I was a bit short on money. Ariel pauses. Rose suggests, oh, I have a piece of lace fabric. Do you want to use it? It looks like it would suit you. Leia flusteredly waves her hands. There's no need, I'm fine. Ariel smiles brightly and asks, wouldn't it be better if we alter it just a bit? With that, the three girls eagerly help Leia prepare her dress, and with time to spare, they even help restyle her hair. Once her hair is done, Leia looks as if she has transformed into a completely different person. Seeing this, all three girls nod in unison. Absolute perfection. Soon after, they head down to the banquet hall. Just as a male student is about to close the door, all four call out together, please. Wait a moment, he asks in surprise. Freshman? Rose quickly says, we are so sorry for being late. He hands over masks. It's all right, it's your first time after all. Leia dazedly receives her mask, her eyes fixed on him. Only when he tilts his head in confusion does she snap back and bow her head. He chuckles softly and says, this suits you very well, very pretty. Leia blushes and replies, ah, thank you. Rose sees this and hurriedly grabs her hand, pulling her along. At this rate, we really will be late. In that fleeting moment, Leia notices something familiar on his face, but in a flash, she is pulled inside by Rose. Meanwhile, he gazes after her without turning his eyes away. Inside the hall, all the students are gathered. Rose exclaims, how magnificent. Melissa agrees, indeed. Someone yells out, wow, the entrance party is this lavish. The host steps forward. Hello, welcome everyone who lights up the night of Astoria. Let the party officially begin right now. We will host a treasure hunt to welcome our new students, as we do every year. Finding the treasure will not be easy. To discover the answer, you must consult members of the student council for hints. Melissa tilts her head. Treasure. Rose is curious as well. Is it expensive? Leia thinks to herself, it must be very expensive. I could sell it and save it for my secret slush fund. The host adds, remember, around student council members. The light beam turns red. Leia muses thoughtfully, *red light. Melissa smiles and says, how interesting, red light, huh? Leia suggests, let's try looking too. Rose immediately turns and dashes off. All right, the last one to find it buys lunch. The other two gasp in shock. What? Rose, Leia bursts out laughing, but then freezes. Looking outside as if drawn by something, she slowly steps out the door, not long after, while Leia wanders through the garden. A voice suddenly sounds out. Where is this? It should be this way. Leia pauses. Just as she is about to turn around, a rustling noise suddenly breaks out from the nearby bushes. Startled, she spins back, and unexpectedly a hand reaches out and grabs her arm, yanking her violently into the bushes. She stumbles and falls the branches. scraping against her skin as she cries out in pain. That hand moves quickly to cover her mouth, and she is pulled tightly into his chest. He signals for silence and whispers, "I am sorry, but I have no intention of hurting you. I just need to avoid a few people, so I had to do this. I am really sorry." Leia looks at him with suspicion, right at that moment a call echoes outside. "Senior Anpheus, where on earth did he go?" "It really was this direction," Anpheus whispers softly. "Once they pass, I will explain everything." Leia nods in agreement. Anpheus lifts his hand off her mouth. At the same time, a white-haired girl shouts again, "Brother, come out while I'm still speaking nicely." After waiting a little longer, the person beside her mutters, "He's not here." "How annoying." Anpheus and Leia remain completely still until the footsteps fade away. Only then does Anpheus let out a breath. "Finally gone? I really have." "Terrible fate tied to them," Leia asks curiously. "Then why did you pull me into this?" Anpheus hesitates. "Well, if they see this color, they will pick a fight on purpose." Leia glances at her own hair. "Ah, this rusty silver color?" Anpheus feels embarrassed. "Put that way, well." Leia replies calmly, "It is." "The truth, this color isn't very popular." Anpheus grows even more flustered. "I didn't mean it like that." Leia smiles and responds, "It's all right. Thank you for helping me. May I ask your name?" "My name is Anpheus, a second-year student." Just then, voices echo from outside again. "Senior Anpheus is so handsome." "So what if he's handsome? His reputation is just that of a scoundrel. Do you know how many girls have been seduced and dumped by that guy?" Whoa. Hearing this, Leia's gaze turns to him with a hint of guard. Anpheus sees her reaction and scratches his head. "Ah, horrible timing. There seems to be a misunderstanding here." Leia abruptly stands up and bows. "Thank you very much, Senior." Anpheus freezes. "Wait, Leia. Aren't you waiting for me?" Having said that, she turns around and leaves. Anpheus stares blankly after her. "Hey, wait." After running far away, Leia reaches the riverbank. She pauses, turns her head and sighs. "If I get dragged into rumors, it will be so exhausting." "Oh, a pink light. Only here has a different color." Recalling the host's words, to remember that around the student council the cluster of light turns red, Leia muses, "It isn't quite red, but..." Bending down, she murmurs, "Is there a hint here?" As she speaks, Leia reaches into the bush to search, grabbing a piece of clothing. What is this?" She pulls hard, yanking a male student upright. Momentum causes them to fall on top of each other. Leia cries out, "Ah!" He quickly sits up, reaching out his hand to ask, "Are you all right?" Leia politely replies, "Yes, sorry for bothering you." "No, it's my fault, after all. I've been caught anyway." Leia pauses as soon as she notices his red eyes. "Could it be at the banquet entrance earlier?" "Really, how did you realize?" Leia replies with a smile. "Ah, because of your eyes. Come to think of it, red eyes are the symbol of royalty." He gives a forced smile and says he hid so well, yet she is sharp-eyed. Leia replies it is just luck. "Is that so? Either way, since you found me, I'll give you 5 hints. It belongs to no one alone, yet it belongs to everyone. It does not exist in one place, but exists everywhere. Even the prosecutor who takes the dragon's heart to the witch who touches the edge of the horizon will be destroyed. The first rays of light fall upon where it moves. In this world." After listening, Leia tilts her head in deep thought. Seeing this, he asks, "Is it too hard?" Leia nods. "I'm hesitant. Should I give more hints?" Right then, Leia suddenly exclaims, "Ah, thank you. See you later." With that, she turns and runs off, leaving him stunned. Then he bursts into laughter. "Haha, as long as she finds it, that's fine." After a while, Leia stops. She walks straight toward the clock in the center of the square. On the way, she notices someone sleeping nearby. Leia feels surprised there is someone here. In just a few steps, she arrives in front of the clock. Looking straight at the clock, seeing the glowing gift box perched high above, she thinks happily, here it is. She jumps up, reaching out her hand for the gift, but misses. Frustrated, she thinks, can't reach. Leia helplessly gives up, glancing at the sleeping person beside her. "Even if no one is around, I can't solve this with magic. If I use the magic I taught myself, I will definitely raise suspicion." Just then, a soft voice echoes, "Volcom!" The gift box floats up instantly. As it starts to fall, that voice sounds again, "Doloroso." Leia reaches out and catches the gift box. She turns to look at the guy beside her. He says indifferently, "If you're done, you can leave." Leia Stays quiet for a moment, then asks awkwardly, don't you need this? I was just sleeping. Leia looks down at the gift box in her hands. In that case, thank you. He doesn't answer, his eyes closing as he falls back asleep. Leia thinks joyfully, awesome. As she opens the box, she murmurs, later I'll sell this. For a really high price. Seeing what's inside, Leia is caught completely off guard. Isn't this the Emperor's treasure? The next day. In the classroom, Roger Landron, the history teacher, is attentively lecturing. Avoiding the magic beasts in the cold north, those who head south. Meanwhile, Leia recalls yesterday's gift. The sword of the first Emperor, Claudius. Selling it is illegal. Why is the treasure I found a miniature sword? Even if it's precious, what good does it do? If I can't sell it because it's illegal, Roger suddenly asks, can anyone tell me why red eyes are characteristic of royalty? Seeing the entire room falls silent, he sighs. I'll give extra points to the student who answers correctly. Ariel's eyes light up immediately, but then she looks doubtful. Ah, what was it? I know this. Her finger tapping draws Leia's attention. She tilts her head and whispers something, then says, quick, raise your hand. Ariel isn't sure, but raises her hand anyway. Roger nods. All right, let's hear from the young lady over there. Ariel speaks. The eyes of the sages and the first emperor turned red as proof of signing a truce with dragons. That's why royal eyes are red. Correct, exact answer. The sages passed away alone. So red eyes exist only in the royal bloodline, though not all royal lineage has red eyes. However, by tradition, the throne is only passed to a prince with red eyes. After Ariel sits down, Leia smiles and says, great answer. Ariel appreciatively says, thanks. The two smile at each other. The boy with blue eyes is drawn to them. He quietly observes her, then closes his eyes, remembering yesterday's smile. With a long yawn, he quietly turns away to continue sleeping. At noon, the class goes to the dining room. Rose runs over from afar and hugs Melissa tightly. My friend, why am I the only one in a different class? Leia, Melissa, and Ariel can only offer awkward smiles, because all three are in the magic department while only Rose is in the swordsmanship department. Melissa sweet-talks, comforting her. Even so, we still meet at lunchtime. The four enter the dining room. Just as they sit down, someone approaches. He sits next to Leia and says calmly, I'm eating lunch with you. Magic Department Class 1A Lupri. She asks in surprise, with me? At the same time, three others step up. Len smiles and says, hello. Beside him are students from Magic Department 1B and Administration Department 1A, Len and Leo. Melissa asks in surprise, he asks in confusion, are you here too? I've been looking for you. The whole time. Everyone looks at the two with curious eyes. Suddenly they blurt out, they're twins. Leo exclaims, I can't believe there are two identical faces like this. Ariel agrees. Nodding, Melissa chuckles, don't exaggerate. Leia shakes her head, it's not an exaggeration. Melissa gives an awkward laugh, ha. Suddenly someone angrily speaks up, what's so special about commoners to make a fuss over? The speaker is Julia Poisons from Class 1A Magic Department. As if catching Leia's eye, she turns around, pausing slightly. In her heart, she thinks. She also recalls last night. Hey, while I'm still speaking nicely, get out. Then she remembers Anphius's words. If she sees your hair color, she'll be furious. Leia instantly understands why Julia looks at her with hatred. Ariel fumes furiously. What? Is being noble so great? Those people are so annoying, Melissa hurriedly advises. Even if we don't have noble status like them, we still live well. Calm down, Ari. Len and Leia have never looked down on commoners either. Leia silently thinks, of course, because my family background is even more terrifying. In the afternoon at the training field of Astoria Academy, Ariel, Melissa, and Leia stand in a corner. Ariel says, if you keep focusing mana like this, you'll get the hang of it. Leia nods. Yeah, taking turns practicing one by one will be better. Earlier in class, Melissa was focusing a sphere of light in her palm. After holding it for a bit, it blew up. Melissa startled and cried out, the magic professor said that maintaining control over mana is the basic of basics, the most fundamental thing. Back to the present, Leia thinks to herself, how should I practice to be like the others? I really don't want to attract attention. Not far away, Melissa pops her magic bubble. How is that possible? Leia hastily reassures her, try again, this time I'll. Suddenly someone screams, hey, you bastard. Melissa raises her head. Leia asks in surprise, what's going on? In the center of the square, a red-haired boy grabs Anphius's collar and yells, because of you. Before he can finish, Anphius smirks, you got dumped because you're ugly, how is that my fault? Melissa softly gasps, oh my oh. Ariel stammers. What do we do? It looks like a fight over a lover. Melissa exclaims excitedly. Oh gosh, why is this so thrilling? Now the red-haired boy releases his grip, stepping back while shouting, Duel me, Anpheus. Anpheus asks, You want to crush me fair and square, right? That's great. The loser will have to do whatever is asked without complaining. What? Whatever is asked? All the students quickly notice, gathering around. In a circle, the red-haired boy says, Be my slave for a whole month. Anpheus agrees, Sure. Seeing this, the red-haired boy grows even crazier. You, he begins gathering mana while Anpheus still doesn't care. Everyone murmurs in astonishment. Why is Anpheus just standing still? Let's see. While no one else sees anything abnormal, only Lysia spots the mana particles gathering toward Anpheus. She murmurs, He doesn't seem to be just standing still. Ariel asks curiously, What do you mean? Lysia startles, thinking, Could it be that I'm the only one who can see that light? She hastily waves her hand. It's nothing, the red-haired boy says confidently. Your so-called freedom will end soon, Anpheus. As soon as he finishes speaking, Anpheus raises his hand and snaps his fingers. The magic that was just forming for him instantly scatters. The boy asks blankly, What is this? Anpheus shrugs. What do you mean what? Taking control of your mana. He opens his hand and chants a spell, Deflow Girl. The red-haired boy is immediately thrown flying. Melissa claps in admiration. Now I know why mana control is so important. Lysia also pretends to get it. So that's how it is. Anpheus steps forward, saying coldly, Tusk, the loser must obey any request, right? The red-haired boy crawls up, groaning in pain. At this moment, Anpheus catches sight of Lysia. Lysia hurriedly turns around, pulling her two friends along. Looks like it's over. Let's go. Anpheus blinks. He raises his hand. Wait. Seeing her already gone, Anpheus says awkwardly, I missed her. Out in the garden, Ariel asks curiously, Where are we going? Lysia replies, Nowhere really, just... Pausing mid-sentence, she stops upon seeing a nearby flower bush and changes the topic. Flowers this beautiful are meant to be admired. Aha! Lysia is stunned once again, thinking, this. Wow, so these are Che flowers. Is this your first time seeing this flower too? Che flowers, Ariel asks in surprise. You don't know. They are flowers that bloom only at this academy. When Che flowers bloom, it's time for the ranking match between the magic department and the swordsmanship department. Lysia stands dazed. Ranking match, Ariel sighs. Do you really not care about school events? The internship rank you receive differs based on your standing, so this event is very important. Lysia asks, Do we have to participate too? Ariel and Melissa exchange glances, sighing again. First-year students are only allowed to watch. Lysia nods. Oh, I see. She thinks to herself, Lucky me, I don't care about the ranking match anyway. But what is this mana? A few days later, on the day of the ranking match, Melissa tilts her head and asks, It's probably about to start, right? Ariel nods, just a little longer. Lysia thinks, so there is a place like this in the academy. Suddenly she notices someone. That senior is from the administration department, yet he came to this competition? Lupri explains. Because he's the student council president. He manages the ranking matches. You're awake. Sorry for making noise. Lupri shakes his head. No, it's fine. Suddenly someone yells, Look, Senior Anpheus, Senior, you're so cool. Down on the arena, Anpheus walks out. Lysia, surprised, says, Wow, he seems really popular. Ariel whispers, He's very famous. What, is noble status so great? Those kids are so annoying. Melissa hurriedly stops her. Even if we don't have noble status like them, we can still live well. Calm down, Ari. Len and Lysia have never looked down on her for being a commoner either. Lysia quietly thinks, Of course, because my family is even more terrifying. In the afternoon at the training field of Astoria Academy, Ariel, Melissa, and Lysia stand in a corner. Ariel says, If you keep focusing mana like this, you'll get the hang of it. Lysia nods. Yeah, taking turns practicing one by one will be better. Earlier in class, Melissa was focusing a sphere of light in her palm. After holding it for a bit, it blew up. Melissa startled and cried out, The magic professor said that maintaining control over mana is the basic of basics, the most fundamental thing. Back to the present, Lysia thinks to herself, How should I practice to be like the others? I really don't want to attract attention. Not far away, Melissa pops her magic bubble. How is that possible? Lysia hastily reassures her. Try again, this time I'll... Suddenly someone screams, Hey, you bastard. Melissa raises her head. Lysia asks in surprise, What's going on? In the center of the square, a red-haired boy grabs Anpheus's collar and yells, "Because of you." Before he can finish, Anpheus smirks, "You got dumped because you're ugly, how is that my fault?" Melissa softly gasps, "Oh my oh." "My," Ariel stammers, "what do we do? It looks like a fight over a lover." Melissa exclaims excitedly, "Oh. Gosh, why is this so thrilling?" Now the red-haired boy releases his grip, stepping back while shouting, "Duel me, Anpheus?" Anpheus asks, "You want to crush me fair and square, right?" "That's great, the loser will have to do whatever is asked without complaining." Whatever is asked? All the students quickly notice, gathering around. In a circle, the red-haired boy says, "Be my slave for a whole month." Anpheus agrees, "Sure, sure." Seeing this, the red-haired boy grows even crazier. "You!" He begins gathering mana while Anpheus still doesn't care. Everyone murmurs in astonishment. Why is Anpheus just standing still? "Let's see." While no one else sees anything abnormal, only Lysia spots the mana particles gathering toward Anpheus. She murmurs, "He doesn't seem to be just standing still." Ariel asks curiously, "What do you mean?" Lysia startles, thinking, could it be that I'm the only one who can see that light? She hastily waves her hand. "Ah, it's nothing," the red-haired boy says confidently. "Your so-called freedom will end soon." Anpheus, as soon as he finishes speaking, Anpheus raises his hand and snaps his fingers. The magic that was just forming for him instantly scatters. The boy asks blankly, what is this?" Anpheus shrugs. "What do you mean, what?" Taking control of your mana, he opens his hand and chants a spell, "Deflow girl." The red-haired boy is immediately thrown flying. "Ugh." Melissa claps in admiration. "Now I know why mana control is so important." Lysia also pretends to get it. "So that's how it is." Anpheus steps forward, saying coldly, "Tusk, the loser must obey any request, right?" The red-haired boy crawls up, groaning in pain. "Ugh." At this moment, Anpheus catches sight of Lysia. Oh, Lysia hurriedly turns around, pulling her two friends along. "Looks like it's over. Let's go." Anpheus blinks. He raises his hand. "Wait." Seeing her already gone, Anpheus says awkwardly, "Ah, I missed her." Out in the garden, Ariel asks curiously, "Where are we going?" Lysia replies, "Nowhere really, just..." Pausing mid-sentence, she stops upon seeing a nearby flower bush and changes the topic. "Flowers this beautiful are meant to be admired, aha." Lysia is stunned once again, thinking, oh this. Wow, so these are Che flowers. Is this your first time seeing this flower too? Che flowers? Ariel asks in surprise. "You don't know? They are flowers that bloom only at this academy. When Che flowers bloom, it's time for the ranking match between the magic department and the swordsmanship department." Lysia stands dazed. "Ranking match?" Ariel sighs. "Do you really not care about school events? The internship rank you receive differs based on your standing, so this event is very important." Lysia asks, "Do we have to participate too?" Ariel and Melissa exchange glances, sighing again. "First-year students are only allowed to watch." Lysia nods. "Oh, I see." She thinks to herself, "Lucky me, I don't care about the ranking match anyway. But what is this mana?" A few days later, on the day of the ranking match, Melissa tilts her head and asks, "It's probably about to start, right?" Ariel nods. "Just a little longer." Lysia thinks so. There is a place like this in the academy. Suddenly she notices someone. That senior is from the administration department, yet he came to this competition. Lupri explains, because he's the student council president. He manages the ranking matches. "Ah, you're awake. Sorry for making noise." Lupri shakes his head. "No, it's fine." Suddenly someone yells, "Look. Senior Anpheus. Senior, you're so cool." Down on the arena, Anpheus walks out. Lysia, surprised, says, "Wow, he seems really popular." Ariel whispers, "He's very famous. Is handsome and so talented." "Is that so? There are even fans of his in our class." "Huh, so that's how it is." Just then the referee calls out, "The match is over." Lysia stands stunned. "What, it is over already?" Ariel says calmly, "It is an overwhelming victory. After all, we need to focus and watch the next match. We can watch and talk at the same time." She glances at Lup, who leans his head on her shoulder, feeling curious inside. Thinking back, he sleeps like this every day. Yet he knows so much. Soon after, in the classroom, Jen Prose, head of the magic department, speaks up. Jen says, "Starting today, for one semester, you are paired with a second-year student for bi-weekly classes. Your partner is chosen randomly, so all of you. Please line up and draw lots in order. As soon as the words leave her mouth, the students line up to draw lots. Ariel stands at the back, filled with anxiety. Please let me pair up with a kind senior. Melissa comforts her, saying that sometimes couples form during magic class. Ariel remains anxious. On the flip side, one could get bullied for the whole semester. Leia says optimistically, our luck cannot be that bad. Julia interjects sarcastically, whichever senior pairs with commoners must have terrible luck. Ariel flies into a rage. What? Melissa hurriedly advises her friend. Don't you know there are many commoner seniors too? Ariel replies, ah, right, I really want to see her ugly face when she gets paired with a commoner. Leia murmurs again, if so, that's senior. Must be truly unfortunate. In the distance, Julia reaches into the lottery box and says gleefully, how wonderful it would be to pair up with Senior Anpheus. When it is Leia's turn, she thinks, how wonderful it would be not to pair up with him. She steps to the side and opens the paper slip in her hand, thinking curiously, room 313. Once everyone finishes drawing, Jen speaks up, now everyone has picked right, please head to the classroom written on your paper, your partners are waiting there. Leia walks while thinking, room 313, room 313, ah, here it is, please let my partner be a normal person. Don't let it be a famous figure like Senior Anpheus. Leia stops in front of a door and reaches out to gently push it open. Inside, Anpheus is reading a book, hearing the noise. He raises his head. Leia immediately slams the door shut with a loud thud. Why, no way, it can't. I must be seeing things. A second later. The door swings open. Anpheus rests his hand against the doorframe, looking down at her. Leia stammers, hello, senior. Anpheus nods, hello. We meet again, Leia asks in confusion. Yes, what do you mean? It is nothing. Are you not coming in? Leia says flustered. Ah, no, I just came to say hello. Please take care of me from now on. Saying that, she hurries away. Anpheus watches her back for a moment and murmurs, is she trying to avoid? Me, in the school courtyard, Rose's voice rings out. Ah, I am so full. Is there anything else delicious? Ariel says, I wish. Every day could be like today. That's right, we need to choose a club. Right after saying this, they both head to the recruitment booth. Rose holds a flyer in her hand for a club. Applicants, none. Location, room on the 3rd floor of the main building. Melissa turns and asks, shall we go check it out? Have you chosen a place yet? I am picking a place where I can spar with seniors. Ah, is that so? I think I will choose the Handicraft Club. Leia falls into thought. Now that I think about it, once you choose a club, you cannot leave until graduation. Sparring is out, that will make me stand out too much. Handicraft won't work either, it's too expensive. As expected, the remaining one, she steps forward and aims for a flyer. Library assistant. This one recruits library assistants, applicants, 0, location, room 1, 1st floor hall. Students are welcome to apply. At the same time, another hand presses down on it. Leia looks up and sees Lup, but she does not let go. Lup pulls it toward himself as well. Neither of them backs down. After a moment, Lup says helplessly, we can just each take one flyer. You know, Leia freezes. Ah, right, Lupri picks up a flyer. Leia nods, thank you, I have been a bit spacey lately. Lup says it is spring, so you might be sleepy. That applies to you, haha. Even when it isn't spring, you still sleep all the time. Shall we go to the library now? Seeing Lup remain silent, she cannot help but wonder, is he angry? After a while. On the way to the library, Leia asks in surprise, really? Lupri nods. That's right, 16 years old. Why do you ask? Leia says, Astoria Academy only accepts students from 16 years old, so I am just a bit surprised. According to regulations, admission is only allowed from 16. So it is a rule. She raises her head, silently pondering. It is hard to meet the criteria for admission. Is he truly normal? Remembering that day, the way Lup used magic back then. Think about it, and you will know how to use magic. Did his family force him to practice intensely? For some reason, words that haunted Leia from her past life echo again. Haner, she suddenly feels suffocated, and the voice grows even clearer. Haner, you can do better than this. Leia unconsciously touches her neck, thinking in her heart, I am not Haner. I am Leia. It is so rude to pry into another family's affairs. As if sensing her mood, Lup suddenly turns his head. Leia dazes for a moment, then hurriedly changes the subject. Ah, there's the library, Lup seems to understand, yet says nothing. Leia keeps a smile on her lips. This school has such a huge library, doesn't it? Lup remains quiet without answering. Leia cannot help but feel suspicious. What is it? Is it because of my hair color? Lupri nods. It is very unusual. Leia smiles. My hair color might be a bit strange. Not at all, it is beautiful, facing Leia's bewildered expression, Lup continues, tinged with silver. I like it. After chatting for a while, both of them step into the library. Thoughts linger in Leia's head. Rusted color, but silver. Suddenly a voice echoes, "Are you a new member of the book club?" The question comes from the boy with royal red eyes. Leia looks over in confusion. Huh, is my partner a famous person surrounded by rumors? And the senior in this club belongs to royalty? Impossible. He steps forward. We meet again. Leia nods. Ah, hello, I thought you were a new member, but it seems you are mistaken. Leia stammers. Ah, about that? Lup interrupts. That's right, we are here to apply to join. Is that so? This club is not very popular, but thank you, come over here. Leia thinks, since we are already here, changing my mind now might not be good. After entering a room, he places 2 application forms on the table. Please fill out this form. Lup steps forward and fills in his information first, while Leia still hesitates. During this moment, she catches sight of the smile on his face, and a familiar feeling rises within her heart. He asks curiously, "What is wrong?" Leia replies, flustered, "Ah, nothing." Yet her gaze does not wander, remaining fixed on the smile upon his face. The sense of familiarity grows clearer and clearer. A fake smile. In the past, she was always like this. Always smiling and saying, "It's okay," though it was merely a fake mask she wore. As Leia thinks of the past, he suddenly asks, "Are you all right?" Startled, she hurriedly replies, "Ah, yes, is something wrong?" Leia shakes her head. "No, it's nothing. I will go look at the bookshelves for a bit." Bookshelves, after running off for a while, she murmurs softly, "I ran away again. Why do I suddenly feel so flustered?" She suddenly raises her head to look up at the bookshelf and cries out in amazement, "Wow, these are all books I am seeing for the first time. The books in Count Ambrose's study. I have read until I know them by heart." Leia stands on tiptoe, reaching out to choose books. After searching for a while, she gathers nearly 10 different books. Satisfied, she holds them close to her chest. When she decides to head back out, Leia suddenly freezes. Huh, where is this? Am I lost? A place this complex will be exhausting to clean later. I am such a fool, unable to even find my way out. In a moment of silence, Leia recalls Count Ambrose's harsh reprimand. "You can't do anything right. Why did I give birth to something like you?" At that time, Leia thought, if I knew my existence brought someone pain, I would never have chosen to be born. Returning to the present, she murmurs, "But this is something I could not choose, so none of this is my fault." As she speaks, she leans back against the bookshelf, causing the books above to tumble down immediately. Leia looks up blankly. Huh, she then closes her eyes, bracing herself for the impact. But after a moment, what she anticipated does not happen. Leia opens her eyes curiously, surprised to see the red-eyed boy shielding her. He asks, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Leia stands dazed. "Ah, no, thank you. Senior, the bookshelves here hold many books, so you must be careful. They aren't fully arranged yet, and because the library is so complex, it is easy to get lost." Leia sighs in relief upon hearing this. "So I am not the only one who gets lost. That's why I intended to show you the way, but you walked so fast." Leia says flustered, "I am sorry. What is there to apologize for? If so, help me pick up the books." "Ah, yes." In her haste, her hand brushes against his, and her expression immediately freezes. He also pauses, looking up at her. Leia lets out an embarrassed "ah," and hurriedly pulls her hand back. Seeing this, he cannot help but chuckle softly. Holding a book, he stands up. "When you finish tidying up, go write your application to join." Leia is stunned. "Ah, join?" He smiles and nods. Seeing this, Leia replies brightly, "Yes, of course." After leaving the library, Leia returns to room 313. She raises her hand to knock but suddenly hesitates. She thinks to herself, everything will be fine this week. Joining the book club is no problem. So magic class with Senior Anpheus should be fine as well. just as she finishes the thought. The door suddenly opens from the inside. The door hits Lysia right on the head with a loud thud. Anpheus freezes in place. Lysia clutches her. Hedon cries out, "Ouch!" Anpheus hurriedly asks, "Are you all right?" "Yes, I am okay. Since you were taking so long, I decided to step outside. But class hasn't started yet, has it?" Anpheus says flustered, "Ah, you're right, and why don't you come inside first?" Inside the classroom, numerous study materials are already laid out on the table. Materials and books, the atmosphere is quite silent. Anpheus patiently stares at Lysia. She hesitatingly asks, "What is it, senior?" Anpheus leans forward and says, "You." Lysia is stunned. "Why, yes." Anpheus hesitates. "I know about the bad rumors about myself, but if you only believe them and avoid me like a pest, then I get hurt too." Lysia stands dazed, suddenly recalling words she heard in her past life. "Do you hear that? You cheap thing, how could ordinary people like us catch?" His eye seeing her silence, Anpheus turns to the side. "No, I don't mean you." Lysia suddenly stands up abruptly and speaks loudly. "I am truly sorry, it was my rudeness." Anpheus stares at her in shock. "It's good that you understand. Don't be like that from now on, so. Shall we start the lesson?" Lysia replies, "Yes." Time passes and Lysia creates a spell under the guidance of Anpheus. He praises her. "Good job." "Ah, thank you." Anpheus reaches out his hand. "If you want to use a more effective method here, do it like this." The moment their hands come close, Lysia is startled and thinks mana. Anpheus does not sense it and continues attentively, "You must really concentrate." Sensing the mana becoming increasingly strange, Lysia raises her head, then cries out in surprise. "Oh my!" She reaches out and pushes hard, making Anpheus cry out, "Ugh!" As he falls to the ground, Lysia blushes and thinks, "That scared me." But earlier, the moment Anpheus reached out, a strange feeling appeared inside Lysia's heart. After he released mana like that, the circle of light in front of them turned yellow. Remembering that sensation, Lysia frowns. "I can feel senior's mana is a bit different." Meanwhile, Anpheus crawls up. You're surprisingly strong for how you look," Lysia exclaims in embarrassment. "Ah, I am so sorry." "Well, it's all right. By the way, I'm saying this because I'm afraid you might misunderstand. It's not like I have ulterior motives or anything." Lysia replies flustered, "I know that it's not that I was startled because of that. I am truly sorry. It's fine, really nothing to worry about." Truthfully, he is also a bit surprised. Saying so, he thinks shyly, "Why am I embarrassed just because my face got close to a girl that afternoon?" Lysia pokes her head into the library, remembering Esteban asking earlier, "Will you be fine without me here?" Of course she has almost memorized the way. Currently, she leans her back against the bookshelf, wondering in her heart, "There's no one here, right?" She opens the book in her hand, reading quietly to herself while browsing. The mana around a person with assimilating mana is easily influenced by that person's emotions. Mana with murderous intent or malice can cause harm to the surroundings. On the other hand, mana containing goodwill or affection, reading up to there, Lysia immediately closes the book. So was that mana earlier influenced by senior's emotions? I don't know what kind of feeling that was, but either way, I must be careful. Sensing mana far beyond normal makes me look rather unusual, since I can't control my emotions if something happens. I might get dragged to the magic tower. I just need to live quietly and carefully. Suddenly, a familiar laugh rings out. "Ha ha, oh, I told you." Anpheus enters with a girl. The girl replies, "She said so, don't you have no relationship with her? Since you already know, why ask?" "Hey, don't be like that." Anpheus suddenly looks towards Lysia. He asks in surprise, "Lysia, why are you here?" She answers, "I am here reading books." "What else?" The girl beside him asks curiously. Anpheus, "Who is she?" He answers, "My partner." "Ah, a freshman." Lysia asks to take her leave. "Ah, sorry for disturbing you. Have a nice date, you two." Anpheus calls out to Lysia, "Wait, Lysia." The other girl hurriedly cries, "Ah, Anpheus." Right now, both Lysia and Anpheus share thoughts in their hearts. Asterisk, why am I chasing after her? And Lysia thinks, why am I flustered and running away? Anpheus quickens his pace and reaches out. "Wait." After pulling her back, he says, "Lysia, you misunderstand." Lysia shakes her head. "Ah, I don't think anything like that." But her wrist Speaking up to hear, a sudden pain in her foot makes her stumble backward. Fortunately, a hand catches her from behind. It is Esteban. He firmly grabs Anpheus's hand and pulls it away from Leia's wrist. He frowns and asks, "Aren't you?" Being a bit rude, Leia calls out in surprise. "Senior," Anpheus rubs his wrist without answering. The atmosphere turns tense. After moment, Esteban says, "It's late and you haven't returned, so I came to pick you up." Leia replies gratefully, "Ah, thank you." Anpheus suddenly frowns. "Wait, what are you doing now?" "I should be asking you that," touching her like that without her consent. "Why are you trying to hold her back? She doesn't." Like it, Anpheus silently looks over at Leia. She remains silent too, but inside she is utterly flustered. How did things turn out like this? Finally. Anpheus says embarrassedly, I'm sorry I panicked a bit just now." Esteban responds coldly, "If you've apologized, then leave." Seeing the two turn away, Anpheus urgently calls out, "No, wait." Esteban pays no mind and whispers softly to Leia, "I'm sorry for recklessly intruding in your business." She hastily shakes her head, "No. Not at all. On the contrary, I should be thanking you." Esteban glances back at Anpheus. "If so, then that's a relief." Seeing this, Anpheus frowns and lets out a cold HMPH. The two glare at each other with murderous eyes, making the atmosphere extremely tense. Seeing things going awry, Leia steps forward to mediate. "It's time for the library to close, right?" Esteban nods. "Ah, we should head back too. I don't want to waste time." So the two turn around and leave together. After a few steps, Leia glances back toward Anpheus. At this time, the dark-haired girl runs up to him and asks, "What happened?" Anpheus remains silent without answering. Not long after, outside the schoolyard, Leia asks curiously, "Were you worried about me? Worried that I would get lost again?" Esteban pauses slightly. "That's true. I was afraid Leia would get lost again." Seeing that smile, Leia unconsciously stops in her tracks. In her eyes, Esteban's face right now is no different from a mask, just like her past self. Seeing this, Leia hesitates for a moment before proactively reaching out to touch Esteban's face. He asks Leia curiously. She cries out, flustered, "Oh, aha, I'm sorry." Esteban turns his face and smiles. "It's all right, so, cough cough asterisk, you found out, is it because of my expression?" Leia gives an awkward laugh. I suppose so. I thought I hit it well. You're really observant." To be more precise, in her heart she silently thinks, because I am just like that. After a moment of silence, Esteban suddenly asks, "Leia, you'll keep this secret, right?" She asks curiously, "Which secret?" Only after asking does she pause. Of course, Senior's secret is something I certainly will not tell." Esteban smiles and says, "I will keep Leia's secret too." Hearing him say that, Leia cannot help being stunned. So I was found out too." When you laugh, you look very happy. Senior is the same." At this moment, Esteban has also removed his mask. The next day, as the sun shines down upon the academy, inside the quiet classroom, Lupri is leaning against Leia's shoulder, dozing off. She whispers, "If you're going to sleep like this, why even come to self-study class?" Lupri answers, "It's comfortable here." Leia is surprised. "Are you awake? Because you kept talking." "That's why I woke up." Leia bursts into laughter. "What?" Then she pauses. Well, oh, my laughter became more relaxed because I talked to Senior Esteban." At this moment, Ariel suddenly stands up. Melissa beside her asks in confusion, "Ariel, what's wrong with you? Your face." Ariel replies with a darkened expression, "I'm going outside for a bit." Just a bit. Before her words finish, she collapses to the side. Melissa screams in panic. "Ariel!" With a thud, Ariel falls to the ground. Both Leia and Melissa shout in unison, "Ariel!" Melissa hurriedly rushes over. "Ariel, wake up!" Leia anxiously says. "We must take her to the infirmary. Lupri, help me lift." Before she finishes her sentence, Ariel lets out a moan. Leia," she asks in surprise. "Are you awake?" "I'm fine." "Don't worry about me. No need for the infirmary. I'm fine." Then she steps toward her desk, sits down in her chair, and continues studying. Seeing that image, Leia feels as though she is seeing the genius Hanair all over again. Her eyes fill with pity, her lips press tight, and she shouts loudly, "Stop it, Ariel. For the past few days you've barely slept." Flashing back to the previous night when Ariel returned to her room, Rose asked in shock, "What is it?" "Ari, are you hurt?" Ariel answered, "It's just a nosebleed." Since then, Leia has seen her own reflection in Ariel. She always had to hear words like, "Our Nair can do well, right? Nair, you are mother's pride." Remembering the overwhelming pressure back then, Leia speaks again. "You don't need to go to this extreme, Ariel. You must rest. If you keep going on like this, something serious will happen." Ariel angrily shoves her hand away. "I'm fine." The tip of the pen slashes across Leia's hand, smearing a bit of blood. Leia's hand has a long cut on it. Seeing this, Ariel snaps back to her senses. Ah. Melissa and Lup freeze as well. After a few seconds, Ariel says tearfully, "I am sorry, Leia. I am so sorry." Leia calmly shakes her head. "No, it is fine. The infirmary, let us go to." "The infirmary," Leia takes the opportunity to say. "All right, let us go together." And so, under Lup's watchful gaze, the two leave the classroom. A moment later in the infirmary, the teacher in charge treats Leia's hand. Flash of light bursts forth, and the wound on her hand heals completely. The teacher says, "You may go now." The blonde girl stays to rest a bit. Ariel nods helplessly. Yes, after the teacher leaves, she says, "I am sorry." Leia smiles and nods, then steps forward to push Ariel down to lie back. "If you feel sorry, then get plenty of rest." Ariel cries out in bewilderment. "Huh." Leia continues, "You must rest for the whole day, understand?" Ariel smiles and nods. Thank you." Saying that, she falls asleep from exhaustion. Outside the infirmary, Leia closes the door and says, "Melissa says she comes to watch over her, so it should be fine, right? I must go back and tell Rose so she stops worrying." Lup quietly asks her. Leia looks up curiously. Lup says it is good that she treats her friends well. "But you must care for yourself too, okay?" Leia asks in confusion. "Me? I still rest well. Do not think that just because you do not feel exhaustion or pain does not mean it is not there, because there is too much fatigue." Leia's steps suddenly freeze. Painful fragments of memories from 2 lifetimes surface in her mind at once. Leia asks curiously, "How do you know that?" Lup smiles and asks, "How do I know, I wonder?" The two look at each other in silence for a moment. "Because it constantly shows on the outside." Leia exclaims in surprise, "Oh." Lup gives a long yawn and says, "It is just from watching you at your side, your anxiety." Leia utters an awe, thinking back he is always by her side. At this thought, she shyly scratches her head. "I thought it was hidden well. Do not worry, it barely shows at all." Leia smiles and nods. On the day of the paired lesson, Leia sits in the room thinking, should I practice again? This applied calculation magic is a bit difficult. Suddenly, the door opens and Leia gasps in surprise, hastily pulling back the magic in her hands. Anpheus catches nothing and merely asks curiously, "What is it? You arrive so early?" "Because Senior always arrives first and waits, so I feel guilty." Anpheus pauses in thought, then steps closer and says hurriedly, "Leia, about earlier, I am sorry." She stuns for a moment and murmurs an answer. Anpheus flushes red with embarrassment. "That matter of grabbing your wrist, Senior apologized for that back then. That was forced. So it does not feel like a real apology, but it is not like I was insincere back then." Seeing his flustered look, Leia bursts out laughing. "I am stuck on one part. Can you check it for me, please?" Anpheus nods. "All right." Attribute transformation takes effect when you alter the order of the character string. "Give it a try." Leia raises her hand and concentrates. The mana in her hand flickers and a flower turns into view. Leia cheers with delight. "Ah, it works." Anpheus smiles as well. "Oh, it is actually quite easy, right?" Leia smiles. "Hee, illusion magic is hard to memorize details for, so I picked the easiest one." Anpheus leans forward and ruffles her hair. "For other first-year students, even details without patterns are difficult. But why a Chea flower?" Leia answers, "Because the Chea flower leaves a good impression on me." She thinks to herself, that mana back then. What on earth is it? Seeing her lost in thought, Anpheus pulls back his hand. After a moment, Leia suddenly calls out to him. Anpheus shakes his head and answers, "It is nothing, come to think of it." I touched your hair just now without asking. That is fine, as long as you stop when I say I do not like it. That is enough, I know it is just a joke. Anpheus freezes. A joke! He suddenly flashes a smile, then he leans down and turns her hair into a messy nest. Leia scowls in annoyance before bursting into laughter. Anpheus joins in comfortably, filling the room with a joyful atmosphere. Not long after, Anpheus wonders, exams are coming up soon, right? Yes, because I learn from you no matter what I must master. Magic studies, understand? That is easy enough, that level is sufficient for me. Leia thinks, but if I am the top student, it will be too eye-catching. Time gradually passes, and soon the day of the exam arrives. In the music exam room, the teacher speaks up. Well, next student. Leia holds her sheet music and stands up. Yes, the teacher says. Then let us begin. Saying that, he plays a song on the instrument. Leia whispers to herself, I think I make a mistake, let alone being top student. The next second, a shriek echoes through the music room, shaking the entire academy. Standing under several wary glances, Leia breaks into a cold sweat, thinking she cannot afford to lose her scholarship. Thinking this, she sighs softly and looks at the teacher with a searching gaze. He speaks helplessly as well. Good work. Seeing her walk back dejectedly, Ariel comforts her. It is fine. You study history recording, right? Other subjects can get higher scores. Leia silently thinks that in her past life, subjects using physical skills are decent for her, but now, on the way out of the music exam room, Leia stays silent, unwilling to say another word. After a moment, Lup asks what the next exam is. Leia sighs. The next one is Magic Practicals. In the Magic Practical exam room, the teacher says, I mention this every lecture. During classes or practical exams, you all encounter dangers that cause injuries, and after graduation it becomes even more dangerous. Because the Empire is currently at war with evil forces. But of course, today's magic exam is safe. You only need to control your mana well. Ariel turns to Leia and says, It is not like we have to fight the professor for mana control, right? Leia mutters under her breath, could it be? Lup pauses in thought for a few seconds and says, It seems so. The teacher smiles and nods as well. I call out names, and each of you enters the room next door, all right? Before long, it is Leia's turn. She opens the door, steps inside, and says, Hello. Professor, the teacher nods. Come in. Leia, the exam is simple. Within 2 minutes, wrest the mana control away from me. Let us start the exam now. Leia feels secretly anxious. What should I do? Is it bad if I snatch it before 2 minutes pass? If I do not make up for the singing and physical exam scores, I lose my scholarship. After pondering for a bit, she turns to look at the hourglass. Seeing the sand almost run out, Leia quietly makes up her mind. Whatever, right after the mana control is snatched right out of the teacher's hands. Leia asks hesitantly, Is this okay now? Yes, it is over. Leia, you can go now. She stands up, bows politely, and steps outside. As the door closes, the teacher wears a thoughtful look. He rubs his chin, thinking, I said wrest control within 2 minutes, but simply holding out for 2 minutes earns a perfect score. I must keep this girl in mind. Leia Ambrose. Outside on the campus grounds, Melissa says, It is all over now. I do not even want to receive my report card. Rose says, still receiving. The report card means summer break starts. Leia, what are you doing this summer? She hesitatingly replies, Soon after, in the library, Leia looks around. Is Senior not here? Seeing Lup lying down asleep, she cannot help feeling surprised. He is asleep again. Leia walks over and whispers, The sunlight shines into your eyes. As she speaks, she uses her hand to shade Lup from the sun. Looking at him, for some reason, a smile touches her lips. In her heart, she thinks, looking like this, he resembles a child. I really want to poke him. In her consciousness, Angel Leia says, What if he wakes up? Devil Leia counters, It is fine. As her hand reaches out, Lup suddenly wakes. He catches her hand slowly, opens his eyes, sits up, and gently pulls Leia towards herself. The two look at each other for a moment, and Lup asks, What are you doing? While the atmosphere between them remains extremely awkward. Esteban suddenly steps out from inside and asks Leia in surprise, She shoves Lup aside and hurriedly answers, "Hello." "Senor Esteban, the weather is really nice today." Esteban smiles silently. Lup also says hello to him. Esteban maintains his smile and nods. A moment later, at a reading table in the library, Esteban slides a teacup forward. "This is a gift after the exams, though it is nothing particularly special. Thank you." Senior Lup joins in. "Thank you," Leia adds as she lifts the cup and takes a sip. "Wow, this is delicious." Esteban nods. "I am glad," Leia continues, enjoying her tea, being stared at. For a while her face blushes crimson. Esteban then remarks, "Seeing your smile makes me happy too." Leia thinks to herself that ever since then, Senior Esteban has become much more comfortable around her. Esteban adds, "The exams are over now. Is it all right for you kids to just hang around the library like this?" Leia replies, "Not at all. Going out is even more troublesome compared to going out. I prefer sleeping." Esteban chuckles softly. "I am glad we get to work together." "Ah, Senior, do you also have a freshman partner?" "Right, of course, but why do you ask?" "I want to give a gift to my senior before our joint class ends." "But I do not know what he likes, so." Esteban asks curiously, "By senior, do you mean the guy from last time?" He is not a bad person." "Well, if it were me, just knowing that you kept me in mind while preparing a gift would make me so happy." Leia pauses briefly. "Is that really true?" "Of course, having a partner like you, Leia, makes me happy as well." The two stare at each other for a moment before Leia smiles. "Thank you, he." Esteban sees this and thinks she merely takes it as a simple compliment. Leia lowers her head, lost in thought. "A gift filled with sincerity. A gift filled with heart, but my crafting skills are not very good. If it is knitting wool, I could ask Rose for help, but it is summer now." While she hesitates, Lup suddenly looks up and says, "Here." Leia reaches out to accept a piece of candy. She lowers her gaze to inspect the chocolate candy in her hand. Lup lets out a long yawn. "Make something yourself and give it to him. He will definitely like it." Could it be? She wonders if she can make chocolate herself. Shortly after, in room 313, Leia's face turns pale as she thinks, "I am in big trouble." Back to last night after looking through a cookbook. What is this? It is much simpler than I thought. If I just follow this recipe. Yet when she finishes, her face darkens again as she wonders. Is this charcoal? Back to the present, she holds the box of chocolates while waiting for Anpheus, trying to reassure herself. "At least I brought it here. Or should I throw it out the window right now?" Seeing the door swing open, Leia jumps and gasps in surprise. "Oh," Anpheus asks curiously. "What is it? Is it because we haven't met in a while that you came looking for me today? What are you doing here?" Leia awkwardly hides the gift box behind her back. "Ah, that." Anpheus falls silent for a moment, then suddenly points to the side and exclaims, "Oh, look over there." Leia turns in surprise, and Anpheus snatches the gift box from her hand. She quickly cries out, "Ah, wait." "Wait a moment," Anpheus asks curiously, "what gift is this?" Leia says in panic, No, give it back to me." Anpheus continues to ask, "Is this for me?" Leia buries her face in her hands, thinking she is ruined while answering, "Yes, this is something I made myself." Anpheus asks in surprise, "What? Is it really for me? You even made it yourself?" Leia thinks in surprise, his reaction is completely different from what I expected. A moment later, Anpheus asks, "So can I do whatever I want with it?" Leia gasps. In utter shock, Anpheus then unwraps the gift, revealing the hellish chocolate inside. Leia mumbles in a tiny voice, "That isn't really edible." Anpheus pays no mind and reaches out to pick up a crumb. "You said you made it yourself, so how could I not eat it?" Saying this, he pops the crumb into his mouth. Instantly, his calm expression vanishes, yet Anpheus still refuses to spit it out, even chewing with force before swallowing it down. Seeing this, Leia wonders if he might faint on the spot. If so, will she have to carry him to the infirmary? She hurriedly asks, "Are you all right?" Anpheus blinks. "What?" Leia stammers, "Well, does your stomach hurt?" Anpheus chuckles, "Haha, I am fine, really. Is this for our last joint class?" "Right," Leia nods. "Yes." Anpheus continues, "Thank you, it tastes great. I cannot just receive a gift without returning the favor. Saying so, he pulls out a gift box and hands it to her. My, Leia lowers her head to look at the words written on the ribbon. To Anpheus, he notices. The writing as well and awkwardly gasps. Ah, Leia breaks into a cold sweat and says, I am sorry, but I cannot accept a gift that someone else gave you, Anpheus says in embarrassment. I apologize. I should apologize to the person who gave me this gift. Instead of you, Anpheus nods, and from now on I will not accept gifts like this anymore. Why so suddenly? I want to behave better in the future. I truly treasure this gift of yours. Leia hurriedly cries out, Ah, no, stop eating it. Eating any more might actually kill you. Haha, it is really fine. Not long after in the library, Laren makes a suggestion. Once this survey is over, we can go on summer break. Let's go somewhere really fun. Leia stays silent. Rose looks up at her for a moment, taps on the table, and asks, Leia, where do you want to go? Going to sea. The sea would be wonderful, or climbing up a high mountain would be great. Leia hesitates and answers, let me see. Anywhere is fine for me. We can just go wherever you all want to go. Len and Rose look at each other. Rose lets out a helpless sigh, saying that is basically saying nothing at all. Lup suddenly steps forward and points at a spot. How about here? Oh, that looks pretty nice. Rose rushes over. Where? Ah, this place looks great. Leia peers at the map and curiously asks a shrine, and soon the day of departure arrives. Leia's group of friends, including Leo, Len, Rose, and Ariel, as well as Leia and Lup, are all present. They step into a room where mages are casting teleportation magic. After seeing someone off, the mage calls for the next group. Rose raises her hand. Yes, we are coming. The group steps inside, and Leia thinks to herself, so this is a teleportation magic circle. The mage asks again, everyone is inside, right? Stepping out of the magic circle will cause big trouble. Leo and Len panic and cling to Lup, crying out, Eek, big trouble. With no further objections, the mage casts the spell, chanting Jerzabas. A second later, the group is teleported to a shrine. Above them stands a grand mountain, and below stretches a brilliant blue beach. Rose shades her eyes from the sun and gazes into the distance, exclaiming, wow. Leia pauses for a moment before gasping, wow. Ariel steps forward and asks if Leia likes it. She nods, it is so beautiful. This is the first time I see you looking so excited. Is that so? Those guys are quite excited, aren't they? Stop playing and come over here, everyone gathers to look at the pathway. Len feels a bit fearful. This will not collapse, right? Leo shrugs. It is fine. There is permanent preservation magic enchanted on it. Rose steps up to lead. Let me go first. Len hurriedly says, hey, let's walk together. Ariel suggests, shall we try going up there? Leia nods, all right. After the group heads up, they spot Lup standing before a cliff face. Someone asks, what is this? When did you get up here? He replies, just now. Meanwhile, Leia also steps closer to the wall. After observing it for a moment, she marvels. Ah, so this is the beginning of the founding myth at the stronghold of the Kylam race. How wondrous. Indeed, 1,000 years ago, witches and the Kylam race were driven out of the eastern lands by the great sage. The Kylam race claimed to be the children of the true god, leaving behind followers known as secrets. Hearing this, Leia suddenly feels a shudder run through her. There probably are no secrets jumping out here, right? Lup turns over and lets out a long yawn. If so, it will be dangerous for those going down below. Down below, Rose is screaming loudly, Kaya. Len chases right behind her. Hey, stop right there. Lupri says, they still seem fine. Leia does not answer, thinking quietly in her heart. The Kylam race. She reaches out to touch the surface of the wall. Suddenly, a vision flashes into view. Leia startles, thinking, this mana. Just what is it? A stream of mana suddenly flows out from the wall painting, gently wrapping around her body, making Leia scream in panic. Seeing her fall, Lupri asks, what is it? Ariel walks over as well. What's wrong? Are you hurt anywhere? Leia regains her composure and replies softly, yeah, I'm fine. But earlier, the painting on the wall. Ariel raises her head in confusion. There's nothing wrong with the mural. Leia pauses briefly, then smiles, pretending nothing happened. That's true, I must have missing it. Saying this, she stands up. Just then Len calls out, "Everyone let me head back early." Rose asks gloomily, If we go back now, our report cards will probably be out, right? I don't want to go back." Ariel quickly speaks up, "Stop mentioning the report cards." Before leaving, Leia turns her head to look at the wall once more, the clear eyes in. The paintings seem almost alive. After looking at it up and down, she turns around and leaves. As well, shortly after returning to the academy, Leia holds her report card in hand. La Anatole Culture, written magic 82 points, physical practice 58 points, music 55 points. Overall ranking, 18th. Please head to the administration room to receive your scholarship. Seeing this, she breathes a sigh of relief. Thinking to herself, how fortunate, it's just barely enough. Slowly, I'll build up a fake image of failure. Just then, Ariel suddenly rushes in and screams, "Leia, listen." "Have you heard?" Leia asks curiously. "What's going on?" Ariel says happily, I got first place this time." Leia is surprised and says, "Really? You're so amazing." Rose asks in shock. "What first place? That's so praiseworthy. You really worked hard." Melissa walks over too. "I knew Ari would get first place all along." Ariel scratches her head with an embarrassed laugh. "Hee hee." Then Melissa adds, "If you go home with these grades, you'll be welcomed with open arms." "Won't you?" The smile on Ariel's face instantly freezes. That's right," Rose says somberly. "I lost. Luckily, secrets are kept according to academy rules." Melissa notices nothing unusual and continues, "Even so, it'll be so great when returning home." "That's right." "Leia, are you going home too?" She pauses. At the word home, she recalls that hellish place, then gives a forced smile and says, "I plan to just stay in the dormitory." "Only?" Rose asks in surprise. "And will that be okay? It'll be so boring all by yourself." "It's fine, there's still the library after all." Melissa suddenly steps forward and grabs her hand. "Leia, if possible, come spend the summer at my place." "Your place?" Leia asks in surprise. "At Melissa's house," she adds. "If we stay together, it'll be so much fun." Leia hesitates slightly. Let me think about it first." That afternoon in the library, Esteban is walking down the corridor. The door to the library opens suddenly, and he looks in surprise at Leia. After a while, she sits silently on a chair at the study desk, her expression extremely serious. She thinks to herself, if I just show up unannounced, it might actually make things inconvenient for Melissa. Seeing her remain silent, Esteban asks, "Leia, is something wrong?" Leia startles and asks, Senior, when did you get here?" Esteban ponders for a moment and replies, 30 minutes ago." Leia freezes. "Pardon?" Esteban lets out a chuckle and says, "Just joking, cough, cough, but do you have something troubling you beyond that?" Leia lowers her head. "Well, a friend invited me to visit her home, but I'm worried that if I go, it might prove inconvenient for her. What should I do?" Esteban strokes his chin. A friend's house." Flustered, Leia changes the subject. "But Senior, why are you still here? It's summer break." Esteban nods and says, "After all, the Imperial Palace is quite noisy, full of infighting for the throne. It's not a comfortable atmosphere at all." Leia replies calmly, "Me too. Since home isn't comfortable, I decided to stay here. I'm glad I'm not alone." Esteban returns to the original topic. "You said your friend invited you, right? Leia, you are a much kinder person than I thought. You are warm-hearted and thoughtful, so don't worry so much. Why not try going to your friend's house?" Saying this, he smiles at her again. Leia hesitates for a moment, then stands up abruptly and says, "I feel a bit more courageous now. Thank you for your help, Senior." Esteban smiles. "I'm just glad if I can help you have a wonderful summer vacation." Shortly after, at Count Ambrose's mansion, Leia stops before the gates, thinking nervously to herself. It wasn't courage to go to Melissa's house, but courage to return here. Sigh, it's been a while, hasn't it? Just then, someone steps out and calls, "Young lady." Leia, a maid, walks over, dropping the wooden bucket in her hands to the ground. The maid rushes forward to hug her tightly, asking with a choked voice, "Young lady, why didn't you send even a single letter back home?" Leia hesitates. "I'm sorry." "Well," Alice says, "I know you are very busy, young lady, but did you fear I'd find it troublesome to hear from you? If you truly think like that, I will be so heartbroken." Leia laughs awkwardly. "Aha. Ha, Alice wipes her tears and says, I didn't want to cry either. If you had contacted me beforehand, I would have prepared. It's all right, I just stopped by briefly to see you, don't be like this. Please have a meal before you go. Leia pauses. For a moment, then smiles and asks, Are you working in the laundry room now? Alice replies, Yes, that's right. Leia thinks to herself, why the most exhausting place? It must be Father's doing. As the two enter the main hall, the butler calls out in surprise, Young lady, you're back, Leia replies, I only stopped by for a moment. And will leave soon. The housekeeper walks out curiously, Young lady, what? Oh. My goodness, young lady, why didn't you contact us before coming? Back, Leia stammers, because I'm leaving right away, so. Alice quickly adds, Young lady, please don't say that. Everyone is reacting like this because they are so overjoyed. Leia asks curiously. Overjoyed. After a while, Alice sets out a cup of tea. Leia asks in wonder. Is everything all right? Alice freezes. Pardon? Leia answers, just your daily life and all that. Alice smiles and replies, I'm truly living very well. My body gets tired, but my heart is so at peace. Both the butler and the housekeeper treat me so kindly. Leia asks in confusion. Treating you kindly? Why? Alice waves her hand earnestly and whispers. It must be because they're curious about news of you, young lady. Leia nods. Ah, Alice continues. Everyone adores you, young lady, but because you only pay attention to the master. You just didn't realize it. Leia lowers her head and says softly, So that's how it is, I thought everyone hated me. Alice gasps and exclaims, Goodness, absolutely. Not the person we dislike isn't you, young lady, but the master. So, from now on you must stay in touch often, all right? Leia nods. I understand, I'll definitely write to you. She stays at the mansion until late afternoon. The butler says regretfully, Young lady, are you leaving already? Leia nods. Now I plan to go to a friend's house. The housekeeper hesitates. Well, young lady, I've baked some cookies. You used to love these. La. Ira accepts the bag of cookies, teary-eyed as she says, Thank you, everyone, I will keep in touch. The three answer in unison, Yes, we look forward to it. Beneath the afternoon sun, Leia leaves the mansion. On her way out to the gate, she thinks to herself, I'm so glad I came back here. I'll probably be fine at Melissa's place. I can't go empty-handed, so I must buy something. Just then, a carriage stops outside the gate. Count Ambrose steps down and walks inside. The guard says, Welcome back. My Lord Count. Leia freezes, her face instantly turning pale. Her body trembles uncontrollably, cold sweat breaking out. Leia hastily runs to the side to hide behind a tree trunk. At the gate, Count Ambrose walks in with a cold expression. Hearing the footsteps pass by, Leia trembles and thinks, Please. The footsteps slowly recede. Leia slowly opens her eyes and stealthily looks out. After seeing Count Ambrose leave, she slumps down, letting out a breath. Do I really need to hide like this? That gave me such a start. As she steps towards the gate, the guard says, Greetings, young lady. Leia frantically makes a quiet sign. SHH. After leaving the mansion grounds, she thinks to herself, Melissa, I'm coming. But is it really going to be all right? Not long after, on a road, Melissa and Edgen are waiting outside the gate. Under Melissa's expectant gaze, a carriage slowly arrives. Leia slowly steps down, and Melissa immediately rushes over to embrace her tightly. Leia, I missed you so much. Me too. Edgen approaches with a teasing laugh. Anyone watching would think you too. Haven't met in years. Melissa frowns and says, 2 weeks without seeing each other is a long time. Edgen sighs helplessly. Let's go, Mother is waiting for you guys too. All three walk into a farmstead. Edgen says, Leia, give me your luggage, I'll carry it to your room. You and Melissa go say hello to Mother. Leia replies. Thank you. Melissa leads her inside and calls out loudly, Mother, Leia is here. Sophia, Edgen and Melissa's mother, speaks with a warm smile. Welcome, dear. My children must be bothering you terribly, aren't they? Leia shakes her head. Not at all. On the contrary, it's I who am bothering them. Thank you for coming. Please make yourself at home. Melissa adds, That's right. Just make yourself comfortable. Leia answers politely. Thank you for inviting me to visit. Sophia offers, if possible. May I touch your face for a moment? Leia answers in surprise. Ah, yes, of course. You may, looking closely, Sophia's eyes are no longer clear. She reaches out her hands to feel Leia's face, then says, "What?" A truly beautiful face. Saying this, she smiles at her again. Leia pauses briefly, then smiles and says, "Thank you, ma'am." The next morning, Ejin, Melissa, and Leia step out into the field. Outside, Ignaz, father of Ejin and Melissa, speaks up. "I'm sorry for calling you while you're heading out, but right now. He needs to water the garden, but because it is hot today, too many people are using the well. Can you children help me a bit?" Ejin steps forward and says, "Don't worry, father." He raises his hand and softly chants. A spell, Gaten's Vivid. Leia does the same. When it comes to Melissa's turn, she stammers softly. Gagatensik Vivid. A few raindrops fall, then stop completely. Seeing this, Melissa feels a surge of sadness. Ejin turns to look at her, steps closer, and says, "Let me help you." Melissa pulls her hand back and says angrily, "I can do it myself." With that, she turns around and walks away. A startled Ejin calls after Melissa. Leia hurriedly runs inside. "Melissa, wait!" At this moment, Sophia offers comfort. "Don't worry, Leia, Melissa will be fine." Leia stops in her tracks and replies, "Is that so?" The reason Melissa feels so troubled is that she has yet to recognize her own strengths. Leia lowers her head sorrowfully. "I want to talk about Melissa's strength. She is a good person." Sophia smiles and nods. If one cannot feel it for oneself, the words of others become meaningless. Leia hesitates, asking, "Someday Melissa will realize it too, right?" Of course, she is still at an age where there is much to learn, and so will you. Leia pauses for a moment, her heart suddenly recalling the words of those around her. Everyone likes young lady so much. Leia's a much better person than I thought. Finally, she smiles and replies, "Yes, someday I will be like that too." That afternoon, Leia, Ejin, and Melissa take a stroll through the market. The two siblings are back on good terms. Seeing this, Leia feels happy in her heart. What a relief, her mood is gradually improving. Suddenly, a loud scream echoes, "Watch out over there." Not far away, a carriage crashes into someone with a loud thud. The surrounding townsfolk erupt into a clamor. "What is this? What happened?" This child ran right out in front of the carriage. A woman frantically runs out to embrace her child. "I am sorry, truly." "Sorry," the purple-haired man freezes, then quickly walks up to the carriage door and asks, "Are you unharmed?" "My lady, yes, yes," as if receiving an order. He immediately turns around and says in a grave tone, "Get a hold of yourself. This is the young Duchess's carriage, if lady." Ariel had been injured. The woman frantically rushes to the carriage door and drops to her knees. I am so sorry, my lady. Please forgive me." The purple-haired man shouts, "You." The woman continues to beg desperately, My lady." The carriage door opens. Ariel looks outside from within, and upon seeing that familiar face, both Melissa and Leia freeze. The woman, startled, looks up and cries out, "I was wrong, my lady." The purple-haired man hastily pulls the woman to her feet. "I apologize. I will drag her away right now." Ariel shakes her head and says, "Stop." "Yes, my lady," Ariel adds. "Let it go and set off." "But young lady," Ariel casts a cold glance over, "since when do you question my decisions? Forgive me, my lady. We shall depart at once." As the carriage moves, the woman bows gratefully. Thank you, my lady." Not far away, Melissa asks curiously, "Was that Ari just now?" Ejin asks in confusion, "Isn't she a commoner?" Beside them, admiring voices echo. "Though young, her aura is truly magnificent." A green-haired man adds, "That presence is just like the Duke's." "Ah, not quite, the Duke is so remarkably talented." "That's true, after all, the Duke is a living legend." Hearing those words, Leia lowers her head instinctively. Melissa asks curiously, "Is it because she has her reasons for hiding it?" Leia nods, "For now, let's just pretend we don't know." And so, with lingering, unanswered questions in everyone's hearts, our summer vacation, both long and fleeting, comes to an end. The quiet academy returns to its noisy state. Leia blends into the crowd entering the academy, dressed in the uniform of the second semester. As she walks past, Leia suddenly hears voices. "Have you heard the news? The royal palace was attacked." She stands stunned, thinking, what, in the classroom? Hushed whispers fill the room. Did you hear the news? Secret attacked the palace. Secret is becoming more rampant by the day. At the podium, Doe speaks sternly. Quiet down, everyone. I have an announcement. It seems you all know the palace suffered a terrorist attack. I don't know if I should put it this way, but fortunately the attack occurred. In any case, due to this reason, this year's Student Council Anniversary Festival will be cancelled and classes scheduled off for the festival will proceed as usual. That is all for today. Groans immediately echo from below. How can they do this? That's so unfair. Class is over. Ariel stands up and says, even the palace is no longer safe. Melissa sorrowfully replies, yeah, I wonder when Secret will stop threatening to harm. Us, Secret, the descendants who worship the Kylum race, lurk in the shadows of the Empire, conducting random attacks. They believe that only the Kylum race are true gods, while humans are the children of a false deity. Even though Secret members are also human, Melissa suddenly turns around. Leia, are you planning to go to the cafeteria? She replies with a bright smile. I think I'll take a walk around the garden for a moment. All right, see you later then. Bye, Lupri. Beside them remains silent, not long. After outside the classroom, inside a small grove next to a clump of mock orange blossoms, she strolls forward carrying a book. As she searches for a place to sit, she suddenly gasps in surprise. Senior Anpheus. At the same time, a voice calls out from afar, Anpheus, why are you injured? Did you get into a fight with someone during break? Oh goodness, you need to apply. Before Julia can finish her sentence, Anpheus coldly pushes her hand away. Let go, don't touch me. Julia stands taken aback. Huh. I shouldn't get involved. On the other side, Julia continues, I'm just worried about you. Anpheus turns his head away. I'm fine. Don't bother. Saying so, he turns around to leave. Leia quickly hides behind a tree trunk. I feel like I've been hiding like this a lot lately. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoes. Leia pokes her head out to look at Anpheus, thinking I shouldn't be nosy, right? Just as she thinks that, memories of her past life suddenly flash before Leia. When she was Haner, she was also ostracized like this. Have you heard about her? She doesn't say a single word. How stuck up. Remembering that, Leia's body stiffens slightly for a moment, thinking of the bruises and Anpheus's cold face. She lets out a helpless sigh and walks out from her hiding spot. Hearing footsteps, Anpheus immediately says, I told you not to bother, don't disturb me. Seeing that it is Leia, Anpheus instantly pauses. I am really sorry, but today I am in no mood to talk to anyone, not even you. Leia calmly says, I'm just sitting here reading a book. What? Leia continues, so please don't disturb me. Anpheus stammers, Okay, the sun gradually climbs higher, sunlight filtering through the leaves. Anpheus sits there in quiet silence. Leia has already read half of the book. As she tucks her hair back, Anpheus turns to her and hesitates. Leia. Aren't you going to ask? Leia indifferently says. Ask what? Anpheus points to the bruise on his face. Why I have these injuries? Do you want to talk about it? Anpheus asks in surprise. What? Or do you want me to listen to you? Anpheus freezes, a thoughtful look crossing his face. My family used to be very happy, at least for a few years. At the Marquis's mansion as Anpheus walks in, a call suddenly rings out. Oh my, young master, if the master sees you dressed like this, Anpheus asks indifferently. Does he even care? He is busy fooling around with his mistresses. Just as he finishes speaking, a person steps out. Oh, look who it is. Seeing the provocatively dressed red-haired woman, Anpheus asks with slight annoyance, What are you doing here? The red-haired woman asks back, Is it so strange for me to visit the Marquis's mansion? Anpheus smirks, No, but you will probably be thrown out after just 1 month. The red-haired woman smiles nonchalantly, tapping her fan against Anpheus's chest. I know very well that the Marquis changes mistresses like changing clothes, so what do you think? What about me? Listen, this deal isn't bad for you either. From inside the house, a man slowly steps out. It is Anpheus's father. He says, What do you think you are doing here? The red-haired woman stammers, My Lord Marquis, Anpheus does not bother to explain. Turning to leave, the Marquis sees this and grabs his collar. He demands, How dare you touch your father's woman? What? You are, before he can finish, A sharp asterisk slap echoes through the hallway. The red-haired woman covers her mouth in panic. The Marquis shouts angrily, "Don't try to fool me, you ungrateful wretch." Anpheus bursts into laughter. "Ha ha, right, I should be grateful to you for raising me, right? I'm only following your example, you should be proud. Because when it comes to women, like father, like son. After that day, to fulfill my father's wish that I am a degenerate, I became that kind of person, this time returning. Home, Anpheus is beaten again. He stands in front of the mirror and sighs. Ha! He recalls his promise to Lysia, because from now on I will try to become a better person. In his heart, he thinks, during this past break I tried so hard to change for the better. But that old Marquis still does not trust me, returning to the present when Lysia asks if he wants to talk about it or if he wants her to listen to him. Anpheus hesitates. I don't. Before he can finish, Lysia adds, I am very worried about you, but if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine too. Anpheus lowers his head, the corners of his lips curling up. Seeing this, Lysia asks, is something funny? It's just, I thought you would say something like that. But I didn't expect you to actually say it. Are you teasing me? Perhaps, so how long do you plan on sitting here? Longer, Lysia replies. I don't know, maybe I'll sit here a little longer. What about you? I'll stay here for a while too, this afternoon. In magic class, Jen says, remember to memorize the spell for the next lesson. It will be even better if you can use it proficiently. After class ends, the students complain one after another. Is he crazy? How can we possibly do that? Meanwhile, Ariel tries to practice. As she chants the spell, a magic circle appears, emitting a light that dazzles her eyes. A moment later, just as the magic is about to succeed, it suddenly collapses. She clenches her fists, lost in silent thought. Seeing this, Lysia calls out with a touch of worry. Ari, why don't we call it a day? There is still plenty of time before the exam. No, I still haven't managed it. Maybe you shouldn't rush so much. Try again next time. Hearing this, Ariel snaps angrily, don't tell me what I should do. What? Ariel pushes herself up with her hands and says, you don't understand how I feel. If you don't say anything, of course I won't understand. How can I know unless you tell me? The reason why you are so stressed about this exam or how you feel about me. Ariel stands up, grabs the book on the table, turns around and says, see you guys later. Melissa asks anxiously, Lysia, are you okay? Why did you say that? I don't know either, let's go. Melissa hurriedly stands up. A week later in the library, Lysia quietly reads a book, only returning late at night. As soon as the room door opens, Melissa calls out, Lysia, you are coming back so late lately. Lysia replies, I was studying at the library. Rose chimes in, it really is almost exam time, isn't it? Ari, you are returning late too. Ariel glances at Lysia, their eyes meet and then both turn away in opposite directions. Seeing this, Rose and Melissa are at a loss for words. The next day, Lysia thinks awkwardly, acting like this makes everyone else feel uncomfortable too, but what does she want me to do? While she dazes off, Lupri steps forward and calls Lysia. She turns around. Lupri. He asks, what are you doing? Me. I'm studying. You've been reading the exact same page for an hour now. Ah, really, but why are you? Lupri suddenly pops a candy into her mouth. You look a little sad. Thank you. Aren't you going to make up with her? She hesitates and replies, I don't know, was I wrong to say that? Ariel's reaction is a bit over the top, but I can understand why. Lysia asks curiously, why? He says, you always seem carefree, whether it's an ordinary day or exam time. Lysia asks back in surprise, me? Do I look that carefree? Even on the day you two argued, Ariel started practicing the spell first, but you were able to memorize it before her, even though she didn't show it. Hearing someone who already mastered the spell tell her to be patient and take it slow, Lysia says awkwardly, I must have sounded so arrogant back then. I don't think you are wrong, after all, being carefree isn't a bad thing. Lysia takes the candy. What about you? Lupri asks back. The candy. I have plenty. No, not that. I think you are very carefree too. You always sleep in class, yet I've never seen you answer a single question wrong. Are you asking whether anyone has ever called me arrogant? Lysia is startled. Well, the teachers always ask questions I already know, but I guess people talk behind my back too. I don't really know because I honestly don't care, do you? Want to know the reason I am always so relaxed and unbothered by what others think? If you don't mind, Lupri leans closer and whispers in a low voice, of course. I don't mind. Leia gazes at him, momentarily stunned. Lupri continues, it's because I'm brilliant. Leia nods, ah. So that's why, seeing that she actually believes it, Lupri quickly says, I'm joking. Leia replies in surprise, you don't have to tell me. No, it's no secret because it's no big deal. I came to study here because my parents wanted me to. Honestly, I don't really know what to do here either. I know a lot of things because I was taught from a young age, but that's all. Life feels meaningless to me and time stretches endlessly, but I guess that's what living carefree feels like. It feels as if nothing truly matters. Leia sighs softly. That really is true. Right. Are you asking me? She stares blankly at the ceiling for a moment before answering. Yeah, maybe it is. So is there anything you like? I'm not sure, Leia answers. For me, it's my friends, Ariel, Melissa, Rose, Lion, Leo, and Ian. I also like money. Because I want to save up for a few things. Lupri suddenly says, perhaps I like being by your side. Being near you feels so comfortable. I love how your hair brushes against my cheek whenever I lean on your shoulder. Seeing the silver sheen of your hair fills me with peace. Then I'll lend you my shoulder more often. Lupri leans his head closer. Deal, you know what? Leia asks curiously. Lupri adds, I bet Ariel likes being by your side too. Leia nods, yeah. Time passes quietly until that evening. Leia sits up and says, did I fall asleep in the library for too long? She walks back to the dormitory. As soon as she opens the door and steps inside, she sees Ariel walking out of the bathroom. Both of them freeze for a moment. Leia quickly says, Ari, I want to talk to you. Ariel walks coldly toward her bed. I'm tired, I'm going to sleep first. Seeing her pull up the blanket, Leia smiles. Steps forward, sits down by the bedside, and speaks softly. Ariel, I'm sorry, I was thoughtless. To say that about something so important to you, wasn't I? I was so careless that I didn't even realize I hurt you. I'm truly sorry, Ariel's voice suddenly trembles. Why are you apologizing? You should be angry with me. I'm the one at fault. Why are you? Leia freezes for a second, and in the next moment, Ariel throws her arms around her. I'm sorry, I was wrong, Leia hurriedly says. Don't cry, Ari, Ariel confesses earnestly. Actually, I lied about being a commoner. She hesitates. My real name is Ariel Ignatius. Leia smiles without a trace of surprise. Seeing this, Ariel gasps. Wait, you already knew? Leia nods. I accidentally saw you during the break, when your carriage met with an accident at the market. Ariel pauses, then asks curiously. Then why didn't you say anything? Leia smiles gently. I just thought that if you lied to us, you simply had a good reason to do so. That night, Ariel tells her story. My mother used to be my hero. She pauses before adding, I mean, she was already the Empire's hero, but no matter how hard I try, people still say I'm not worthy of her name. It's always like that, no matter what. I feel like I'm going crazy. That's why I lashed out at you that day. I felt so guilty that I didn't even dare apologize to you. Remembering Leia's words, I'm sorry, I was thoughtless to say that about something so important to you, wasn't I? A quiet evening passes. Leia calls out, Ariel, Ariel. She crawls up still. Sleepy, Leia says with a bright smile. Good morning. Ariel stares at her in a daze. For a moment, hey Leia, when the cultural exchange festival begins? Leia asks in surprise, cultural exchange festival. Ariel nods. You know, students from neighboring countries will visit our school. I see. Anyway, when the festival starts, I'll introduce you as my friend. Why? Leia ponders. Can you introduce me as your best friend instead? Ariel squeals happily. Of course. Leia bursts into laughter. Aha. Seeing this, Rose and Melissa also smile. A few days later, on the day of the Cultural Exchange Festival, a group of people steps into the school courtyard. They are from Leo's Academy of Lysia Kingdom and Menti's Academy of Consortio Kingdom. Inside the library, excited whispers resound as The second prince of Lysia Kingdom, Vincent, arrives. He remarks in awe, "This library is quite large." At the same time, she is in charge of carrying books and tidying up. Along the way, seeing her classmates laughing and chatting, she unconsciously smiles too. Esteban suddenly walks up and says, "You look quite happy." Leia answers, "Because the festive atmosphere makes the library so lively. I'm also glad that our club activities are extended because of it." Just then, voices echo nearby. "Have you seen the second prince of Lysia Kingdom yet?" "Not yet." "Is he really that handsome?" Waiting until the two walk away, Leia chuckles. "Everyone has been talking about it all day." Esteban asks curiously, "What about you, Leia?" "I don't know," as everyone is filled with curiosity suddenly. Three people approach and say, I need to find a book." Leia quickly responds, "Ah. Yes, let me help you." Esteban says, "See you later." Saying that, he leaves. He mutters to himself, "That face." On another side, Leia asks curiously, "What book are you looking for?" The girl replies, "I need a history book." "Ah, history books are kept in the back section. This library is a bit tricky to navigate, so let me lead you there." "Really? Thank you so much." Leia turns to the two guards. Are you two looking for books too?" Without waiting for them to answer, the girl says, "I can go on my own." They call out in panic, "Wait, you're high?" The person beside him quickly stops him. Unaware of anything, Leia continues to guide her inside. "This is the area that holds all the history books in this library. Finding your way back is quite difficult, so I'll wait here while you search for your book." "Thank you." Saying that, she goes off to look for books. Leia looks at the disorganized books on the shelf and thinks, these books haven't been rearranged yet. These shelves are also a bit wobbly. I must be careful, thinking back last time. It was right here as well, and now I can smile so comfortably. All of this is thanks to Senior Esteban." Suddenly the girl cries out, "Found it, I found the book. Ah, that's great, so now we can head back." As she speaks, she suddenly shouts, "Watch out!" On the bookshelf behind the girl, several books fall rapidly. Hearing the shout, the girl stands dazed, not understanding what is happening. By the time she turns around, the entire bookshelf topples down. Leia can only shout, "Watch out," while the girl wide-eyes and gazes up blankly as the bookshelf falls ever closer. Leia thinks urgently, "Oh no. I won't make it in time. I need to do something fast without drawing a magic circle." Breaking into a cold sweat, she opens her mouth and chants a spell. Hearing no crash, the girl opens her eyes. By now, both the books and the bookshelf levitate in midair under Leia's magic. The girl gasps in amazement, "Wow!" Leia stands stunned for a moment before letting out a sigh of relief. It worked. Not every mage can cast magic using only their mind, because every spell requires precise calculations to avoid making even the slightest error, like doing complex math in one's head. As she thinks, the books float back into place one by one, and the bookshelf writes itself automatically. To lighten the mood, Leia steps forward and says, "I guess being in the magic department comes in handy at times like this." The girl admires her, saying, "So cool." Leia reaches out her hand. "It's not very safe here, let's head back." The girl agrees. The two quickly step outside. Seeing them, two guards rush over in panic. "What happened to the princess?" Holding her hand like a child. "You must have caused trouble again, Your Highness." Leia is stunned, asking, "What princess?" "I didn't. It was almost an accident, but fortunately nothing happened," the girl defends. Esteban steps up and asks, "An accident? What happened?" "A shelf almost fell on me, but this amazing friend saved my life." Leia shakes her head. "It's no big deal. Even if I don't understand magic, you still saved my life. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Caroline Den's Consortio, first princess of the Consortio Kingdom." Leia pauses briefly, then hurriedly curtsies. "Greetings, Your Highness, I am Leia Ambrose." Esteban also introduces himself. "Greetings, Your Highness, I am Esteban, second Prince of Astoria. I believe this is our first meeting. Indeed, this is my first time visiting this empire." Leia thinks helplessly, "How did I end up trapped between two royals?" Caroline suddenly turns to her. "Leia, I want to reward you for saving my life." She quickly shakes her head. "No, there's no need. Do you like monetary rewards, or I can treat you as an honored guest whenever you visit Consortio?" Leia stammers, no, I only did what I should. Caroline exclaims in excitement, oh my goodness, you are so humble. Leia freezes, asterisk, that's not it at all. Esteban leans in and whispers softly, you should accept Her Highness's kindness, since her kingdom needs to save face as well. Leia says reluctantly, ah, then it is my honor. Your Highness, Caroline smiles brightly, oh, come on, no need to be so formal with me. Shortly after, in the gymnasium waiting room, students are intently warming up, with Ariel's help. Leia stretches while thinking, I feel like I'm slowly straying off course from the life of a side character. Ariel suddenly says, I heard the Prince of Lysia Kingdom will join this class with us. You know, that handsome prince, no wonder everyone is buzzing ack. Seeing her wince, Ariel stops and asks, are you okay? I know your body is quite fragile, but Leia breaks into a cold sweat. I know, so don't poke me. Just then a figure walks past. It is Vincent. Seeing him, the female students swoon. Wow, just like the rumors. See, isn't he so handsome? Leia thinks thoughtfully, asterisk him, but compared to those three. Ah, I'm being rude. The teacher suddenly blows a whistle and says, gather round, today we will pair up for duels. He leans closer to Ariel and whispers, don't forget, you are Astoria's hope. Then he shouts, everyone do your best, but be careful not to get hurt. Yes, sir, the students chant. After a while, a female student approaches Leia on the ring. May I have the honor of dueling with you? Please go easy on me. Leia shakes her head, saying, no need to be so formal. Noticing her attention wandering to the adjacent arena, the female student from Lysia asks in confusion, excuse me? Leia doesn't answer, thinking to herself, so the opposite ring is Ariel's arena. Her opponent happens to be the center of attention, Vincent. That's why the teacher said Ariel is Astoria's hope. The teacher suddenly shouts, all right. Match start. Not long after the whistle sounds, Leia is already defeated. Ouch! The female student from Lysia rushes over. Are you all right? Leia stands up while rubbing her rear. I'm fine, my physical condition is just a bit weak. Seems like everyone else is done too, huh? Oh, but on the nearby ring, Vincent says, shouldn't we wrap this up as well? Ariel asks back, wrap up? Does that mean I'm the winner? Vincent replies, of course it's me, I hate losing. Hearing this, Ariel says, then we have a problem because I hate losing too. Vincent curls his lips and lunges silently. He swings his arm, throwing a straight punch at Ariel's face. She quickly steps back, plants her foot firmly, catches Vincent's fist with her right hand, turns and pulls him forcefully toward herself, slamming him down hard in a shoulder throw. With a loud thud, Vincent lies flat on the floor, soundly defeated. Ariel smiles, looks like I win. Vincent stares blankly at the ceiling, as if still unable to comprehend why he lost. After a long moment, he stands up and says, good match. Ariel replies, you too. Stepping down from the ring, she cries out, Leia, I won. Leia praises her, well done. Ah, I'm so hungry, what's for dinner tonight? Under Vincent's dazed gaze, Leia answers, I'm not sure. Ariel hopes there is meat. Melissa claps her hands, saying, you were so cool, Ari. Tonight's dinner will have, mid-sentence, she freezes. Noticing Melissa's swollen red arm, Leia asks anxiously, are you injured? Melissa answers truthfully, I fell and sprained my wrist. Leia cries in panic, what? Quick, let's go to the infirmary. Melissa shakes her head, it's fine, it's not that serious. Ariel frowns, what? It's completely swollen, let me take you. Soon after, in the infirmary, the healer pulls back her hands. All done, Ariel and Leia sigh in relief together. Thank you. No need to thank me, it's my job. After all, your body seems to respond very well to healing magic. Have you ever considered taking a healing magic aptitude test? Melissa hesitates. I don't think that's necessary. People with healing magic are quite rare, right? So there's no way I have it. Leia frowns. How can you be so sure? Ariel nods in agreement. Yeah, wouldn't it be awesome if you had that power? I'll think about it. Seeing her stand up, Leia hesitates. Melissa. Melissa stops. They say less than 2% of mages can use healing magic. She pauses for a moment. I don't want to get my hopes up, only to be disappointed. Leia hesitates and calls out Melissa shortly after in the school courtyard, where a teleportation magic circle is set up. Vincent holds a bouquet of flowers and says solemnly, Ariel, I want to officially ask you to start a romantic relationship with me. Ariel replies awkwardly, Sorry, I don't want to date anyone right now. Not far away, Caroline says, if you visit Consortio, I'll give you the room right next to Mine, Leia answers, but I don't know if I'll have the chance to go. Then should I send you an official invitation right now? Leia hurriedly stops her. No, no need. When I have the chance, I will definitely come. The magic circle begins to activate. Caroline waves, saying, "See you later." Leia smiles and waves. Back, the magic circle flashes with light, and everyone is swiftly teleported away. Leia looks up and says, "Ah, the snow is falling early this year, isn't it? I think things will be quieter from now on." Right then, a scarf is gently draped over her shoulders. "Leia, you should dress warmer." Esteban smiles as he looks at her. Leia asks in surprise, "Senor Esteban, it's so cold, why are you wrapping your scarf around me?" "Because it's cold, that's why I'm giving it to you, so you don't get sick." Leia's face flushes slightly. "Aha. Is it because I'm an important member of the book club? You could say that. You are very important and precious." Leia freezes. Right at that moment, a coat drapes over her head. Anphia steps forward, saying, "I knew it. Why are you standing out in the snow without a coat?" Esteban's smile instantly turns cold. "I told you not to touch her without permission." Anphius cuts in. "She said I could, didn't she?" Leia asks blankly. "Huh, ah yes, it's fine." Anphius continues, "You're frail, so you need to stay even warmer." "I didn't think it'd be this cold." Anphius frowns. "From now on, you must wear 3 extra layers whenever you go outside." Leia grumbles, "If I wear that much, how am I supposed to move?" Anphius pats her head. "Are you talking back?" Esteban interjects. "No matter how many layers she wears, standing out here will still feel cold. It's better if she goes inside." Rose asks from a distance, "Hey, is that a love triangle?" Ariel grunts in annoyance. "I don't like this at all." She walks up and calls to Leia, "I'm so cold, let's head inside." Leia turns around in surprise. Ariel adds, "You two should head inside to escape the cold as well. See you later." Anphia stammers, "Ah, yeah, bye." Esteban nods calmly. "See you during club activities." Anphius glares at him, but Esteban completely ignores it. Both slowly turn and leave. On the way back to the dormitory, Rose softly calls out, "Leia." She turns in curiosity. Which one do you like?" Ariel cuts in immediately. "Me, of course." Leia replies with a smile, "Right, of course it's Ariel." Suddenly, a familiar voice speaks up. "Do you even know what they're talking about?" Lupri approaches slowly from afar. "Ah, hello, Lupri," taking off his gloves. Without a word, he puts them onto Leia's hands. Breaking into a cold sweat, she asks, "You too? I'm already warm enough. And these gloves are way too big. I just don't want to lose them." Ariel turns pale with shock, holding her head as she screams, "You too!" Seeing this, Rose says, "You're just like an overprotective mother." Ariel hurriedly claims her territory. "Hey, Leia said she likes me, got it." "Yeah, right, congratulations." Leia looks at him in surprise. When did he get so tall?" She then asks, "Did you grow taller? Weren't we almost the same height at the start of the year?" "Yeah, I shot up overnight, just kidding, I know." Right then, snowflakes begin to fall. Rose happily cheers. "Wow, the snow is piling up. Does anyone want to have a snowball fight?" Lupri replies, "I don't want to," before the words leave his mouth. A snowball hits him straight in the face. Ariel holds another snowball tightly in her hand. "You think you can escape? Fine, let me at you." "Cheater! I was talking," Lupri retorts. "You threw it at my face while I was talking too." Leia hurriedly stops them. "Don't fight, you two." Soon after, Ariel and Lupri make peace. Rose smiles and says, "Leia, use a recording spell to capture this moment." Ariel shouts in anger, "You're dead meat." Facing the incoming snowballs, Rose laughs loudly. "Wow, this is enough to build a snowman. The snow just keeps falling." "Rose, you're always so optimistic, aren't you? But look, isn't it super cute?" Afterwards, on a certain afternoon in the library, Leia remarks, "It feels just like exam season." Without stopping his work, Esteban says, "Go get some dinner." "What about you, senior?" "I'm used to skipping meals." "So it's fine, but you shouldn't skip meals." "I'm really fine." "No, eating regular meals is very important." Esteban stands stunned. Turns around. "What?" Leia reaches her hand out. "Come on, let's leave the work here and go grab a bite." Esteban widens his eyes at her hand, his own hand lifting slightly before freezing. "If I take your hand, I don't think I can ever let go." Leia asks back in bewilderment, "What?" Esteban does not answer, only turns around and says, "All right then, I'll go eat. Go find a place to rest for a bit, We'll be done in no time." Leia pouts her cheeks. A little sulky, "Let's do it together or else you won't eat." Leia pauses after speaking, Then. Hurry up, okay? I got it, don't worry." And so Leia goes outside to find a spot to rest, when she sees Lupri sleeping soundly. On the bench, she walks over and watches him for a moment, then smiles, thinking she wishes Senior Esteban would rest even half as much as Lupri. Remembering Lupri's words, "Honestly, I don't know what to do here either. I know so many things because I've been taught since I was small. I feel this life is meaningless and time just stretches endlessly." Though Lupri once said he does not sleep to rest, she speaks up at this point. "Lupri, let's go eat." He cracks an eye open. Leia, just a few more minutes." Leia nods. "All right, I have to wait for Senior Esteban anyway." Lupri looks at her in silence for a moment, then asks, "Leia, may I touch your hair?" Of course," reaching out his hand to gently stroke her hair, Leia whispers, "Faded with a touch of silver." Lupri does not hear clearly and asks back, "What's that?" Leia explains, "I've come to like my hair color more ever since you called it faded. With a touch of silver. You didn't like it before." "Well, no one likes dull silver, even if it's the same concept. Faded with a touch of silver feels warmer." Lupri pauses briefly, then smiles as well, "Because it is a warm color. A warm color. Like an extremely precious silver ring that I only want to gaze at forever. It is very beautiful." Just as the words leave his mouth, a sudden loud crash echoes, followed by someone shouting, "Esteban, you're bleeding." Leia hurriedly stands up. Inside the library, someone continues, "You suddenly dropped it and scared me to death." Esteban sits up and replies, my hand slipped." "I'm fine, you go ahead." Leia steps forward and says, "You are not fine at all." Esteban turns around. "Leia, I'm really fine, it's just a light paper cut." "See, a tiny cut." Leia breathes out a sigh, grabs his hand and pulls him along. "Come on, let me apply some ointment first." The two walk outside. Hearing footsteps, Lupri raises his head to look over. Seeing this, Esteban looks thoughtful. He lowers his head and gazes down at the hand pulling him along. He thinks to himself, "What should I do? Now I truly do not want to let go." At noon that day, along the corridor outside the library, Leia, Esteban, and Lupri walk side by side. Leia, still full of worry, asks, "Are you sure you don't need to go to the infirmary?" Esteban replies with a smile, "Of course, I think your treatment is much more effective." Suddenly, a commotion breaks out. This isn't good, should we stop them?" Leia gasps in surprise. "That's Len and Leo." On the other side, Len grabs Leo by the collar and speaks angrily, "I told you to watch your mouth." Leo shouts back, "What about you? You have no right to act high and mighty with me." Leia tries to squeeze through. "Excuse me, please let me through, please." Leo continues, shouting, "Take a look at yourself first." Len retorts instantly, hearing their exchange. Leia hurriedly yells, "You two stop it." Esteban pushes his way in. "Wait." Leia pauses. "Senior Esteban," he cautions her, "if you're not careful, you'll get hurt." Lupri, watch over her. "Luthkia, go inform the infirmary that 2 students are on their way." Luthkia answers, "Got it." Esteban adds, "And I need those 3 over there to lend me a hand." They quickly agree. "All right." Leo is still shouting, "You jerk, I'm gonna." At that moment, a male student suddenly strikes his neck. At the same time, Len is knocked unconscious on the spot by another male student. The remaining female student quickly catches them both. Esteban says, "All right, let's carry them." Soon after, in the infirmary, both are laid on beds. The nurse says, "They will wake up soon and start shouting again. Their mood will be terrible, so anyone who isn't a friend, please step out." Esteban turns to tell the students, "Thank you, everyone." They answer in unison, "You're welcome, we'll take our leave." Leia silently gazes at the hospital beds. Lion and Leo are still fast asleep. She recalls the other students' words from earlier. Is it those 2 from the administration department again? What a pair of troublemakers. Then she wonders to herself, what could have driven 2 best friends to fight like this? Esteban reassures her, "Don't worry too much. I will speak with the professor in charge so that they only lose points." "Thank you, Senior Esteban. Cheer up. Even if things aren't fine, I will take care of it. See you later." With that, the door closes. Someone chuckles softly, "Oh ho, how sweet." Not long after, Leo wakes up. Damn. My head doesn't hurt." Leia speaks up immediately. "Leo, are you feeling better?" Leia Lupri, why are you two here? He glances at the adjacent bed, his face immediately darkening as he stands up to leave the room. Leia hurriedly calls out. Wait, Leo, but he does not stop, as the door slams shut with a slam. Lion bolts upright. Ow, my head ought to hurt, but it doesn't at all. The nurse says helplessly, honestly. You two are cut from the same cloth. Time passes gradually. Leia asks in surprise. What, they fought because? Flashback to that morning inside the library. Len rests his chin on his hand, deep in thought about something. Looking annoyed as he stares toward the door, then stands up, frowning and muttering. Where is he? Saying so, Lion steps outside. At that moment, Leo is standing outside chatting. When he sees him coming out, he speaks up, Hey, Len. Len frowns, his voice brimming with irritation. You still remember we agreed to meet at 5 o'clock, right? Leo approaches, slinging an arm over his shoulder and answering cheerfully. Of course, I just got caught up talking. Is all. Len angrily shoves his hand away. If you were standing right in front of the door talking, would it have been that hard to give me a heads up? Leo responds, sorry about that. Shall we go study then? Do you even know the difference between being comfortable and being rude? Leo stops in his tracks, his voice losing its friendly tone. What is this? You think you're so great, you're even worse than me. What did you just say? After hearing the whole story from Ariel, Leia asks, breaking out in a sweat. It was over something like that, she nods. That's what they said. They are so close, I never thought a day would come when they'd bicker like that. But I guess if you and I can get angry and make up, they will be fine too, right? Though we didn't make up right away either. Ariel crosses her arms and nods. True enough. Saying this, the two look at each other and burst into laughter. I forgot my notebook. Wait for me here, Leia, I'll go. With you, Ariel asks back. Are you kidding? It'll be faster if I go alone. Leia pauses. Yeah, true. And so Leia stands alone, waiting, thinking to herself, I hope those two make up soon. The longer it drags on, the harder it becomes. From afar, Anpheus approaches. Leia, why? Do you look so down, worried about the exams? I trust you will do well. That's not it. Then why did you look so gloomy this morning? Because I've been waiting for my friend for so long, so I feel a bit bored. Really? Don't you have to go to class? I think I will stay a little longer with this gloomy, bored girl. I'm fine. Suddenly she sneezes. Anpheus immediately says, Didn't I tell you to dress warmly? You should wear at least 5 or 6 layers. I am wearing many layers. Right now, see, I'm even wearing a scarf. Anpheus sighs helplessly. Sigh, give me your hand. She wonders, my hand? Anpheus takes off his gloves and puts them on. How can you say you dressed warmly? He blows warm breath into her palms. When your hands are this bright red, Leia blushes. Senior Anpheus. He raises his head, then lowers it again before falteringly asking, You know, lately I've become quite kind. So this. Before Leia's bewildered gaze, Anpheus steps closer. Standing right next to her, as the sun rises higher and higher, Anpheus lowers his head and places a soft kiss on her hand. His face turns flush red, his eyes filled with affection, his voice gentle. I am not joking around. You know, the air between them suddenly grows tense. Just then Ariel returns. Leia, I'm back, oh, senior. Anpheus, hello. Anpheus blushes and says, Hello, well, I'll be leaving first. Ariel asks curiously, why did he suddenly run off? Like that, so suspicious. Did something just happen? Or what? Leia stammers, no, nothing. Listen carefully, Leia, you shouldn't fall for just anyone, and you must be extremely cautious because you are super cute. Just like an angel and so extremely adorable. Leia says in surprise, Ari. Don't tease me. In the hallway outside the classroom, Melissa says gloomily, I hate this. Ariel offers a comforting smile. Hang in there, Melissa, only one subject left. You mean continental creatures, but this is a group exam and we might get scary beasts to deal with, right? Leia replies absent-mindedly, yeah, Ariel notices this and tilts her head, whispering, she has been like this for days. She hasn't been feeling well since the first day of exams. Melissa asks curiously, is she sick? Ariel gently shakes her head, I don't think so. Meanwhile, Leia recalls the moment Anpheus kissed her hand, thinking to herself, but it's Senior Anpheus after all, asterisk. He surely isn't serious. But why would he do that to someone like me? The more she thinks, the redder her face. Flushes, after walking for a while, Ariel suddenly exclaims, "Oh my gosh, that magic beast looks terrifying enough to make me forget what I was thinking." The students around them seem to share the same thought. On the podium, Professor H. Vin of Continental Creatures says seriously, "Is everyone present? I will explain the exam rules. Each team will consist of 2 students from each department: administration, magic, and swordsmanship. Students from the swordsmanship department will attack the magic beast. Students from the magic department will protect the administration students and support the swordsmanship students and the students. The administration department restrains the magic beast. Remember, the goal of this exam is not to slay the beast, but to subdue and control it. Here is the group list I prepared in advance. Find your names and gather with your teams." With a snap of fingers, the names Len, Clarion, and Leo appear on the board behind them. The 2 who were just bickering freeze in place. After a moment, Leo turns and shouts, "What? I have to be in a group with you." Len immediately snaps back, "I should be the one saying that." Ariel and Leia watch helplessly, saying, "Will those 2 really be okay?" Not long after the exam ends, exhausted, Leia steps down. "It is over," Melissa praises her. "Great job, Leia," Rose asks. "Leia, your group came in first place, right? The 2 swordsmanship department students in your team are incredible. Just running after them to support them is enough to exhaust our Leia." Rose chuckles. "Ha ha, asterisk Leia thinks to herself, asterisk MMH, but luckily my teammates shine so bright that my magic looks completely ordinary next to theirs." She raises her head and asks, "Is it the last group's turn now?" Over on the other side, Len and Leo step forward. Len warns, "Do not make mistakes and do not get in my way." Leo retorts immediately, "Worry about yourself first." Without saying a word, Irina unleashes her magic. Struck by the attack, the magic beast lets out a roar and crashes heavily to the ground. Len and Leo quickly move forward with the leg shackles. Len says, "Do not just stand there daydreaming." Leo answers, "You are the one who missed your aim." Just then, the beast that seemed unconscious suddenly opens its eyes. Len notices nothing, still busy arguing with Leo. "Fine, fine, get the cuffs ready." Before he finishes his sentence, a massive tail whips across. Len gasps as he flies straight through the air. Leo screams in panic, "Len!" The magic beast stands up, opening its mouth to gather energy. The instant the strike is about to fall upon Len, Leo dashes over recklessly. The instructor shouts in shock, "Leo!" He wraps his arms around Len, shielding him with his own back. In that perilous moment, the beast abruptly freezes. The instructor hurries over, asking, "Are you 2 all right? He needs to go to the infirmary," Leo stammers. "Why, yes, sir." Seeing him dash off, frantically carrying Len on his back, the instructor stands dazed. "Huh, I did not mean for you to piggyback him away." At the infirmary, Sis says, "I have finished treating you." Leo gazes anxiously at the hospital bed. Sis continues, "He will wake up soon as well. I am stepping outside. If you like, you may rest here for a while." With that, she leaves the room. Silence settles over the space. After a quiet moment, Leo suddenly speaks up, "Hey, stop pretending to sleep. Get up." Len opens his eyes and sits up, asking, "Did you carry me here?" Leo nods. "Yeah, carrying you felt like my back was going to break, though it is partly my fault for getting distracted." Len replies coldly, "That is right." An awkward silence falls between the 2. After a moment, Leo sighs and says, "I am sorry. I reflected on it and realized I was too careless. I never meant to take you for granted. It is just because we are so close. Anyway, I will leave now so you can rest." Just as he stands up, Len speaks softly, "Me too, I am sorry." Leo freezes in place. "Huh. I did not hear a thing." Len raises his voice in annoyance. "I said I am sorry, happy now." Leo grins playfully. "Oh, my ears must be injured, I cannot hear you." Enraged, Len grabs a pillow, smashes it against Leo, and yells, "I said I am sorry, you idiot." "Happy now," Leo chuckles. "Did you just hit me?" "Yes, I did." "So what?" The 2 begin to playfully scrap with each other. The noise reaches Sis outside. She smiles and shakes her head. They say bickering helps kids grow up, but in the end, she is the one who has to do all the hard work. Later that afternoon. Leo shouts joyfully, exams are over, to mark the return of Class 1A's troublemaking duo of the administration department. Leo and Len chant in unison. Let us go somewhere to blow off some steam. Ejin grabs them both by their shirts and scolds angrily. Who is going where? Go get measured for your new uniforms right now. Leo and Len turn their heads away with a loud HMPH. Rose watches them helplessly, who would have thought these two were just fighting earlier. Not long. After in the Academy's tailoring room, while Leia and Ariel pick out clothes outside. Rose, Leo, and Len walk into the fitting room together. Len asks with a smile, "Oh, classmate Rose isn't getting measured?" Leo chimed in, "Huh, did classmate Rose not grow taller at all?" Rose's face turns cold, "Watch your mouth." A second later, a scream echoes inside, "Gak, why did you punch me in the stomach?" Outside, Ejin mentions that there is a grilled skewer stall nearby. Melissa suggests that they go try it. Ejin nods, "Sure, the school year flew by so fast. We are second years now, but we still have our field trip and winter break ahead of us." "Forget all that," Rose suddenly shouts. "A carriage, I will go grab one for us first." Leo and Len yell back. "Hey, how dare you cut ahead of us?" Leia sighs. How does she still have so much energy after walking? For hours straight? Honestly? Suddenly someone staggers past. Ejin glances over and mutters, "There seem to be quite a few drunk people out tonight. We should be careful." Melissa spots something up ahead. She stays silent for a few seconds, then turns around and says, "Guys, why don't we take a different path?" Leia asks in surprise. "Huh, but everyone is going this way. Why do you want to take another route?" "Come on, let us go," Melissa calls out anxiously. "Leia, wait." But before she finishes her sentence, Leia's face turns pale. Right in front of her, a coachman helps Count Ambrose down from a carriage. "My Lord Count, are you all right? It is time to return." Count Ambrose stumbles forward, whispering a single name under his breath. "Iris." Leia's eyes widen. Beside her, Melissa urges her to take another path. Leia stays. Silent, clenching her fists tightly, Count Ambrose's voice drifts over again, "My beloved Iris. Why did you not take me with you?" The coachman panicked, "My lord." "Count, please stand up." Count Ambrose snaps his head up, his voice cold and filled with resentment. "It is all because of that wretched girl. Just because Iris wanted to give birth to a thing like her. She should never have done that. She should never have been born." He staggers forward, calling out, "Iris." Melissa looks worried, but Leia says calmly, "The others must be far ahead by now. Let us catch up, or we will be stuck out here all night." In the quiet night within the academy grounds, Leia walks forward, telling herself, "I must stop thinking and keep moving forward otherwise." Suddenly, a drop of water falls onto her nose. She whispers, "Rain." A sudden torrential downpour crashes down. Leia hurriedly covers her head and runs. The rain grows heavier, and Leia finally finds shelter beneath a tree canopy. That is right. This is who I truly am. A terrible thing unworthy of happiness, someone who should never have existed in this world. I forgot simply because everyone here treats me so warmly. Long ago on a stormy night, young Leia held her head and cried out, "Ah, where is Iris? Where is she?" She walked up to a room, her father's bedroom. As she hesitated outside, thunder clapped, making her shriek, "Ah!" Hearing the scream, Count Ambrose opens the door immediately. "Who is there?" Leia stammers, "Father, I am sorry, I was so scared. Can I stay here? I promise I will just sit quietly in a corner." Count Ambrose turns around and says, "Come in." After Leia gets onto the bed, Count Ambrose gently pats the blanket, holding a book in his hand. "This is the only time, do you understand?" Leia murmurs softly. "Yes," back in the present, Leia thinks. In silence, Father only did that on a whim, yet that fleeting act of kindness left a warmth that lingers in my heart to this day. When will Father and I ever stop hurting each other? Under the pitter-patter of the rain, a cloak suddenly drapes over her head. Stunned, Leia turns around. She stands up, looking at the cloak draped around her shoulders, and then down at the fresh footprints on the wet ground. Silence falls over the scene. The next morning, Leia sneezes repeatedly. Ariel asks with concern, "Are you really okay?" "Yeah, I am fine, achoo. I told you healing magic cannot cure a cold, oh dear." Right then, the instructor announces, This is the birthplace of the great sage Amphius, and his master lived nearby as well. Leia thinks to herself, there are so many tourists here, but it makes sense given it is the birthplace of the great sage. Ariel suddenly says, Leia, I think we should head back so you can rest. Instructor, Leia gasps in surprise in the end. Due to her cold, it is decided that Leia will join the next group. Looking down at the cloak wrapped around herself, she cannot help but wonder whose cloak is this. I want to at least thank them. Just then a sudden chill runs down Leia's spine. She looks up toward a long-haired man standing in the corner, wondering in her heart, what is this? I can feel the murderous intent in his magic. As if sensing her gaze, the man suddenly speaks. Are there still traces of Che's blessing here? Even after 1,000 years, nothing has changed, yet it remains beautiful. Stunned, Leia thinks Che's blessing. The man asks if she thinks so too. Leia pauses, yes, the relic is truly beautiful. As she speaks, she tells herself, act natural. Are you a student at Astoria Academy? He asks. Yes, she answers, thinking to herself, if I say the wrong thing, I will die. Seeing her fearful look, he asks, then why are you sitting here all alone? You look pale, Leia quickly explains. It is because I caught a cold. He reaches out, gently touching her forehead with his fingers, rubbing it softly before saying, you do have a mild fever. But surely it is not bad enough to make you break into a cold sweat, is it? Leia freezes completely, stammering, The man smirks, telling her to take care. One glance is enough for me to tell how fragile your body is. He turns around. I came here to see something I missed, but I never expected to find another beautiful thing. Well then, I wish you a speedy recovery. Goodbye. Farewell. As soon as his voice fades, he disappears. Leia thinks in surprise he uses high-level magic without needing any tools or incantations. A few days later, at the year-end banquet, murmurs echo through the hall. I wonder who will be chosen for this year's Astrum honors. Probably Irina, right? Since she is a final-year student. And also this year's student council president. Leia is surprised. Astrum. Ariel explains, they select one student who contributed the most over the past year. Rose adds, it's like an award. This school really has so many events. Just then, the principal's voice resounds. Good evening, everyone. Students, you have all completed this academic year wonderfully. We hope you will always remember that Astoria Academy is always ready to support you. Next, we would like to truly honor this year's Astrum. Please welcome fourth-year student Irina Kott. To step forward, Irina steps up. Kali gently places the crown upon her head. Applause immediately erupts throughout the hall. Kali speaks up. They say during his school days, the first prince was very lazy, though despite sharing the same bloodline. She is entirely different. Congratulations, Irina. May the prosperity and honor of GH endure forever. Thank you, everyone. It is now time to open this year-end banquet. I hope everyone enjoys tonight to the fullest at Astoria Academy. Music swells. Ariel steps forward and asks, beautiful young lady, may I have the honor of dancing with you? Leia blushes, calling Ariel's name softly. He smiles playfully and asks, you don't want to? With that, the two step onto the dance floor and begin to dance. As the music ends, both bow simultaneously and say, see you later. Leia smiles softly and thinks, Ari is quite a good dancer too. He. Lupri approaches and says, I am a great dancer as well, you know. Leia turns in surprise. Lupri, I'm not very good at dancing, though. Lupri answers, it doesn't matter, I am good enough for the both of us. The two step out to dance. Leia chuckles and says, thank you, I didn't expect you to enjoy things like this. Lupri nods, I will just dance until the end of this song and then leave. You aren't planning on leaving right away, are you? Lupri replies, that would be a waste. Leia asks curiously, Shortly after the dance concludes, Leia whispers to herself, I should rest for a moment. Before her words fade, Amphius wraps his arm around her waist. Who permitted you to rest? Leia freezes. The two sway to the music. Are you not even going to look at me? Is it because I'm too handsome? Leia feels annoyed. What on earth? Amphius smiles and says, I am glad you finally gave me a glance before this dance ends. This hairstyle and dress suit you so well. You look beautiful. Leia's face turns bright red. Please. Don't tease me. He who's teasing you anyway. See you later. He leaves and not Long after Esteban steps up beside Leia, she gasps in surprise, "Ah, Senor Esteban, may I ask for a dance with you? You look lovely tonight as well." "Me? Ariel helped me with my hair so. Ah, is this a habit of yours?" Esteban pauses. Complimenting someone's beauty. The first time we met, you complimented me like that too." Esteban pauses for a moment. "I don't know if it's a habit because I only compliment you, and every word comes straight from my heart." Her heart skips a beat. Blushing crimson, she asks, "What?" Nearby, Ariel asks curiously whether His Highness is Leia's final dance partner tonight. Because she seems completely exhausted. Even so, she looks so happy. The next day, Leia opens her eyes and lets out a soft groan. My head. Last night was so fun that I had a few drinks and now," Ariel asks worriedly, "are you okay, Zia?" "Yeah, I think so. Oh, you never drink alcohol again." After a moment, Ariel hands over a letter. "Here is your report card." Leia accepts it. "Thank you." She opens the letter to check her grades, then sighs in relief. 16th place, how lucky. Meanwhile, Melissa asks, "Ari, you placed third this time, right?" Ariel answers, "Yeah, my grades dropped a bit." Hearing this, Leia turns to look over. Ariel says with a smile, "Actually, I had a feeling I wouldn't do so well. I thought I would be terribly disappointed, but seeing it now, I don't feel that bad. Once I let it go, I feel free." "Really?" Ariel nods. "Yeah, because not coming in first place doesn't mean I'm terrible, right?" Leia smiles, thinking, I'm glad she isn't weighing her heart down over this. What do you guys plan to do this break?" "I'm not sure yet." Right, Zia, you can stay with me this break." Leia asks in surprise, "With you?" Rose hugs her happily. "Well, last break Melissa monopolized you. How about it? Come stay at my house, Zia." Leia replies with a smile, "Hee, all right, all right." Rose immediately cheers, "Let me pack our bags right now." Honestly, who could stop her? Ariel adds, "We'll come visit you too before the break ends." Leia silently ponders whether Rose's family will like her. Just then, she recalls Esteban's encouraging words. "Leia, you are far more wonderful than you think," she murmurs to herself. "Yeah, it'll be fine." Soon after, at Rose's house, "Mom, Dad, I'm home." Rose runs inside quickly and throws herself into her father's arms. "I'm back." Rose's father smiles. "Welcome home." Leia says softly, "Hello, everyone. My name is Leia. May I stay with Rose during this break?" He replies with a smile, "Of course, please make yourself at home." Rose looks around the house curiously. "Where's Mom? I don't see her anywhere." She just stepped out. She said she needs venison to entertain our guest." "Oh, Mom, that'll take days then." My mom is Leona. She's a hunter." Leia nods. I see." Suddenly, heavy footsteps thud along with shouts, "Sister Rose, Sister Rose." Then she screams out loud, Rose's little siblings." Elios and Ketty frown and say, "What took you so long, sister?" "Yeah, you promised to take us to the market when you got back." "Hurry, let's go." Rose smiles and says, "Listen here, you kids. This big sister here isn't like us. She needs to rest to regain her strength." "Yeah, she looks really fragile, doesn't she? So we'll go after the sun sets, okay?" "Okay, let's go play something now." Rose gently shakes her head. "Running like that, they're going to fall again for sure." "My kids are pretty hyper, aren't they?" No, not at all. Everyone is so cheerful and full of energy." "Thank you for praising them. Why don't you go upstairs and rest now?" "Yes, thank you, sir." That afternoon on the street, Rose says nervously, "Slow down, keep your money safe." Elios turns back and replies, "I'm not a kid." "Haha, your brother is so cute." Rose shakes her head. "That's only because you've only been with them for a day." Just then, a man bumps into Elios. Right as the man passes by the two, Elios screams, My purse." Rose quickly approaches and asks, "What's wrong? Where did you drop it?" The boy answers, "No, I tied it right here. Could it be?" Leia turns her head toward that man and shouts out loud, "Pickpocket." Elios and Ketty look back in shock. Leia reaches out and points, "It's him." The two children instantly scream, "Robber, quickly stop him." Rose calls after them anxiously, "Wait." Elios, Ketty, honestly, those two brave kids. The two chase after the kids for a while until Leia bends down, panting heavily. Rose tells Leia, "I'll go find them. You go report to the guards and wait for me at home, okay?" "All right." After Rose leaves, Leia looks around while thinking, "I need to go find the guards." Just then, a shadow in an alley catches her attention. Leia thinks to herself, "It's him? Using magic here will probably draw attention, so I'll follow him to his hideout and report to the guards later." So she silently steps behind him. After a while, the man stops in front of a house. Seeing him open the door and step inside, Leia thinks, "Is this his hideout?" At the same time, a familiar voice suddenly sounds beside her. Leia, she gasps in surprise. Senor Esteban, he asks curiously, what are you doing here? What about you, and why are you disguised? He raises a finger to his lips while looking toward the house. SHH? The two stay silent for a moment when footsteps sound again. A group of people walks up to the house. The moment the door opens, someone's hood gets pulled back. Leia thinks in shock the first. Prince, the current emperor has not yet chosen a successor. With 3 qualified children to inherit the throne, it is no surprise that the nobles divide into factions based on who they think is most fit. The first prince is especially famous throughout the empire for his intense desire for power. And by tradition, the royal family members who inherit red eyes will be the heir to the throne. The factions involved in this power struggle are very likely. Before long, murmurs resonate from inside. A few of our funding sources have been cut off. Ha, surely that Esteban fellow is behind this again. Have we obtained the list of his supporters yet? We have a rough estimate, but there is still no concrete proof. Esteban and Leia draw closer. The voices inside become clearer. Then prepare to eliminate Baron Nobka first. After that, inform Count Ambrose. Leia thinks in shock, what did they just? She unconsciously takes a step forward, accidentally stepping on a branch. The voices inside immediately stop. Esteban quickly pulls Leia and runs. At the same time, a vigilant shout echoes from inside. There's someone outside, catch them quickly. After running far away, Esteban stops and asks, are you okay? Leia replies, yes, I'm sorry for slowing you down. I don't think she can keep running. It's fine, but it might get a little dangerous. Can't we pretend to be passers-by? They will discover my eye color right away. And I cannot disguise these eyes with any magic. Before his words finish, shouts ring out from afar. They couldn't have gone far quickly. Surround them. Esteban contemplates for a moment, then suddenly pulls his hair down over his face while saying, Leia, I just thought of a way, but I don't know if it will work. Esteban pushes Leia against the wall, his hand lifting her chin as he whispers, I am sorry, please forgive me just this once. The two gradually lean closer to each other, then begin to share a kiss. Shortly after, the pickpocket chases up as well. HMPH, how am I supposed to search this whole street? Damn it, he mutters in frustration. Nearby, seeing the two embracing, a passerby clicks his tongue softly. The pickpocket turns away, complaining under his breath before walking away. Esteban slowly pulls back, looking at Leia with deep affection. Leia's heart races uncontrollably, her cheeks burning bright red. Senior, she stammers, lost for words. He offers a gentle, reassuring smile. Forgive me, it is the only way to hide my red eyes from them. She nods timidly, her eyes fixated on his face. The danger has passed, but her pounding heart refuses to settle down. Esteban takes her hand softly. Let us get you back safely before anyone else spots us. Leia follows him silently through the quiet streets, feeling a strange, sweet warmth flowering within her chest. Meanwhile, Rose is waiting frantically at home, pacing back and forth near the entrance. Where could she be? Rose worries aloud, wringing her hands. When Leia finally appears, Rose rushes over and pulls her into a tight hug. Thank goodness you're safe. Leia smiles softly, comforting her friend. I am fine, Rose. Everything is all right now. Elios and Ketty run over as well, proudly showing off the recovered coin pouch. We got it back. Rose sighs in relief, though she lightly scolds them for being reckless. Don't ever run off like that again. Night falls gently over the town. The family gathers around the table, sharing laughter and stories. Leia gazes at the warm scene, feeling a cozy sense of belonging she hasn't felt in a long time. Yet in her mind, the lingering touch of Esteban's kiss continues to flicker like soft moonlight. She touches her lips lightly, a gentle smile blooming on her face. Perhaps this break will be far more unforgettable than I ever imagined, she thinks peacefully. Outside the window, stars sparkle softly across the clear night sky. The next morning arrives with crisp sunlight streaming through the curtains. Leia stretches lazily, feeling refreshed after a long, restful sleep. Rose peeks into the room with a bright grin. Good morning, Zia, ready for breakfast. Good morning, Rose, yes, I'm coming, Leia replies happily. Downstairs, the mouth-watering aroma of fresh bread and warm soup fills the room. Rose's mother, Leona, has returned, placing a platter of savory food on the table. "Welcome, young Lady Ambrose," Leona greets with a gentle, confident posture. "Thank you for having me, Lady Leona," Leia bows politely. Everyone eats together amidst lively chatter, creating a heartwarming atmosphere. After breakfast, Rose offers to show Leia around the town's scenic flower gardens. The two girls walk side by side along the cobblestone path, surrounded by blooming blossoms. "It's so peaceful here," Leia remarks, taking in the sweet fragrance of the flowers. "Right, I knew you'd love it," Rose giggles softly. Suddenly, a familiar figure approaches from the opposite end of the garden pathway. It is Esteban, wearing a simple cloak that offsets his striking features. Leia's heart skips a beat as their eyes meet in the sunlight. Rose notices his presence and greets him warmly. "Señor Esteban, what brings you here?" "I happen to be passing by," Esteban answers, his deep voice smooth and mesmerizing. His gaze lingers tenderly on Leia, a soft glimmer hidden beneath his long eyelashes. "Are you taking a walk, Leia?" he asks gently. "Why, yes, Rose is showing me around," she replies, her cheeks warming slightly. Rose smiles knowingly, sensing the sweet chemistry between them. "Why don't you join us, Senior?" Rose suggests playfully. "If Leia does not mind, I would be honored," Esteban replies with a faint bow. Leia shakes her head quickly. "Of course I don't mind." They walk together through the garden, enjoying the tranquil breeze and fragrant air. Esteban gently brushes a stray flower petal from Leia's soft hair. His fingers lightly touch her skin, sending a spark of magic through her heart. "You look beautiful today, Leia," he whispers, so softly that only she can hear. Her eyes widen as she looks into his gaze, a quiet promise hanging beautifully in the air between them. Damn it, not even a shadow is visible, and here I thought today was my lucky day. As he walks over to where Esteban and Leia are standing, the pickpocket is taken aback. Found them. Before he can even finish his sentence, he sees the two of them kissing. The pickpocket backs away. While he is getting tormented by his master, this couple is out here, showering sweet affection right in the middle of the street. Hearing the footsteps fade away, Esteban parts his lips from Leia's. He gently rubs her lips. It worked. Leia tries to brush off her embarrassment. "That's right." Esteban blushes and says, "I am sorry if I made you uncomfortable." Leia's face flushes crimson as well. It is all right. I know you would not do something reckless without reason." "So you trust me that much? There is no one more trustworthy than you. Señor Esteban, we should leave before anyone else passes by, right?" No need to worry about that, it seems. My people have arrived. Everyone must be quite worried." "Probably. Thank you, Senior. You do not have to walk me back, though." "But I cannot rest easy letting you go alone." "We are here. Go inside." Leia nods. But as she reaches out her hand to open the door, she suddenly pauses and hurriedly turns her head to look at the back of Esteban, the person earlier, Michael Savy. He inherited the Duke's title 2 years ago. The previous Duke, the Emperor's younger brother, was a loyal supporter of the first prince. But after he passed away, I heard the Savy family maintained a neutral stance. Is Senior Esteban planning to become the emperor? A few days later, the streets buzz with excitement. "Have you heard the news? Baron Noka has been arrested. They say he locked up children in a dungeon beneath a casino." Hearing this, Leia falls deep into thought, her mind recalling the words she overheard. She then asks Count Ambrose, "I do not know why they mentioned father, why the first prince is gathering those people, and whether Senior Esteban is truly aiming for the throne. I suppose I do not need to bother myself with it. After all, in a few years I will leave this empire. I will leave this place. It is so cold." Suddenly, a knock sounds on the door from outside. "Zia, your present is here." Melissa and Ariel poke their heads in and say, "Hello, Zia." Leia gasps in surprise. "Guys," Ariel and Melissa say, "the others are here too, but they are busy playing with Rose's little sibling. Rose said you haven't been acting like yourself lately, so we rushed right over. It is so cold. Why did you open the window?" Touched, Leia thinks about how everyone came for her. Ariel suggests, "Leia, let us go somewhere warmer." She smiles brightly and replies, okay. Then she thinks, but at least right. Now I can enjoy this feeling, right? Because if I lean into this warmth, spring will surely come. In the empire inside the first prince's palace. The butler ushers in a person dressed in black. Your Highness, the guest sent by them, has arrived. Inside the room, the first prince says, bring him in. The door opens slightly, allowing a sliver of light inside as the person in black bows and says, Your Highness. The first prince asks, did you find out anything? Ah, Your Highness, Baron Noka obediently destroyed all incriminating evidence, foolish as he is. That is the only thing he did right, but thanks to him, everything ends smoothly. So all we need to do is announce that he confessed and committed suicide. And this is a gift from them. The first prince accepts the letter and opens it to read, a brilliant business plan, they say this will be a useful gift to compensate for the lost capital. Indeed, I am very pleased. Tell them that I look forward to continuing our mutually beneficial partnership. Yes, Your Highness, then I shall take my leave. Ah, by the way, you are the spy planted in Astoria Academy, correct? Yes, I am the one assigned to the academy. Very well, then. There is a task you must do for me. The scene shifts as the snow melts, ushering in spring. A new year at Astoria Academy begins once again. We also experience many changes. Leia says wistfully, not being in the same class as Melissa feels really strange. Ariel agrees, that is true. Ejin asks curiously, Ariel, this is the classroom for Class A. Ariel and Leia, who were moved to Class B, cry out in confusion. Oh, we almost entered the wrong class. Yesterday feels like a dream, but at least we are still in the same dorm room. Last night at the welcoming party for new students, Ariel walks out of the dressing room. Rose, why did you tear off the lace? She startles and turns around. What, why is it here? Ari, even without this you are still so pretty. Do you want a punch? Fix it. Ah, we are late, so it turns out. Nothing has really changed from last year, has it? Along the way, Rose notices a group of new students rushing past. She smiles and says, we used to be just like them. Ariel laughs, you talk as if that happened ages ago. I can barely remember since it has already been a year. Hurry up, Zia, the champagne is almost gone, Ariel says helplessly. So that was your goal. Now we are second years, huh? Returning to the present, Ariel sighs heavily. Good thing the upperclassmen organized the welcoming party, otherwise we would be doomed. Leia asks, how is your work in the student council? The student council consists of second to fourth year students. Each year, 2 students from each department are elected. Nothing too hard yet. Besides, we also have, luckily, both of you were elected to the student council. I think so too. Yeah, everything is wonderful, truly wonderful. But she clenches her fists tightly. Why is she in the same class as us? She is not planning to cause trouble, is she? Leia breaks into a cold sweat and replies, well, last year we barely crossed paths with her since we were in different classes, but this year we share a classroom. Just then, Ejin suddenly calls out, Ariel. Ah, Ejin, I have a student council meeting. Take care, Leia. Leia nods. But then she thinks I feel more worried about Ariel. Suddenly, a hand taps her shoulder. Leia turns around in surprise, and that hand pokes her face. She stammers, Senior Anpheus, long time no see, don't trick me like that. Stop teasing me. Why not? It is cute. You know, you haven't changed at all. Hee, you are participating in the paired class again this year, right? Ah, right, did you forget? Leia nods, secretly thinking that Julia Poisons is not the only problem she needs to worry about. The first lesson of Class 2B in the magic department, Ariel says in annoyance. I told you to stay away from me, Lupri indifferently says, I do not want to. You don't want to? Lupri stays silent. The two stare at each other with ice-cold gazes after a while Ariel shouts loudly, you do not have a choice. Leia is mine, Lupri sneers, nonsense. Leia helplessly thinks, guys, I belong only to myself. Julia suddenly slams the table and stands up. Honestly, you guys are being way too loud. Do you think you are the only ones in this classroom? Keep your voices down and stop bothering others. Ariel burns with fury. On the very first day, she is already causing trouble. Ariel. Soon after, the door opens and Jen enters to introduce himself. Hello everyone, my name is Jen, and I will be in charge of Class B this year. I see some familiar faces from last year, as well as some new faces. Previously, I only taught first-year students, but I did not want to miss out on this talented group. So, I begged Principal Sis Albani to make an exception. Ha ha. Leia thinks awkwardly, did he really beg Principal Sis Albani? Jen continues, I am very excited for this school year, how about you all? Haha, he hasn't changed that. All after finishing greetings, Jen gets down to business. Before we begin our lesson, I have a few announcements. As you may already know, starting in your second year, you can participate in the Academy's Sports Festival. This event is for students in the Magic Department and Swordsmanship Department. Ah, that's right, the training grounds will be quite crowded around this time, so remember to be careful. As class ends, a heated argument suddenly breaks out outside near the training grounds. Are you done talking? What did you just say? There is another brawl at training ground number 3. Quick, notify the student council. What about the incident over? There, Ariel says, I will go. Check it out. Before long, another student reports that the training grounds are on fire. Ejin asks in shock, what, how? So that is what the teacher meant. Instead of practicing, they ended up fighting each other. Ejin replies, I see. Melissa beside them remarks, being student council members must be so exhausting. Are you two all right? It cannot be. Helped, suddenly a loud call echoes. Is anyone here a student council member? Ariel hurriedly shouts back, yes. On my way, see you later, Leia waves. Her hand, bye. After they leave, Melissa chuckles. They sure look busy, Leia nods. Yeah, we should buy them something delicious to eat. As if answering the prayers of the student council members who are so busy they forget to eat or sleep. Is granted, time slips away in a blink. In the middle of the athletic festival, a teacher stands on the podium and speaks loudly. All students have registered, except for the first years, please. Wait in the waiting room until your number is called. As the voice fades, chatter breaks out among the students below again. Time flies so fast. We barely rolled around the training field a few times, and suddenly, it's already time for the sports festival. What rank do you think you'll get? Leia silently thinks, number 45. Luckily, I drew a middle number, the teacher. Suddenly asks, has everyone finished drawing their numbers, please? Sit and wait for your turn. Spotting an exhausted-looking female student walking past, Leia freezes. As if knowing what she thinks, Ariel clicks her tongue and says, they must be short-staffed. She looks so tattered. She normally doesn't look like that. Right, since the Magic Department and Swordsmanship Department participate in this event, the Administration Department has to handle all the planning and organization. I wonder if Senior Esteban is all right? Suddenly, a loud scream echoes across the square. Sitting in the waiting room, Leia trembles and thinks, gosh, I'm so nervous. I have to stand in front of so many people. Lupri suddenly pokes her arm a few times and hands her a chocolate candy. Here, don't be so nervous. You'll do great, good luck. Thank you, but I'm actually used to this. Just then the teacher calls, number 45, please take your position. Leia hurriedly replies, yes. She steps onto the arena, then looks up at the platform in surprise. Esteban also pauses for a few seconds before calling out with a bright smile, Leia. She replies, Senior, you're in charge of this area. Did you get home safely that day? Recalling the kiss in the alley that day, she responds awkwardly. Seeing her face turn red, Esteban calls her Leia. She hurriedly replies, it's nothing, I'm just a little nervous. He gazes at her for a moment, then smiles softly. Now that I think about it, I think you'll need this. What is this? You should tie your hair up during the match. Actually, I want to give you this as an apology for putting you in an awkward position. Do you like it? Leia stands dazed for a few seconds, then answers with a radiant smile, of course I do. At that moment, the teacher shouts again, number 45, Leia, number 46, Esteban says, good luck. Thank you. She uses the ribbon he just gave her to tie up her long hair. She whispers to herself, I can do this. I'll just hold back enough so no one notices. After Leia steps onto the arena, a familiar voice rings out from opposite her. You tied your hair up today? Leia pauses in shock, thinking Senior Anpheus, so he is my opponent. She recalls the teacher's earlier announcement, but because she was talking to Esteban, she missed Anpheus's name. Suddenly, Anpheus speaks up. I won't go easy on you, so give it your all. All right, let's see how much you've improved. He raises his hand and chants a spell, sending a bolt of lightning flying straight toward Leia. She hurriedly forms a magic circle to block it, just a little. More right now, just as she finishes her preparation, Anpheus's magic arrives. Leia hastily chants a spell, a magic shield materializes, but it crumbles to pieces in less than a second. A spark of lightning grazes past her face, and the referee announces the winner is Anpheus. Anpheus walks toward Leia and says regretfully, "You should have held out longer. I taught you better than this. I tried as long as I could. I guess I'll have to teach you again. Please go easy on me," she thinks to herself. He's rumored to be a genius, so losing to him isn't a big deal, right? Senior Anpheus, your hand. Anpheus flusteredly pulls his hand back. I'm sorry, good luck. In the second round. Thank you. Leia breathes a sigh of relief. I guess I can relax a bit now. Suddenly a hand slams against the wall. In front of her, Julia says furiously, "Hey, you did that on purpose, didn't you?" Leia asks back in confusion, "What? In your match with Anpheus just now, you lost because you deliberately delayed your spell. I didn't. You're always like this, aren't you? Doing just enough to get by. Must be nice, huh? You're actually insanely talented, aren't you? But don't look down on others." Those words leave her stunned into silence. A few days later in the library, Lupri slumps against a bookshelf, napping. Leia is organizing books on the shelves. Esteban suddenly walks over and calls Leia. Senior. Esteban, there you are. Why are you spacing out like that? Be careful not to drop the books in your hand or you'll hurt yourself. Is something bothering you? Is it about the paired class? No, it's not that. Now that I think about it, I've never told you what my partner is like. He's very cute. His name is Philip. He looks just like a squirrel. A squirrel? Yes. That's right. Have you received any applications from the first years? None. Usually getting one new member a year is already a miracle, looks like. This year will be another busy year. Just then, the library doors burst open. The loud noise startles Lupri awake. Leia glances toward the door and thinks in surprise, that person. He walks past Lupri, waves his hand politely, and says, "Excuse me." Esteban calls out, "Gan, what's wrong?" He replies, "Mika wants to see you. I believe it's to discuss that matter." I'll go right away. I'll be back soon. If anyone comes," Leia chimes in, "I'll guide them. Don't worry, please go ahead. Thank you." Then he leaves with Gan. Leia watches his figure walk away, then refocuses on arranging the books. She thinks to herself, it's none of my business. Lupri looks at her for a moment, then steps over and speaks up, "Let me help." Leia feels a bit surprised. Thank you, but isn't this your job too?" Lupri says sheepishly, caught red-handed. That afternoon during magic class, Jen speaks up, "Is everyone here? For today's lesson, we'll pair up to duel each other. If you have a specific partner in mind, please let me know. The rest will be randomly paired." Ariel turns to call Leia, "Pair up with." Before she finishes, Lupri interrupts. "She's pairing up with me?" Flustered Leia thinks, "I feel like I've seen this scene before." Ariel screams, "You jerk, are you trying to provoke me? Then let's fight each other." I was about to say the same thing. Leia stammers, "Guys." Inside her mind, she screams wildly, "Melissa, save me." From behind, Julia suddenly approaches. "You don't have a partner, right?" Leia turns her head and remains silent. Julia steps forward and demands, "Even if you do, duel me." Leia stays silent at the suddenness of it. Julia adds, "I want to see for myself how good you really are." Before long, both step onto the arena. Without a single word, Leia raises her hand to form a magic spell. Julia raises her hand as well, just as her magic circle takes shape. Leia's magic circle clearly outlines its patterns. Julia frowns slightly, thinking bitterly she's matching my speed. She chants a spell, creating a water bird that shoots straight toward Leia. In her haste, Leia deliberately delays by a beat before chanting her spell. A magic shield rises, stopping Julia's attack. She thinks to herself, just now, she definitely aimed at my neck. At this moment, the scattered water droplets around them begin to gather once more. Stunned, Leia speaks, "Are you?" Before she finishes, Julia chants another spell. The water bird instantly turns into a fire bird. Under her cold glare, it shoots straight toward Leia. Startled, she thinks there's no time to draw a magic circle, and hurriedly raises her hand to cast a spell. Streaks of rainbow-colored mana shoot straight upward instantly, shattering Julia's attack. Julia stands in silence for a moment before speaking up. I knew it. Now everything is clear. You observe your opponent and react accordingly. With that kind of talent, the way you bring yourself down to match your opponent's level makes me feel disgusted. Julia turns and walks off the stage. That feeling is worse than losing. Do you even know? Leia listlessly returns to the classroom. Ariel immediately calls out to Leia, hey, snap out of it. You've been dazed like this ever since you saw the group list. I just decided to stay away from Julia, but why is this happening to me? On the board it reads, Continental Creatures Practical Exam Group. Lupri Leia Julia. After rereading the line, she bursts into laughter. Ha ha! Ariel grows even more worried. Class is about to start. Leia, snap out of it. In the next class, Jen writes a sentence on the board. How to use magic without a magic circle. He steps in front of the podium and intently chants, Floris Fluvia. The cloak on his shoulders suddenly floats up. Jen stops his spell and says with a smile, see, easy, right? As you can see, the most important thing is to imagine the magic circle in your mind, as if you're drawing it. Now give it a try. Ariel raises her hand, thinking to herself as if I'm drawing it. After picturing it in her mind, she murmurs, Floris Fluvia. Mana immediately gathers in her hands. Ariel's eyes widen in amazement. As she cries out in surprise, Professor Jen looks over in astonishment, then steps forward with excitement. We already have a student who succeeded, and nearly perfectly at that. Ariel smiles bashfully. Hee hee. Leia gasps in admiration. Wow, Ari, you're amazing. Ariel replies with confidence, heh, it's nothing. Seeing this, Lupri raises his hand. Without even forming a magic circle, he chants Illibit Froze **. With a flick of his finger, pure white blossoms begin to fall gently above Leia's head. She asks in surprise, what is this? Lup answers, a gift that suits you well. Are you not going to praise me? Ariel asks, raising an eyebrow. What, are you a child? Jen turns his attention to Leia once more. How are you coming along, Leia? I assumed you succeeded last time. I mean during that sparring practice. Leia pauses. Are you sure you aren't mistaken, Professor? Am I, but I watched you very closely because you are an exceptionally talented student. If you run into any difficulties, please feel free to ask me. Leia replies softly, yes, Professor, she thinks to herself. He saw it, exceptionally talented. Next comes music class. Latilda, her face darkens with embarrassment as she wonders, how could I possibly hear words he never even spoke? After a moment, the teacher gives a forced smile and tells her she may leave. Leia quickly turns away. Yes, Professor. After leaving the classroom, she wanders through the campus courtyard. I don't think I have a talent for arts or sports. Suddenly, a leaf drifts down onto her hair. Leia picks it up. Summer is already here, and exam season has arrived. It feels like time flies even faster than in our first year. Is it because I've been overthinking lately? I'm so worried about the practical exam for continental creatures. As usual, Haven speaks up. As previously announced, for this test, you will form groups of 3 to fight against magic beasts. Looking at these weary faces, it seems you've all been practicing hard. The students silently think, you're the one who looks exhausted, Professor. Haven tosses a pouch into the air. Now let us determine which creature each team will face, each group. Send a representative up to draw a number. Leia turns to Julia and asks, who should we send? Lup speaks up, let me go. I'm usually very lucky with these things. Leia asks in surprise, really? I, on the other hand, am not. Shortly after, Leia holds a piece of paper with the number 13 in her hands. Crow, that's what it says here. Crow, a flying beast. Distinguishing features, sharp spikes all over its body and a long tail. Difficulty 8 stars. Lup explains, it's because I'm so sleepy. Julia says furiously, is that an excuse? Soon after, all 3 are teleported to the combat area. Haven asks, Group 13, are you ready? With those words, Haven chants a summoning spell. Athia, a monster, instantly appears, letting out a roar. Shockwave before transforming into a streak of black light. Shooting straight toward the three of them, a barrier immediately rises. Leia silently calculates, Lup and Julia will contain it while I locate its weakness. While she maintains her defensive magic, Lup and Julia begin to chant. As well, Lux Fornim, countless magical chains manifest, tightly binding the beast. It roars in rage, its body thrashing wildly, yet it cannot break free from the chains. Seeing this, Leia lets out a breath. Lup quickly warns, "Be careful." Leia nods, "Yeah." She then steps forward, reaching out both hands to touch the beast and sense its magic. Behind her, Julia focuses on maintaining the spell, her eyes glued to Leia's face as she thinks, "If I can just see her use magic, I can confirm it." In a momentary lapse of concentration, her magical chains suddenly slip and loosen a fraction. Sensing the bindings loosen, the monster immediately breaks free and lunges. Le gasps in shock the chains, Lupri urgently shouts, "Watch out," as a chain snaps. A spurt of blood splatters and Julia's face pales instantly. Lupri's eyes widen in horror as drops of blood fall from Leia's face onto the ground. Lup cries out frantically, "Leia!" Haven hurriedly chants a recall spell to retract the monster. "Spactum inclusive, are you all right?" Leia quietly raises her hand to wipe her forehead, staring numbly at her blood-stained fingers. Haven exclaims again, "Oh no, your ankle, quick, take her to Professor C." Lup offers, "Let me," but Julia interrupts him, "No, it's my fault, so let me take her." Lup remains silent for a moment before agreeing. Shortly after, Julia supports Leia as they walk to the infirmary. Seeing the empty room, she thinks to herself, "Guess it can't be helped." The door closes behind them. Julia searches through the drawer for medical supplies, then meticulously cleans the wound. Watching her begin to bandage the injury, Leia cannot help but feel surprised. She's really good at bandaging. After a moment of silence, Julia suddenly asks, "Why aren't you angry?" "With me?" Leia freezes in surprise. Julia frowns and repeats, "It's my fault you got hurt. Why aren't you angry? Are you pretending to be nice? Or are you so stupid that you don't even know how to get mad?" Leia asks calmly, "Did you do it on purpose?" Julia shakes her head. "No." Leia continues, "Julia, do you hate me?" She nods. "Yeah, even though you are incredibly talented, you pretend you aren't. You keep playing dumb and pretending to put others first, as if you're bestowing grace upon them. It's so annoying and disgusting. Doing that is no different from looking down on people who are trying their absolute best, isn't it?" Leia ponders for a moment, then says, "I think many people would consider me arrogant if I said that I don't want any talent at all. But do you truly think talent is a tool that belongs solely to me? I don't think so. It's merely something that will become a tool for others. To outsiders, that talent might seem truly useful. And to those people, everything I cherish is nothing more than bait they use to manipulate me. Every careless gesture, every offhand word I utter becomes a target for judgment and attack. Strangers create their own image of me in their heads, judging me and trying to force me into their mold. At least that is what I think happens." Julia thinks in confusion. "What?" She speaks as if she's already experienced all of it. Leia speaks again. "I know I cannot fully understand others, and perhaps you don't fully understand me either. But I truly just want to live an ordinary life." Julia pauses. "An ordinary life." Silence falls over the infirmary. Just then, C abruptly opens the door and walks in. Seeing the two of them, she gasps, "Oh, you startled me. Are you a patient?" "Hello, Professor. You weren't here when we arrived, so I bandaged her myself." C shakes her head. "It's fine. The patient's safety comes first. Let me take a look." "Oh, you did better than I expected. The bleeding has stopped, so I'll take care of the rest. You may go now. You're taking an exam, right?" Julia replies, "Yes." With that, she opens the door and steps outside. Recalling Leia's words, she muses, "An ordinary life. Memories of a few years ago surface, back in the Julia family manor." "Listen, Brenda, I got tricked by Anpheus again," Brenda says indifferently. "Maybe he finds it funny because you fall for it every time." Julia asks in annoyance, "Whose side are you on?" Suddenly a voice resounds. "Julia, come say hello, dear." From afar, a woman approaches. She smiles and says, "My, what an adorable young lady." The childhood of Julia Poisons is just like a fairy Tail, Marquis Poisons, and his wife both possess musical talent and frequently host small performances every weekend. Her life is special yet peaceful and quaint. However, everything changes when the Marquise falls ill. Just 2 months after her mother passes away, Julia's fairy tale life shatters. To pieces, a strange woman suddenly says, "Hello, young lady. My name is Pamela, and this is your younger brother, Karis." Despite rumors of him being an illegitimate child, Karis, who is 5 years younger than Julia, is brought into the Poisons family. Julia shouts in anger, "Father, is it true that you've accepted Karis as a member of our family?" Marquis Poisons replies. Julia, bursting into the room without knocking, is rude. Pamela smiles at his side and says, "I think she's just excited to have a younger brother. Don't be too strict with her. Please take good care of Karis, Julia." At that moment, anger blazes clearly across Julia's face. In her room, Pamela asks her son, "I heard you learned about inheritance laws today, is that true?" Karis replies, "Yes, mother. According to the laws of the Empire, regardless of gender, the eldest child is the heir to the title." "Is that so?" Karis adds. "However, there are exceptions if the heir chosen by the head of the house is not the eldest." Pamela praises him. "You've learned something very useful, Karis. The more safety nets we have, the better." Julia thinks how blatant. She wonders how many people Pamela has planted here: the doctor, the butler, the personal servants. Could it be the chef this time? Or a maid? Is she an assassin? Surely the Marquis knows his mistress wants to kill his daughter. "I want revenge." With that thought, she immediately says, "I don't want to drink this, take it away." Maid replies instantly, "Yes, young lady." In the dark of the night, Julia ponders, "I need power and strength if I want to become a competent heir. Intellect alone is not enough. But though Julia Poisons is very clever, she can never become a prodigy. She possesses no extraordinary talent. All she can do is try to survive. In his office, Marquis Poisons asks, "I heard you possess the ability to use magic." Even after surviving, she is sent to Astoria Academy. There, she encounters true geniuses who possess the talents she lacks. To say she isn't envious would be a lie. If she wants to confront Pamela before the woman usurps all internal family affairs, she will have to. She builds beneficial relationships during her time here, but only with those of noble birth. When she sees Leia, she thinks that girl has returned to the present. Julia feels irritated when Leia rejects the very talent others can only dream of having. "I am just envious because she is entirely oblivious." Julia clenches her fists tightly. Who does she think she is to dare? In the academy garden, Saren, the magic professor, speaks up. "Magic is the final exam for this class, right? Make sure that no one in your group is missing. In this exam, you pair up and cross the Silenti Forest to reach the marked location." The Silenti Forest, also known as the Silent Forest, is filled with vines that react to human sounds. Located in the mountains behind Astoria Academy, it does not react to animals or natural sounds, but seems to respond to human mana. It is not fatal, but it can cause injuries. Here you will harvest the Silentium herb, which is guarded by Coltons. Silentium grows in the Silenti Forest and is a common ingredient in cold remedies. As the first herb taught in herbology, it is quite easy to find. Coltons are native creatures that live independently and protect the Silentium plants. They remain small even when fully grown. Their claws are poisonous, and they like floral fragrances. The usual method is for one person to distract the Colton while the other picks the herb. However, as long as you successfully gather the herb, any method is acceptable. The finish line is marked by a pillar of light. Once you reach that spot with the herb in hand, the exam ends. You will be graded based on the order of completion. Hidden magic orbs in the forest record your progress. I observe the entire exam, so if you encounter any problems, stay calm and wait for assistance. Now please move to the starting line with your partner. The exam starts in 5 minutes. In the middle of the forest, a male student says, "Melissa, how did your previous exams go?" She replies gloomily, "Not good." The male student says, "Me too. At least I should do well in this magic class, but it seems tough. Look, the professor says she observes us through magic orbs, so I will try to earn extra credit." What do you think if we finish this exam without using a magic circle? Melissa asks. Is it okay if you don't use a magic circle? If it's too hard, I can do it alone. The male student quickly replies, no, it's fine. We're partners, so I'll try my best too. She thinks to herself that this is her first time casting silent spells without a magic circle, but if she holds out, they might get extra points. The male student asks again, we must be halfway there, right? We're closer to the light. Yeah, I think we're on the right track, just as she speaks. The mana stream around her fluctuates. Panicking, she thinks, I opened my mouth to speak, so I must focus. At the same time, the male student widens his eyes suddenly. I didn't think there would be a herb here. Should we follow it? Melissa nods, yeah. Both silently watch for a moment. The Colton sits among a mess of vines, which is quite dangerous, so I'll take charge of picking the herb. All right, be careful. Saying so, she immediately chants, flows odoro. A light orb quickly appears in her palm, generating a fragrance. Surrounding the Colton, it begins to sniff, closing its eyes and turning around. Melissa exclaims happily, it worked. The male student says, great, I'll quickly pick the herb. Then he sneaks behind the Colton. At this moment, the magic orb in Melissa's hand trembles violently. Her face darkens as she thinks, oh no, just a little more. Just then the orb of light shatters. The Colton regains consciousness. Melissa gasps in surprise, thinking the fragrance spell broke. She is about to shout, wait, but hesitates and covers her mouth. In that single moment, crisis strikes. The male student is instantly surrounded by vines, crying out in bewilderment, huh? Melissa swings her hand to create a magic shield while shouting, watch out for the vines hitting the shield. Bradium, the male student gasps out, what is this? A second later, the shield cracks. Melissa thinks anxiously, it's breaking. While she is distracted, a vine quickly wraps around her leg. Melissa shrieks in shock, I ruined this entire exam. What should I do? If it were them, if it were Ejin, right? Then two voices suddenly resound, Obi's bell lux finestra. Two pillars of light shoot forward. One forms a shield for the male student while the other cuts through the vines. The male student exclaims, what the heck? Ejin asks worryingly, Melissa, are you okay? I heard your voice. But she shoves her brother's hand away. Don't touch me. Ejin calls out to Melissa in astonishment. Lowering her head, she says, you don't have to pretend to care. In truth, you're sick and tired of me, aren't you? You always have to save your useless twin sister, just like just now. Ejin asks in confusion, is that why you keep everything from me no matter what happens? Melissa does not answer. She recalls Ejin's comforting words from the past. It's all right. Melissa, then she suddenly bursts into tears, sob, why am I always such a useless burden? Ejin says, Melissa, you don't need to be talented. I really don't care about those things. No matter what happens, I will always be willing to help you. We are family after all. Think about it. If I had no talent and always needed your help, would you hate me? Melissa hastily replies, of course not. Ejin smiles and says, see, it's the same for me. I'm sorry for not noticing your feelings. It's all my fault. Remorsefully, Melissa says, no. I'm sorry. The male student thinks in utter confusion. What is happening here? At that moment, Saren rushes over, I'm sorry for being late. I had to check on other students. This is the only injured person, right? It doesn't look serious, but it's best to let Professor Sis examine it. Ejin looks up and replies, yes, but may I go with her? I'm worried. Melissa hurriedly says, you don't need to do that. Saren asks, you'll have to retake this exam, is that okay? Seeing her start to cast magic, the male student is stunned. Huh, do I have to retake it too? Meanwhile, Ejin's partner calls out in confusion. Ejin, where are you going? Shortly after, in the infirmary, Ejin and Melissa gaze bewilderedly. Inside, before them stands a girl grabbing Sis by the collar. The atmosphere in the room suddenly becomes awkward. After a moment, the girl chants a spell, Grinitus Tessis. How embarrassing. This man spilled coffee on me. Sis raises his hand in greeting, while Ejin and Melissa reply hesitantly, I see. After adjusting her collar, the woman introduces herself. Nice to meet you both. I'm Unica, a senior from this guy's student days. Currently, I am a healing mage at the Magic Tower. By the way, what happened, isn't it? Exam time right now? Ejin hesitates slightly. Sis stands up and asks, what else? Someone must be injured. All right, I must have wasted your time, haven't I? Let me make it up to you by healing you. Not everyone gets treated by me, you know. Oh dear. The wound is starting to swell. After examining Melissa's injury, she chants remedium. Strange. Seeing her reaction, Sis asks nervously, you feel it too, right? Her magic seems to lean heavily towards one side. Yeah, you felt it too. Hey, if possible, would you let me test your healing magic potential? It's just a tiny little test. Why don't you try? Melissa replies nervously. If it's simple, then okay. How? Lucky, I brought the magic evaluation tool because I needed it elsewhere. Now place your hand here. Next, try to control the magic power I am channeling into it, just like you are pouring it into these patterns. Melissa replies, I will try, as Unica channels her. Mana, the stone slab beneath their hands, glows, forming an image of overlapping gears. Unica widens her eyes in surprise. Sis also says in shock. No way, Melissa stares blankly at both of them. After a long silence, Sis suddenly says, with this talent you can be considered the best healing mage among the living. What do you think? Vacation is coming up soon, so why don't you go to the magic tower for proper training? If you study well, you'll soon be able to reattach severed limbs. Unica hastily interrupts. Wait, don't be greedy, she is my student. Is that so? What would you have done if I hadn't brought the evaluation tool? While Melissa feels confused, Ejin steps forward and says, Melissa, that's amazing. Now if I get hurt, I can come to you first, and if anything happens to you, Lysia, I hope you will come to me first as well. Melissa replies, of course I will. In the afternoon, Lysia exclaims in surprise, wow, so that's what happened. Melissa nods her head, yeah, but in the end, Professor Sis won. I didn't expect him to be so passionate. Melissa adds, so I think my brother and I will have to visit the magic tower often during the vacation. Ejin too? Yeah, Lady Unica tested him as well, and she must be very satisfied with the results because she told him to come with me. Recalling Unica's words, kid, you're a genius. Ejin had modestly said, I'm not that good, but in reality, he is competing for first place with Ariel. Lysia imagines the scene and laughs, haha, so he caught her eye. Melissa thinks to herself, still, maybe she did that to make me feel more comfortable, so I want to ask you a favor. Melissa says earnestly, could you stay with our parents while we are away? We will return in the afternoon. Lysia thinks to herself, to ask me such a thing so casually, for some reason. I feel very grateful. She takes Melissa's hand. Don't worry, I will take good care of them. Thank you, Lysia. I'll buy some delicious treats to bring back for everyone. I'm so excited. We're here. See you back at the dormitory later. Okay, Lysia nods. Yeah. She enters the library, walks over to the desk, and calls out in surprise, Senior Esteban. Ah, there you are. Is something wrong? You look so pale. It seems I look more haggard than I thought. I have to travel far during this vacation, so there is a lot of work that needs to be finished. You haven't slept for many nights, have you? You are truly perceptive. How long has it been? A week. A week, Esteban explains. It's not that I haven't slept at all. Before he can finish, Lysia grabs his hand. At this rate, you will faint. Esteban looks up blankly as she firmly says, follow me. Esteban stands up and hesitantly calls, Lysia. The two quickly walk over to the couch. Lysia pushes him down to lie down. Esteban blushes and asks, what are you doing? You must sleep a bit. You are really not doing well right now. But I still have work. I will do it for you, so just rest assured and take break. I didn't mean to do this, as she looks at Esteban's face, only to find he has already fallen asleep. Letting out a soft sigh, she stands up thinking it is time for her to get to work. But the moment she lifts her foot, Lysia is suddenly pulled back. She freezes. Is Senior Esteban awake? Yet Esteban remains fast asleep. With no other choice, Lysia sits back down beside him. Gazing at his sleeping face, she softly thinks he sleeps so peacefully. Unconsciously, she reaches out to touch his face, only to pause midair. Why am I doing this? Left with no option, she can only sit quietly beside him. Red eyes, they are living proof of ancient myth, and the sacred mark of the empire. They honor the empire's divine legacy. Esteban is the son of the emperor and a noble consort. By law, every child born into the royal bloodline holds the right to inherit the throne. The day Esteban is born, the wet nurse rushes to present him to the emperor. Your Majesty! Yet children with red eyes possess a far higher standing. Every emperor since ancient times. The nurse reports that the young prince possesses crimson eyes. A few years later, shortly after Esteban learns to walk, his mother instructs him, Your Highness, you must never express desire or crave anything. Humble yourself and conceal everything behind a smile. Please, survive by living this way. Thereafter, assassination attempts strike Esteban constantly, forcing him to hide behind guards. I do not care about the throne. Why do they want to kill me? Can I survive simply by smiling and pretending to know nothing? He decides to become a harmless fool, a weak prince. Seeing this, the first prince sneers, You fool, you are utterly shameless. You should be grateful that you are nothing but a useless creature. Yet Esteban considers himself fortunate. From that point on, no one attempts to assassinate him. This method works. I cannot learn swordsmanship or magic, but I can live a quiet life. Then, one day, when he visits the imperial consort's palace, a maid announces, Your Highness, the second prince has arrived. Esteban cannot wait and calls out, Mother, his mother. Looks down at the babe in her arms, smiling joyfully. What a relief, what a blessing. Seeing those blue eyes, Esteban freezes. From that day on, he gains a younger brother who follows him around day and night, calling out, Brother, brothers. Esteban smiles and asks, what is it? The boy replies, Look what I learned in magic class today. It is a present for you. Esteban accepts the gift gratefully. Thank you, you did so well. Answers, My pleasure, next time I will make something else for you, saying. This, the young boy runs off happily, remembering his brother's innocent question, Are you not going to learn magic, brother? Esteban realizes what life is like when free from the constant fear of assassination. To freely do as one pleases, to ask for whatever one desires. How envious. Is envy towards my only true brother all I am capable of? How hideous I am. Before I lose my mind, I must flee elsewhere so I do not have to face his face. Even after coming to Astoria Academy to escape the palace, he maintains his habit of constantly smiling. A gentle smile, impeccably polite manners. I feel secure shaping an image of an upright noble in the eyes of others, but am I truly at ease? I feel so suffocated. Until that day, when a hand reaches out to help strip away the suffocating mask he wears. As his dream reaches that point, Esteban awakens with a jolt. Lysia. He murmurs, realizing it was all a dream. Gasping for air, he glances to his side and notices that he is tightly holding a hand. Esteban hurriedly sits up, wondering, why is she sleeping in such an uncomfortable position? Then he realizes, it is because of me. He hastily releases Lysia's hand and pulls the blanket over her. Is this warmth the reason I only feel truly comforted when I am beside her? Back in the dormitory, Lysia says with relief, We have finally finished retaking our exams. Now it really is vacation time, isn't it? Melissa replies, Yeah, but it seems Ari and Ejin still have so much work at the student council. They had to rush off immediately after finishing their re-exams. Lysia notes, Ari has been gone since this morning, hasn't he? She silently thinks, and Senior Esteban, I hope he is not overworking himself. Right at that moment, a loud shout suddenly echoes from outside. Both of them turn around in curiosity as Rose bursts into the room in a hurry. Do you two know there is a new arcade center near the palace? An arcade center? Yeah, it just opened, so without an invitation letter you cannot enter at all. But who do you think I am? Tada. Wait, but this says it is addressed to Count Clarion. Oh right, what? I did not expect to be caught so quickly, haha. Len asked you to use it for him, didn't he? Yeah, he said going in a group would be much more fun than going with just Leo. Oh, and he stole it from the Count's desk. Last week when Len visited home, he saw the invitation lying on top of a stack of mail meant to be burned. He snatched it up and said, Oh, if you are throwing this away, give it to me. His assistant gasped, Young master. Hearing this, Lysia says, No wonder it is addressed to the Count. So are you two going? I really want to go check it out. Shortly after, standing in front of the entertainment complex, which looks nothing like a typical arcade, Melissa remarks in awe, "It is huge." Len smiles and explains that it is because the venue is divided into private rooms. Up ahead, a guard checks the invitation and says, "Your invitation has been verified. I shall lead the way, young Master Len Clarion." Stepping inside, Leia thinks to herself, everything is so lavish. I wish Ari and Ejin could have come with us too. She recalls how before leaving, she and Rose had stopped by the student council office. Before even stepping inside, they heard Ariel's complaining, "Why is there so much work even during vacation?" Alongside Ejin's soothing voice, "Calm down, Ariel." Hearing them, Rose had suggested leaving right away. Back in the present, Leia suddenly spots a familiar silhouette in front of her. She steps forward, tugs on his sleeve, and asks, "Lup, I thought you disliked places like this." He nods, "I do." Leia grows even more puzzled. "Then why?" Lup answers, "I thought today might be fun." Leia sinks into thought. I feel as though a similar scene has happened before. After guiding the group inside, the guard says, "If you require assistance, please ring the bell. Have an enjoyable time." Rose immediately leaps onto the sofa. "Oh, this place is pure paradise." Len asks who wants to play billiards. "The loser buys dinner for the whole group." Leo replies coldly, "HMPH, you only want to play what you are good at." Meanwhile, Leia steps up the stairs. "I am going to the restroom for a moment. I will be right back." After washing her hands, Leia exits the restroom. Along the corridor back to their room, she suddenly catches sight of a figure. At first, the outline is blurry, but as her gaze sharpens, Leia's eyes widen in shock. Standing before her is none other than Count Ambrose. Leia trembles and starts to utter involuntarily, "Father," before covering her own mouth in horror. Why is the Count here? I was wrong. I thought my fear had vanished simply because I had not seen him for months. Everyone will worry if I do not return. There is no one around me right now. I do not need to pretend I am fine, right? I must get away from him first. I do not want to stay here. Turning back in a frenzy, she accidentally bumps into someone. He catches her frowning as he asks, "Are you all right?" Leia's panic deepens further. "The first prince," he remarks, "Pardon me, but I believe you were the one who ran into me first. Are you young Lady Leia of the Ambrose house?" Leia freezes in shock. "How does he know who I am?" He continues, "Judging by your face, it seems I guessed correctly. You enrolled at Astoria Academy last year, correct? In the magic department?" Leia quietly clenches her fists. Why does he know so much about the mediocre daughter of a count? The Count does not even acknowledge my existence, so he could not have told him. That means he has a specific reason to pay attention to me. Could the Count's presence today mean? He extends his hand, intending to grasp her shoulder. "It just so happens I am on my way." "To see your father, why don't you?" Right then, a sudden voice interrupts. "Brother," Leia turns her head to see Senior Esteban. The first prince frowns and asks, "What are you doing here? Strange, I never expected you to visit such places." Esteban steps forward and replies, "I am merely passing through." "Are you certain you came here for no reason?" Esteban asks with a subtle frown. "Then why are you here, brother, and without any guards, no less?" The first prince pauses in surprise, then lets out a harsh laugh. "Ha, are you concerned for my safety? You? Since when did a weakling who only knows how to fake a smile become so noble? To think I would actually have you worrying about me. It seems I still have a long way to go. Watching you struggle just to stay alive is entertaining enough. But if you knew how to humble yourself and obey my orders, who knows what might happen? I might even extend the lives of your mother and younger brother." Esteban remains entirely silent. The first prince continues, "You are no fun at all. I should have killed you back then. Forget it, I am leaving." "Ah, that is right. Make sure you focus on your studies. Young Lady Leia, you should become a useful tool for the Empire, just like your father. Don't you agree?" Leia bows her head and replies, "Farewell, Your Highness." He offers no further words and turns to walk downstairs nonchalantly. She and Esteban stand side by side in somber silence. He left without meeting the Count. It might be because Senior Esteban appeared. But that conversation just now, Senior Esteban, he turns his head toward her. "Are you all right?" Esteban asks in return, "Do I look unwell?" Leia nods. Seeing this, Esteban covers his face with a bitter, faint smile. Ah, I should not have confronted the first prince. Now he knows I am watching this place. He will likely abandon it soon. Suddenly Leia speaks up, still. I don't think you need to constantly pretend that you are fine. The moment the words leave her mouth, she freezes. I spoke without thinking again. How ironic that I am the one saying these words. How hypocritical. All my life, I believed I had to pretend to be fine so no one could find fault in me, so no one would worry. Even moments ago, I felt relieved because my friends were not by my side. But there is nothing wrong with admitting that one is not all right. I resolved never to judge or criticize anyone. Complaining about being exhausted is perfectly normal. Yet Senior Esteban looks as though he is standing on the edge of a cliff. I cannot leave him alone. When he breaks down like this, he finally looks human. Otherwise, those toxic feelings will slowly rot like unhealed wounds. I understand now. Perhaps I too wanted to hear those very words. I am nobody's tool, nor am I a smiling doll. I am a human being with feelings. Maybe I just wanted someone to tell me that I don't have to pretend to be fine. Lowering her head, she murmurs, so, what I mean is, if you ever feel overwhelmed, you can at least share it with me. As her voice fades, Esteban pulls her tightly into his embrace. Leia gasps in surprise. Senor Esteban, he whispers. Softly, just for a moment. Could you stay still like this for just a moment? Truly. Just for a second, Esteban thinks to himself, so this is what it feels like to breathe a sigh of relief. By late afternoon, Rose exclaims excitedly, Ah, that was so much fun. With a darkened face, Len grumbles, Rose, did you lie when you said you've never played billiards before? Leo turns his head away in dismay. Ha, looks like I picked the wrong team. Rose giggles behind her hand. Stop complaining, losers. Lup chimes in, losers. Leaving the venue, Leia recalls Esteban's words. I am fine now, thank you for comforting me. She curses silently, asterisk that jerk. Did I truly make him feel comforted? I hope I didn't pry too much. Prying into things he shouldn't know, suddenly a sudden roar echoes. Brat, do you think you can stay out this late just because you are on break? A man throws an arm around Leo's shoulder. Leo cries out in shock. Ack what? Surprised, he calls out, Dad, let go of me. Leo's dad, he demands. What did you write in that letter you sent 3 days ago? Leo freezes. Ah, his dad immediately recites it. Dad, break is almost here. On the first day of break, I will stay at the academy to review. Then on the second day, I will come home. Back then, he thought his son had finally grown up. He fumes and asks, is this place the academy? Huh, Leo can only manage an awkward laugh. He. Lyon quickly steps forward and calls out, hello, sir. Oh, I completely forgot to introduce myself to my son's friends. 4. Give me, Leo snorts softly, too late. His dad promptly punches Leo, giving him a lump on his head and introduces himself. Nice to meet you all, I am Billy, Leo's father, but honestly. Where are you kids going at this hour? Lyon and Leo exchange glances, their minds spinning rapidly. Leo quickly says, Dad, treat us to dinner. Lyon adds, please, sir. Billy gasps in shock. What? A while later, after the group eats their fill, Len exclaims, so delicious. Thank you for the meal, sir. Leo adds, looks like there are so many good restaurants around the palace. Billy looks at his completely empty wallet and mutters. Under his breath, these kids sure eat a lot. Rose suddenly asks, where is Lup? Did he go back early? Melissa replies, ah, well, he was kidnapped by someone who looked like his family's servant. 2 minutes ago, a man suddenly tossed Lup over his shoulder and ran off, shouting, young master, you must return home right now. Lup could only yell, wait. At that moment, Melissa and Leia shared the exact same question. Lup, who are you really? Back to the present, Rose rubs her chin and asks, young master, then he must be a noble, right? Zia, do you know anything? Leia shakes her head. No, I have never attended a debutante ball, so I know nothing about the children of other noble families. A custom of the empire. A week-long debutante ball held at the royal palace every year for young nobles who have just reached adulthood. Suddenly, Melissa says, well, it is getting late. Let's head back to the dormitory. Len unexpectedly suggests, the night market. Let's go to the night market. It is open today. Oh, then let's stop by. I will buy the grilled skewers that Ian likes. But do you guys still have money? Lyon replies confidently, of course. Leo shrugs, not me. Rose chimes in, me neither. As soon as they speak, Leo and Rose turn around and stare straight at Billy. Those 2 pairs of cute eyes send a cold shiver down Billy's spine. He raises his voice and asks, Are you my son or are you Lion's father? In the end, the whole group goes to enjoy the night market together. Before long, Leia finds a bench and sits down. I will rest here. You guys go on ahead. Lion says helplessly, oh right, it's about time Zia ran out of battery. Melissa asks anxiously, are you okay alone since Ella's not here either? I think I should stay with her. Leia looks up startled. Huh, I am fine. Don't worry, go ahead. You need to buy skewers for Ian. Seeing this, Billy sits down next to Leia. All right, I will stay with her. You kids go have fun. She nods, don't worry about me. Melissa hesitates for a few seconds before saying, okay, then we will come back. Later, Zia. From afar, Leo's voice calls out, hey, why are you guys still standing there? Lion gives a thumbs up and says, I'll buy something delicious for you. Melissa shouts back to the others in the distance. Zia needs a rest. After they leave, the atmosphere suddenly grows awkward. Billy tries to strike up a conversation. Nice weather today, huh? Zia replies, yes. And just like that, the conversation hits a dead end. Zia lowers her head, quietly gazing at the flower bushes by the roadside. Billy turns to look at her for a moment, then he suddenly exclaims, ah, I remember now, it's you. You are the girl who looks like she has lived through many lifetimes. Zia freezes, thinking, what on earth did Leo tell him? Seeing her reaction, Billy feels embarrassed. Ah, I'm sorry, it's just the two of us at home, so I'm not very good with words. Leia replies, ah, it's all right. She thinks to herself, come to think of it, Leo mentioned living with his father. What about his mother? Billy smiles and asks, what's wrong? Is there something you want to ask? Leia hesitates, wondering, is it okay to ask? She simply answers, no, it's nothing. The atmosphere once again sinks into silence. Billy suddenly recalls his son's letter. A new friend I met at the academy is Leia, Lion's childhood friend. She looks like she has lived through many lifetimes. When I asked, Lion told me a few things. Her father did. And Lion said those were just rumors he heard. Dad, isn't it infuriating? What kind of father is he? He is truly. Billy thinks to himself that Leo wrote a whole scroll about his friend's family, probably because he felt outraged yet had no one to vent to, so he could only put it in a letter. At this point, Billy sighs and says, all right, since we have nothing else to do, I will tell you a dull old story. My wife, you know, she was beautiful, lovely, sweet, smart, a great cook, hard-working. In short, she was that kind of person. Zia thinks in surprise. Huh, why is he suddenly bragging about his wife? Billy continues. This happened before we bought our current house. Back then, our family still lived on the mountain. I would laugh whenever my son caused trouble, and my wife would ask why I didn't scold him. But in the end, she would laugh along too. One day, Leo broke the front door, so I went to the village at the foot of the mountain to buy materials to fix it. When I returned, bloodstains covered the house. My wife and son were nowhere to be found, and I don't even know if I should call it luck or not, but I quickly spotted a bear trying to drag my wife away not far from the house. My wife was holding Leo tightly in her arms. I rushed to kill the bear. But my wife had passed while my son was unconscious. Do you know what he said as soon as he woke up? He said it was all his fault and that he should have been the one to die. Hearing this, Leia suddenly clenches her fists. Billy adds, so I gave him a punch right then and there. Zia asks in shock. Huh, Billy nods, raising a fist as big as a pot. Every time he blamed himself, I hit him until he yelled, go away, Dad. After that, he went back to acting normally. Zia breaks into a cold sweat, thinking, with a fist like that. Billy continues, I never knew how to comfort him gently. If I were a better father, I could have told him it wasn't his fault in a better way. For some reason, Leia suddenly recalls the words she has heard all her life. You are the one who should have died. Because of you, others lost their lives, if not for you, if only you. She realizes those are the harsh words she has always endured. I thought I was the source of all this misfortune. That is all I have heard since I was old enough to understand. But at this point, Leia pauses. She remembers Esteban's words. Leia, you are more wonderful than you think. Then she sinks into thought again. Perhaps the Count lost the one he loved, and his scolding and cursing me is not actually my fault. Seeing her silence, Billy says with some embarrassment, did this dull old story sound too heavy? Huh, Zia quickly replies, not at all, sir. Just then, Melissa calls out from afar, Zia, we are back. Let's go, it's getting late. The dorm manager will definitely scold us. Rose laughs and says, maybe she won't be too strict with us since It's vacation. Leia feels she has gotten used to happiness and learned how to wish blessings upon others. Billy stands up and asks, "What are all those things?" Zia also stands up, thinking to herself, "I want to become a little happier too." On the carriage back, Rose asks in shock, "Ah, Zia, you said you would stay at Melissa's house this break. Are you going to her place tomorrow?" "I originally planned to, but something unexpected came up, so I have to go somewhere else tomorrow." "Really? Then let me inform my parents." "Yeah, thank you. I don't think I can ignore it." Recalling the encounter with the first prince at the amusement park, I should go to the Count's mansion and ask Alice about the current situation. The next day at Count Ambrose's mansion. Walking down the quiet hallway, Leia wonders, what is going on? There are no guards at the gate and no servants in the house. Where is everyone? I don't see Alice either. Is something wrong? I think I hear voices. A voice echoes from Count Ambrose's study. The preparations are not yet finished. Leia slowly steps forward. Is that voice coming from the study? It's so quiet around here. Suddenly a hand covers her mouth from behind. "SHH, young lady, you shouldn't be here." "Alice, where is everyone?" The voice inside the study drifts out again. "Viscount Clem says he needs more manpower. They will need a few more months to finish preparations." Damn. It's satisfying. Those disgusting fakes is so exhausting. We don't even know if it's feasible, but regardless, even if it drags on, there must be no mistakes. I will keep that in mind. Zia thinks in shock, that voice is inside the room. The first prince says, "Ah, by the way, do you remember the amusement park where we were supposed to meet? I happened to bump into your daughter." Zia gasps. "First prince, did you see her?" Count Ambrose answers, "No, I have no idea, but why do you bring that up?" "Well, there were so many rumors, but she looks much more ordinary than I expected." "Haha, all right, I will stop." "Is she really your daughter? Just looking at your expression." "Well, it doesn't matter. Have you found out about my father's condition?" Count Ambrose replies, "The doctor says it is nothing too serious." "Good, it should be. After all, he is still useful to us. He cannot die yet." Outside, Leia clenches her fists tightly. Everything she suspected. Recalling the words heard in the alley, the conversation with Count Ambrose, and the encounter at the amusement park, Leia concludes. The first prince is rapidly rallying nobles to his side. The emperor merely watches his child without taking action, and the throne's heir remains undecided. A coup d'etat. What the first prince wants is not merely the succession to the throne. He is preparing for a coup d'etat. At this moment, Alice says, "Young lady, let's leave this place first." After regaining her composure, she asks Alice, "Did you know?" Zia suddenly pauses and changes the subject. "Where are all the servants?" Alice replies, "The master dismissed everyone. Everyone is staying at the annex. I was on my way there when I suddenly saw you." She followed me because she was worried about me. I am certain he sent everyone away so he could speak privately with the first prince. Do the other servants know? We are people who see nothing and hear nothing, Zia thinks. It seems they also realize the Count is conspiring with the first prince, but perhaps they don't know the two are plotting a coup. Servants have no right to speak of what they know, and if something happens, if the coup fails, Alice suddenly says, "Young lady, you are not at the mansion today, so please leave quickly." Leaving Count Ambrose's mansion, Leia quickly steps into her carriage. She thinks solemnly, a rebellion. Under imperial law, anyone who dares to stage a coup is beheaded. Their accomplices, families, and servants will all suffer the same fate. Why is the Count colluding with the first prince? She recalls the words heard in the mansion. We don't even know if it's feasible, but regardless, even if it drags on, there must be no mistakes. I will keep that in mind. Leia continues to think, he is not just providing financial support, but directly assisting. If that rebellion fails, the Ambrose family will be wiped clean from history. And everyone along with it. Last year after I visited the mansion, they all sent letters and pastries to me, asking about my well-being. I don't want to think about the worst-case scenario. Perhaps the rebellion will succeed, but if so, it means not just the emperor, but also the more. She thinks, the more her hands tremble. She tightly clenches her fists. That's right, I cannot just sit by and watch him become a victim of this power struggle. I don't want the people I cherish to die. Afterwards, Leia steps out from a clothing shop. She drapes a black cloak around herself, walks straight into an alleyway, stops before a wall, and chants a spell. In the blink of an eye, Leia stands before the Savvy mansion. She pauses in a hidden corner and raises her hand. Pure mana transforms into a butterfly. It flies straight inside the mansion. Zia whispers in her heart, *please. Then she stands there waiting in an anxious state. Before long, a guard suddenly says, "The master commands everyone to wait outside. Please come this way." Zia sighs in relief. It worked. A moment later, in the reception room, Michael asks, "So why did you come to see me, Lady Leia, and so secretly, no less?" Leia replies, "I assumed you would recognize my family crest, and it is best that no one hears our conversation." Please allow me to meet your master." Michael raises his tea cup, takes a sip, and says, "Do not joke around. His Majesty is a very busy man, but the Emperor is not your master, is he?" Michael pauses for a moment. She thinks he is talking nonsense. Without waiting for him to finish, Leia says, "I come to propose a deal." Leia thinks to herself, "He is waiting for me to say something, isn't he?" Then she continues, "You surely know about Count Ambrose's situation. Only the Count is involved in that conspiracy. So please help me save the innocent servants and myself. In exchange, I will provide you with any information about the first prince from the Count." Michael chuckles softly. And how can I trust you? I have many others who can also provide me with information." He thinks to himself, she is just a young, fragile student. I cannot drag such an ordinary girl into this bloody political war. It is a pity she finds herself in this predicament, but agreeing to cooperate will only put her in greater danger, and more importantly, Esteban will not accept it. With that, Michael says, "I am afraid I must decline your offer. Go elsewhere to find someone who can save your life, young Lady Leia." Leia bows her head and thinks, "No, he is the only noble I know. He must belong to the opposing faction against the first prince. If he rejects me, I do not think there will be another chance to approach him. I must show him something that proves I am useful. I must become a useful pawn, attractive enough that he cannot afford to lose me. Until now, all I want is an ordinary, completely unremarkable life. I would rather die than be used by others. But this time I am not being used. I only want to protect the people I love and the small joys in my life." Leia purses her lips, raises both hands, and emits a surge of rainbow-colored mana, asking, "Then will this be useful to you?" "My lord," Michael says in astonishment, "you, not long." After Michael stands up and says, "It is late. I will contact you another time. For now, you should return." Leia replies, "Yes." "Thank you, my lord." Saying so, she leaves the room. At this moment, Michael bows his head and looks at his hand. He thinks to himself, "Everyone is born with an innate power, and magic is the ability to use that power and make it tangible, but not everyone can use magic skillfully. The ability to use magic depends on one's innate capacity. The purer the magic power, the more capable one is of casting high-level spells. Magic that is purest emits a silver light, but her magic shines like a rainbow. I have never seen or heard of a power with such colorful light. Furthermore, she can control it so skillfully, it is as if her power obeys her every command. I thought she is just an ordinary student, never expecting her to hide such immense power. So this is the reason why I always feel something unusual every time I meet her at the academy. I think she is always strangely calm." Michael looks down at Leia's back from the window, his brows knitting slightly. A few minutes earlier, after seeing Leia's mana, Michael asked, "Do you want me to keep your power a secret?" Leia replied, "Yes, please." "How interesting. Your ability rivals that of any sage. Is that why you do not want others to know?" He thought, honestly, with this ability she has already surpassed them by far, yet she still remained silent. Nodding, Michael then said, "There is no reason for me to refuse. After all, the best secret weapon remains a secret." He further thought, "A wise decision. If she reveals her power amid this turmoil, she will surely become the target of those who wish to exploit that strength, both her and everyone around her. We may need her power for what is to come now. How do I convince Esteban? A few days later, Melissa says, Leia, you have a letter. Leia replies, thank you, Melissa. She opens the letter, which contains only a few brief lines. I will send a carriage to pick you up at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Please come with them. Leia suddenly recalls her conversation with Michael. Please allow me to meet your master, the master of the Duke, but the Emperor is not your master. Is he? It must be Senior Esteban. But if Senior Esteban stops the first prince's rebellion, my father will not falter. I even show him the power I always try to hide. Fortunately, he promises to keep it secret. I cannot keep it hidden forever, but at least I will have more time to prepare a few things. I have achieved my goal. Later, the carriage brings Leia before a building. Michael says, let us go inside. Leia follows, thinking, I feel a strange magic. Is this building surrounded by a protective spell? And this hall is like a maze. Michael warns, be careful. There are many turns here. If you do not keep up with me, you will get lost. Leia replies, yes. Both walk toward a room. Inside the room, Esteban and Irina sit opposite each other. Hearing the door open, Esteban looks up. Irina stares at her intently. Leia thinks in surprise, the princess is here too. She quickly bows her head and says, greetings to both noble highnesses of the Empire. Esteban stands up to greet her. Young Lady Leia. Leia thinks he uses the title to keep his distance from her, his face filled with anxiety and sorrow. She reassures him silently, do not worry. Senior Esteban. At this moment, Irina also stands up. She speaks, I wish to ask, who are you? Leia thinks in silence. Her question conceals many implicit meanings. Whom do you fight for? Whom do you wish to become? Who are you? I understand now. The one who will soon become the new ruler of the Empire and also my master is. Leia kneels down solemnly and says, allow me to introduce myself. She pauses for a moment. Irina. She will be the next empress of the Empire. Continuing, she says, I am one who desires to become a subordinate standing by your side and witness the empire you will build. My name is Leia, while thinking, and I will help her achieve it. The current emperor is a greedy man. To him, nothing is more important than himself, and he believes that everything must belong to him. After all, he is the emperor. The throne has belonged to him since birth, so it is no surprise that he does not wish to choose an heir. However, it is an emperor's duty to produce a successor to maintain the royal lineage, even if he himself does not want to. The nobles will absolutely not let him have his way. In the Empire, the eldest child usually inherits the parent's title. But for the royal family, anyone with red eyes, the symbol of legend, has a chance to gain the support of those who worship tradition. Thus, wanting to sit on the throne as long as possible, the emperor devises a plan. If someone else in the royal family besides the eldest child also possesses red eyes, would that person not also become a strong candidate for the throne? And if within the royal family there are more than 2 people with red eyes, a bloody war for succession will inevitably break out. Royal family members with red eyes usually use their privilege to seize the throne, and even if they have no desire to become the next monarch, the opposing faction cannot turn a blind eye to someone who could threaten their right of inheritance. The emperor thinks his throne remains safe, at least until only one survivor remains in the battle for succession, thus to avoid interference from the nobles and control the balance of power. He takes 3 wives: the empress, the noble consort, and the secondary consort, and after fathering 2 heirs with red eyes, the emperor abandons all 3 of his wives. His eldest son quickly garners much support thanks to his red eyes. Though not inherently good, his attitude is so terrible that many choose to support other members of the royal family. Thanks to this, the emperor can casually stay out of the fray. As long as the 2 princes do not die young, he does not need to care about their actions. He simply enjoys the life of a ruler of the empire while igniting a family war. He can lazily watch them tear each other apart. But does the emperor realize that his son is by no means foolish? A greedy prince and his mother discover the reason why the emperor refuses to choose an heir. The current emperor is overflowing with vitality. He will live for at least a few more decades. Of course, provided nothing happens to him. Unfortunately for the emperor, the empress and the first prince are not patient people, and the empress concludes that all they need to do is eliminate both, the emperor and the second prince, and so the emperor, having underestimated their greed, becomes a victim of the rebellion. But interestingly, the first prince also forgets one thing. As people often say, the closer something is, the harder it is to see. One person they forget to pay attention to is Duke Michael Xavier, the father of Michael, the late Duke Xavier, is the elder brother of the empress and the biggest supporter of the first prince. However, he suddenly dies in a carriage overturn. Accident, everyone assumes that Michael, who has to inherit the title of duke at a young age, will also support the first prince. No, for some reason he maintains an indifferent attitude toward current affairs. The nobles buzz with rumors. Is he doing this so as not to offend the emperor? He does not yet have a solid base of power, so that is likely the case. Those ignorant of the truth speak like this. The truth is that he actually supports another member of the royal family. The one Michael supports is first princess Irina. She is an unexpected variable they never anticipate, the sister of the prince and daughter of the empress. Irina once said that if the first prince ascends the throne, all members of the royal family, including herself, will be wiped out from the palace. She knows her brother's cruelty all too well, leaving her with no choice but to enter the battle for the throne to save herself and others. Not a single person pays attention to Irina, who does not possess red eyes. Though the most outstanding among the emperor's children, she lacks entitlement, and moreover, she is the full sister of the first prince. So if they refuse to look at what lies right before them, they will not realize that Esteban is merely a cover, and Irina is the true mastermind behind it all. Returning to the present, Irina says, "I explain the current situation because I think you should know." Leia replies, "Yes," while thinking to herself that this matter is far more serious and cruel than she thought. She silently glances toward Michael. Could it be that? Did the Empress kill your older brother just to achieve her goal? Impossible. After a brief silence, Irina speaks again. "As you may already know, because I lack red eyes, I must have a legitimate reason, one convincing enough to bring down the first prince. So, while searching for that reason, Esteban helped me buy time by pretending to become their target. And currently the primary lead we are pursuing is a plot by the first prince, who is pouring all his efforts into preparing a large-scale human trafficking scheme." As her words fade, footsteps echo from outside. The door creaks open, and Can steps inside, saying, "Your Highness." "I have new information," mid-sentence. He abruptly pauses, gazing at Leia. Ambrose then asks, "Why is she here?" Irina tells him, "Sit down first. Can, do not be impolite." Can steps forward and sits beside Mikhail, speaking calmly. "I think it is best to hand these documents to your Highness in a different setting." Irina shakes her head gently. "It is fine. She wishes to become our ally." Ken questions, "I wonder if it is truly necessary to agree to collaborate with her. After all, she is the heiress of the Ambrose family." Leia thinks to herself, his suspicion is entirely justified. "I do not blame him." Michael interjects, "I will explain her situation later. Give us the report first." Ken asks in surprise, "Are you the one who brought her here, Duke Xavier?" Michael remains silent, so Ken hands over the dossier. "We have gathered new details regarding the human trafficking operation." Irina asks, "First, do you know about forbidden spells, Leia?" Leia nods. She has known for a long time that the great sage banned spells capable of bringing calamity or chaos, burning every book containing those incantations. Irina says, "Indeed, that is the only tale about forbidden spells. But a few years ago, several nobles seemingly began spreading a forbidden spell known as time reversal. Though its exact origin remains unknown, there are many variations of time reversal magic, and the spell being circulated is the rejuvenation spell. It is a forbidden technique that rewinds the age of the physical body. It differs from how accomplished mages, like the Academy Principal or the Master of the Magic Tower, preserve their youth by slowing down the aging process. True to its name, this spell restores an aged body to youth. It possesses a unique condition. People believe that the magic circle must be activated by the mana of a child with immense magical talent." Leia freezes in shock. Children, she recalls the rumor she heard about Baron Nobka being arrested. People said he locked children in a dungeon beneath a casino. Stunned, she asks, "It cannot be." So Baron Nobka's incident was. Irina answers, "Yes, it appears he was conducting research based on the information he obtained about this spell. But all we can say for certain is that he imprisoned and trafficked children. Among them was one with powerful mana, suggesting he targeted abandoned children or those from poor, defenseless families to kidnap or buy. To carry out such research, I am certain someone from the Magic Tower must be collaborating with them. So currently, it seems they are selling these magic circles along with children everywhere. However, after the Baron was eliminated, transactions involving that magic ceased completely, whether due to an issue with the spell or fear that the first prince's complicity would soon be exposed. We cannot yet determine the exact reason, but recently we received word that they are preparing a large-scale auction. Centered around this spell, we plan to target that event. Leia thinks in silence. If this is all true, those people are truly vile. She raises her head and asks, "But why would the first prince organize such a risky event? If caught, his reputation will be ruined." Irina replies, "Perhaps. His goal is to win all the nobles over to his side." Despite the risk, Leia ponders who could be cruel enough to be drawn to such horrors. It would be elderly aristocrats with excess time and fortune. The first prince likely feels he has no choice but to curry favor with them. The children's whereabouts remain unknown and the prep sites appear scattered everywhere. It is heartbreaking that we cannot rescue them immediately. Esteban listens in somber silence. Ken speaks up. "Regarding that, I think the information I brought today might help. I gathered intel that can help us guess the time and place of the auction. Since preparations may slow down to avoid suspicion, I estimate it will take roughly 2 to 3 months. It will be quite difficult for them to find a suitable location for such a grand event in a short time frame. Thus, we have a rough idea of the venue, though details may shift, so I will update you as soon as new intel arrives." Hearing this, Irina says, "Proceed accordingly." "Understood, Your Highness. Then I shall take my leave." Irina nods. "For now, Leia, I want you to follow Mikkel to study practical magic and prepare to take part in our plan." "Yes, Your Highness." "I obey." Ken suddenly turns to Michael. "Give me a moment." After moving to another room, he speaks. "This is a vital opportunity. If we can prove the first prince is behind everything, we can dethrone him immediately. Besides, all the victims are under 10 years old. How could he possibly defend himself? Michael, you know this as well, right? Even if we lack personnel, I cannot accept bringing in someone who could be their spy. Even if there is the slightest possibility, caution is never foolish. I bet they even have a few sages from the Magic Tower on their side. How much help can that heiress of the Ambrose family really offer, even if she knows how to use a bit of magic?" Michael calmly interjects. "As you said, their faction definitely includes sages, and we do not know how many. But that is precisely why I allowed her to join. They likely will not dispatch too many high-level personnel like sages. Yet there will still be at least 2 or 3. Can, how many people do you think we currently have on our side? Including myself, we have barely 20 talented individuals we can trust, those who can handle themselves in an emergency. In a surprise assault, smaller numbers make us harder to capture. Thus, each individual's capability is extremely crucial, and that girl can single-handedly fight off at least one sage." Ken asks in utter shock, "What, a sage?" Mikkel nods. "Yes, she possesses phenomenal talent, even I am not certain that I could win against her. I may have more experience, but experience means nothing once she takes control of my magic." Can lets out a forced laugh. "Hey, that joke isn't funny. Do I look like I am joking?" The air in the room turns silent for a moment. Ken asks, "Once more, are you serious?" Michael nods. "I am serious. And you already know the rumors about Count Ambrose and his daughter." Ken sighs. If you put it that way, I have nothing left to say. Now we can only hope that our new member brings us success. But after all, we are still speaking of potential. That girl has a long road ahead before she can truly be deployed. Go easy on her." Ken thinks to himself, "I am starting to feel sorry for her." Summer vacation brings many changes, and as each of us sets aside our own anxieties, The second semester begins. Inside the academy, Ariel pounces on Leia. I missed you so much. Ari, we literally just saw each other in the dormitory. Lupri chimes in. Me too. Ariel yells loudly. Hey, stay away from her. Understood, challenging me on the very first day. How bold of you. Right then, a male student bumps into Ariel. Ouch, you're blocking my path. A student behind him says, Hey, you dropped a book. Ack, I borrowed that from the professor. What happened? Did it hit something when it fell? Seeing you tuck the book under your arm, I knew this would happen. You're doomed. Hey, how are you going to fix this? She smirks. Ha, you bumped into me first and yet you dare cause. A scene, causing a scene, suddenly a voice. Rings out, so noisy. Don't you know class is about to start? Quiet down and return to your seats, walking around without. Looking where you're going is nothing to be proud of. Aren't you ashamed? Seeing Julia speak. Up, Ariel and Leia glance at each other in surprise. Did she just stand up for us during lunchtime in the library? Leia thinks to herself. Perhaps because everyone is busy preparing for the foundation day, the library is completely deserted. Recalling the previous year, a rumor echoed through the library. Have you heard? Secret attacked the palace. In any case, because of that, this year's foundation day was cancelled. Since this is the first foundation day in 2 years, there must be so much to prepare. Foundation day. Thinking back, I wasn't able to enjoy it at all. I think this year's festival will be wonderful. Autumn approaches, and the morning air grows colder each day, even indoors. Throughout the vacation, she trained with the Duke, earning much valuable experience, but training is truly arduous. I am so weak. I think I am tired, lost in thought. Leia nods off unconsciously, then she falls fast asleep. Not until Esteban approaches and she feels a gentle hand touch her forehead does Leia open her eyes. She calls out softly in surprise, Senior. Esteban, he says with concern, I think you have a mild fever. There should be medicine in the librarian's room. I will go fetch it, so please take it. Ah, it is all right. I think I am just a bit tired. Esteban frowns and clicks his tongue. Leia gasps in surprise. Esteban stands up saying, I will be right back. She wonders to herself, do I really have a fever? I can't feel it. Suddenly footsteps approach. Lupri speaks, there you are. Leia calls out his name in surprise. He steps closer and says, I am so sleepy. Saying this, Lupri rests his head on her shoulder, but immediately sits back up. Lupri gently bumps his forehead against hers, saying solemnly, you have a fever. Leia asks in surprise, really? This is bad. At this moment, Esteban returns with the medicine. Seeing their intimate posture, he pauses briefly before stepping closer to hand it over. Here you go, Leia. This medicine was concocted by Professor C, so it will help you recover quickly. She smiles and answers, thank you, after she drinks the medicine. Esteban suggests, get some rest, or would you like to return to the dormitory? No. I just need to close my eyes for a bit. The moment the words leave her lips, she leans against Lupri's shoulder and falls into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Esteban thinks that was fast. Is it because the medicine was brewed with recovery magic? As soon as she took it, she fell asleep right away. She should lie down comfortably. Could you step aside? Lupri ponders for a moment, then smiles. I don't want to. Esteban freezes briefly, then sighs. You are being unreasonable to someone who is sick. I'm just joking. Saying that, he gently lays Leia down on the sofa. Suddenly, Lupri asks, you aren't planning to drag Leia into that matter, are you, Your Highness? Esteban. Seriously? Lord Lupri? Lucre cuts him off before he can finish. Even if the answer is yes, I believe you will not let her become the first prince's target. Remember that the Anti's family only supports a wise leader, which means we can turn our backs on you at any time. Your Highness. Esteban deepens his frown in deep thought upon hearing this. 1,000 years ago, a time rumored to be the dawn of humanity, when the great sage and the first emperor tamed the dragon and drove back the Kylum race. Because of this, their noble deeds receive eternal recognition, and the sole empire on the continent is founded. The people worship these heroes and pray they are remembered forever. Thus, a 3-day festival celebrating the founding of the nation takes place every autumn. From day one, lively shouts echo through the bustling streets. The troop from La Anatole has arrived. This is your only chance to watch them perform. Limited edition chocolate tarts, only 100 available. Come by. Specialty candied apples from Consortio Kingdom are half price today. Come try our freshly baked, piping hot bread. Len and Leo's eyes sparkle bright. Buy it for us, buy it for us. Rose firmly shakes her head. No, use your own money, the two beg. Young Lady Rose, I spent all my allowance for this month. Len adds, I haven't, but buy it for me anyway. Rose speaks coldly. HMPH, who are you people? How utterly shameless. Ariel also speaks with annoyance. There they go again. Edgen notes that they seem to be having a lot of fun. Leia wonders in surprise, is that so? Suddenly, singing resounds in the air. The glorious day arrives, the day everyone across this land gathers as one. I hear singing somewhere, someone whispers as everyone listens quietly. Honor their bravery, bow before their nobility. May the heroes receive blessings, may all creation sing their praises. Ariel cries out joyfully, ah, it's a folk song praising the first emperor and the great sage. Let's join the dance. Leia stuns in confusion. What? But I don't know this dance. Just let your body flow with the music. Amidst the song, they all begin to dance. Be grateful for this prosperous life. Be thankful for the holy sanctuary granted by God. The song of the four seasons stirs with vigor. Raise your voices so our chant reaches the ends of heaven. May all creation bless them. At this moment, Leia groans, my feet hurt so much. Apologetically, they realize they forgot Leia's physical limits. Melissa smiles warmly, but it's fun, isn't it? Leia nods, yeah, I'll sit and rest for a bit. All right, then we'll walk around to look at a few more things. Leia replies, have fun, she thinks to herself. I am having so much fun. Festivals are truly wonderful. Suddenly a voice calls out, Leia, Senior Anpheus, since we aren't paired up anymore, there aren't many opportunities for me to see you. It's been a while, Senior. How have you been? Come now, how do you think I am? Leia looks lost. Whom did you forget that I practically confessed to you? Leia thinks in shock. Right, more importantly, he really meant it. She stammers out, I didn't forget. It's just that. I feel so comfortable around you that I didn't notice. Anpheus wonders silently if he should feel happy hearing this. Comfortable, huh? He stays quiet for a moment, before suddenly reaching out to pick a fallen leaf off her shoulder. This was stuck on your clothes. Her cheeks flush red as she gasps softly. Don't be nervous. I won't do anything without your permission. I won't force or rush you. I won't do anything at all because it would all be meaningless. So come to me whenever you are ready. Leia wonders if she can ever return his feelings. She hesitates, Suddenly a commotion breaks out. What's that? Is it a performance? They look like they prepared something. From a distance, a crowd dressed in black robes marches forward. A cold shiver suddenly runs down Leia's spine. What is this strange feeling? The leader of the black-robed group speaks up. Foolish mortals praising wicked evil. We are here to show you the truth. The townspeople murmur among themselves. It must be a play. It's a bit scary. Leia frowns, thinking wicked evil. Anpheus remarks that a street play like this will surely get reported to the guards. The leader continues, do you truly believe the words spilling from the mouths of liars sitting high above? Do you truly believe the hollow illusions they constructed of their glory? Do you truly believe the God you pray to is real? Hearing this, the crowd explodes in rage. Hey, that's enough. What kind of play is this? You will be punished. Who do you think you are? Stop rambling. Before the words even finish, blood sputters out. A man widens his eyes in disbelief. Huh. The leader flashes a chilling, bewitching smile. We are believers in the true God, and the day we welcome this true God is no longer far away. The man's corpse collapses onto the ground, causing the onlookers to scream in horror. Allah! Chaos erupts across the city. Screams echo from every corner. Ah, help us, it's the secret, the secret! Anpheus quickly steps in front of Leia to block an attack. She looks around, her heart racing as she sees them casting magic and wildly swinging swords. Just like that, she remembers earlier when they said, then we'll walk around to look at a few more things. Have fun, everyone. She hastily speaks. Senior Anpheus, my friends, I have to find my friends, he asks in shock. What? First, right, we must leave this plaza first. Find your friends and then run, Leia says anxiously. But what about? Anpheus interrupts. Go, hurry, I will be right. Behind you, she thinks to herself, right? Senior Anpheus is far superior to most other mages. I need to find Leo and Len first. The two of them can't fight them. As she runs, Leia hears frantic shouts all around her. Calm down, stay calm and form a barrier. Hurry, seek shelter. In the alley over there, the knights and mages will be here soon. Hold on. Leia cries out in distress, everyone please. While scanning the area, her eyes suddenly lock onto a scene ahead. Len and Leo are targeted by one of the secret. A bolt of magic shoots straight at them. Len closes his eyes and gasps, "Irk!" In that critical instant, a blast of magic strikes the secret's arm, making him howl in pain. "Arg!" Len turns his head, calling out Leia's name in surprise. She reflects silently when I used magic on them. The sensation felt so strange, as if my magic was being torn apart. I have felt this peculiar magic before. Len quickly rushes over and urges, "Let's go quickly before they attack again. Where are the others?" Leia replies, "In the chaos, we got separated, but Ariel and Egen are together, so they should be safe. They must be nearby. Let's hurry and find them." At this moment, exhaustion washes over Leia once more. "Oh no, I've barely run at all, and I'm already gasping for air. This useless body of mine." Right then, a squad of knights advances swiftly. "Over there, the citizens' safety is our top priority." The secret cultists scream wildly while the citizens shout with relief. "The royal knights, the mages from the magic tower are here too." A knight bellows, "Everyone, this isn't the only location under attack by the secret. Moving recklessly is extremely dangerous. Please step inside the marked line on the ground. Hurry." The crowds surge into the shelter. Just then, a child cries out, "Mommy." Behind her, an injured woman trembles as she whimpers, "My child, go, save yourself." Seeing this, Leia instantly turns and runs toward them. Len and Leo shout in alarm, "Leia, where are you going?" I can't breathe anymore. Maybe it's better to let someone else help instead of acting on my own. My own safety is more important. I'll go call for help and return immediately. What if I draw someone's attention? Despite these thoughts, her body instinctively lunges forward to embrace the mother and child. Simultaneously, a thread of magic wraps tightly around the arm of the secret cultist. He instantly screams out, "Arg! You brat!" Leia squeezes her eyes shut. After waiting a moment without feeling any pain, she opens her eyes, standing before her. A cloak flutters in the wind. The young man turns his head and speaks softly. "Even if only for a fraction of a second, your magic possesses a will of its own." Leia stares blankly, thinking, this person, who is he? He offers a warm smile and says, "I arrived a bit late. I suppose Duke Ignis will give me a scolding." As he speaks, he waves his hand, and the ground in front instantly collapses. Leia thinks in awe he has absolute control over magic. This is the master of the magic tower. He speaks again. "What a shame, but this year's festival must end here." A few days later at the academy, inside the principal's office, Collies knits his brows and asks, "Well, sit upright and explain properly." He leans back onto the sofa, lazily complaining, "Ah, my whole body aches." Leia stands beside him. Silent, an hour ago, he suddenly tore open a spatial gate and threw her straight into the principal's office. "Collies, keep an eye on this girl for me for a bit." While Collies was receiving reports about the attack, before he could even reply, the man vanished. Left behind, Leia stammered, "Hello." And now Collies' face darkens with a deadly aura. "You don't even give people time to catch their breath. How rude." Leia thinks upon hearing this, "I heard they have been close since their student days at Astoria Academy. It seems that's true." He speaks up. "I want to ask this girl a few things, but I had to clean up the mess outside first. Besides, too many people saw what happened, so I couldn't just leave her." "Somewhere," Collies frowns, "that scene. Sweetie, can you explain?" She blinks in astonishment. "Sweetie, did he just call me?" "From what I saw, even though you didn't control your magic, it seemed to attack the enemy on its own, as if it possessed a mind of its own." Leia lowers her head in quiet contemplation. "At that moment, all I thought about was saving that mother and child. However, in all that chaos, I didn't even intentionally control or cast magic, yet it still attacked the secret cultist as if it read my mind." Recalling the event, she whispers softly, "I am not sure either." "I see." Regarding what happened today, inherent magic itself possesses no physical force. If word of today gets out, it will instantly overturn all previous research and establish truth. When that happens, crowds will flock here wanting to study you. And as the master of the magic tower, I am obligated to report this and investigate you. Furthermore, the royal family will intervene. They will dig up every piece of information they can find and thoroughly exploit you for their own gain. And if they deem you a threat. Leia hangs her head, thinking, they will eliminate me. It's happening again. I am once more forced into the center of attention. I tried so hard to prevent things from turning out like this, he continues. Of course, if that happens, the principal here will cleave the magic tower in half, won't he? With that, he offers a friendly smile and turns to colleagues. Would you consider letting me take her away? He replies, nonsense, that isn't even worth considering. As principal, I have a duty to protect my student. And to do so, I am willing to stand against the magic tower or even the royal family. Therefore, the decision rests with you, Leia. If you do not wish to go, you can trust me and refuse him. Leia thinks, is he giving me a choice? In that case, I will claim that what just happened was my own doing, not yours. In exchange, I will personally investigate whether you pose a danger. If I confirm you are harmless, I will keep your power a secret at all costs. Frankly, I can hardly believe this myself, and you look like you're being dragged to a slaughterhouse, he thinks. To himself, magical ability is a natural part of this world and belongs to no one, yet it formed a will of its own. To protect a single person, it is as though the divine gods are personally guarding her, an idea too unbelievable to fathom. Madness, meanwhile, Leia also wonders, will he really keep it a secret? Her tears fall involuntarily and the silence in the room suddenly deepens. Oh goodness, sweetheart, why are you crying? Am I that terrifying? Leia lowers her head and lets out a soft sob. Collies immediately asks in anger, why did you make her cry? Is it really my fault? After a moment, Leia leaves the principal's office, feeling so relieved that she bursts into tears. She suddenly spots someone walking over. Professor Jen? Jen asks with a bright smile, Leia, what are you doing in this hallway? She stammers in response. I have some business at the principal's office. The principal's office? Seeing him raise his hand, Leia flinches and says, Professor Jen, your hand. Jen replies, I was near the plaza earlier for the festival and got trapped in the chaotic crowd. How embarrassing. You as well, I see. She wonders what Secret's true goal actually is. Jen asks, are you hurt? Leia replies, no, it is nothing serious. That is good then. Due to the attack at the Foundation Festival, the cultural exchange festival scheduled right after is cancelled. Caroline is likely bitterly disappointed. She sent a letter and a gift. I miss you, Leia. This item reminds me of when you helped me find history books in the library. I intended to hand it to you personally, but circumstances do not allow it. I hope to see you again next year. Leia, I wish you good health, Caroline. After reading the letter, Leia picks up the gift, a history book about the Consortio Kingdom. Thinking back, she has never read history books about other nations. She is glad that the princess is safe and healthy. 2 months later, inside Duke Savvy's mansion, a blade flashes past. Mikkel hurriedly sidesteps, his sharp gaze flashing backward. As he prepares to counterattack, a blade quietly presses against his neck. Leia says, it seems I win this time. Mikkel nods. Well done. Far from her usual calm demeanor, she is truly impressive. She progresses faster than he thought. At first, she didn't even dare use magic against him. At this point, he announces today's practice session ends here. So are you going to the magic tower this winter? Leia replies, yes, I need to conduct some research, so I suppose I can no longer hide my pure mana. Mikkel nods. Even so, can you not control your power or restrict your abilities? The incident was likely just a coincidence, and he promised you himself, so nothing bad will come of it. Leia replies, I think so too. Do you think the head of the magic tower has any connection to the first prince? Are you asking if this is safe? He does not take any side. He is aware of his influence, so he cannot choose any side. But the sages and mages under him are not like that. Suddenly, Ken's voice rings out. Mikkel, do you have spare time? The date is set. Early morning at an inn. Near Lysia district, Irina asks if can notify the two of them. Mikkel and Leia reply, yes, your highness. Good, sit down. After Leia sits down, the air in the room grows somewhat quiet. After a while, Irina says, it is a bit late, but thank you for helping me. I know we are all doing this for our own benefit, but the truth is this plan will go much smoother with your participation. So I want you to understand that clearly. Leia replies, not at all, if anything. Rewinding to a few hours ago, Ken mentioned that the human trafficking transactions involving magic stopped after Baron Nobka's incident, likely because there was an issue with the spell. Just as we predicted, so it seems they temporarily paused the human trafficking to research ways to raise the success rate of this unstable magic. We wondered why they prepared for a large-scale human trafficking trade with such a high risk of detection. They planned to demonstrate that magic in front of an audience and conduct an auction after. Proving its success, Leia rubs her chin and asks, I have always been curious why an auction. Probably because they spent a lot of money on preparations and need to recover capital to maintain operations. So the first prince likely thinks that doing this kills two birds with one stone. To those nobles, that amount is nothing, simply a game. How can they do such a thing to other people? This is the cruel reality. Returning to the present, Irina says, yes, dethroning the first prince is my top priority, but I cannot forgive this kind of behavior either, so we must succeed. The auction takes place in the forest south of Lysia, which is near the capital and very convenient for nobles. They constructed a building on that land. We obtained the building's blueprint, memorize it thoroughly. According to this blueprint, there is not enough space here for a large teleportation circle, so there likely isn't one. There are two paths for carriages here. We will station 2 people at each path while the rest attack the main area. The golden moment is when the auction starts and right as they prepare to demonstrate the magic. We must act at that exact moment. That is when the first prince, the nobles, and the children will all gather. Near the main hall, Mikkel and 13 others will enter the main hall, while Leia and 2 others take charge of the waiting room. You 2 can adjust troop numbers if necessary. Our objective is to rescue the children, then catch the first prince and the nobles red-handed so they cannot escape their crimes. Now all we need to do is act. Everyone gather back here after changing. Everyone turns around in silence. In the dressing room, Leia thinks to herself, this cloak is too loose, I cannot tie it. I must hurry and change. These useless hands, I tied it, but it feels like it will slip off soon. At the same time, outside, a voice suddenly calls out, Leia, can I come in? Leia asks bashfully, Senior Esteban, actually I cannot tie my cloak. I am sorry, I will be done quickly. You are fully dressed, right? Leia replies, yes. Then forgive me. As he speaks, he steps inside, reaching out to help her tie the cloak strings. His action turns Leia's face red, her whole body freezing in place. After a moment, Esteban steps back. All done? Leia hesitates. Thank you. Esteban reaches out, adjusting her collar while softly calling, Leia, don't get hurt, please. Leia nods. I will wait for you. In the forest south of Lysia district, conversations echo. Looking from the outside, this place is indeed very concealed. It looks just like an empty plot of land. This is all thanks to the magic tools we stole from the head of the magic tower. This item not only helps us hide, but also blocks noise from reaching the outside. Piodo, a sage of the magic tower. And we confirmed that the second prince and all his key subordinates are attending an afternoon meeting. Uliset speaks up. He attends every meeting lately. Watching him look so miserable is quite entertaining. Do you think they suspect anything? Randon, another sage at the magic tower, replies. Unlikely, because most of them are ancient nobles who lost power. We have not detected any of their movements, but let us remain cautious. Yes, your highness. In the meeting room, someone laughs out loud. Haha, long time no see, Viscount Daniela. Indeed, this is your second time coming to this auction, right? Yes, the child I bought last time exhausted so quickly I couldn't even use it properly. Oh dear, hopefully today we will encounter quality goods, but is that story real? This is my first time, so I am very curious. Why else would I come here? The spell is not even complete, yet it already yields results. Viscount Daniela smiles. That gets me excited just then. Ulyset steps inside. The crowd bows in unison. Your Highness, glory to the Empire. Please make yourselves comfortable, everyone. It seems everyone is faring well. I feel deeply relieved knowing the pillars of this empire are healthy. He thinks to himself, while I am suffering because I have to flatter these disgusting pests. Then the host steps onto the stage. Everyone is present now, so shall we begin? Hello, everyone. I am Mr. A, the host tonight. I hope everyone will enjoy this atmosphere. Since everyone has waited for a long time, allow me to begin right away. First, we will demonstrate the effects of the type of magic you are all curious about and eagerly anticipating. Now, this young child will help that old man undergo a rejuvenation spell. This spell carries absolutely no side effects for anyone other than the caster, but to avoid unwanted risks, we brought a homeless person here. Please understand, when the performance ends, all evidence will be destroyed, so you do not need to worry. He lowers his head and barks at the child. Hurry and step forward. The tiny girl steps forward trembling, holding her hands out in front of her face, unleashing mana to form a magic circle. Mr. A adds, everyone please watch. Before his words finish, his head drops down. What is happening? Seeing a figure in black appear, the elderly nobles below scream in panic. An attack, it's an attack. Damn it, what are the guards doing? Quickly stop them. Ulyset frowns, thinking, what? How did it turn out like this? An attack, that hateful Esteban. Impossible were my preparations. So reckless. Beside him, anxious voices sound. Please take cover, Your Highness. Ulyset thinks again. I thought I caught all the rats, or did someone fail to clear the evidence? On the other side, Piotr raises his hand to create a magic shield. Everyone hurry down to the basement. Mikkel frowns, thinking, a basement? So there really is a basement. Could they have created a teleportation? Array in advance, he shouts out. Loud, first stop the mages. Don't let them activate the teleportation. Array, Ulyset, who has already run far away, turns his head and says, they probably intend to lock us all inside to preserve evidence, and if high nobles are killed here, everything will become extremely complicated. So get everyone out of here while the guards hold them back. We need a distraction, even if only for a brief moment. Tusk, what a waste, but there is no other choice. He removes his brooch and hands it to Randon. Randon, kill all the children outside. Leia strikes down a knight. She thinks to herself, is he the last person in the waiting room? Did they not guard carefully? Only a few guards are posted here. Which means the sages are all in the main hall. I must go check it out. Thinking this, she speaks. I leave the children to you. The other person replies, understood. In the auction room, Randon deflects a magic spell and frowns, thinking, I successfully brought Piotr to his highness, but on the other side. Mikkel is charging straight towards this way. The moment he meets his gaze, Randon freezes. In the next second, a line of sword aura suddenly slashes out. Randon hastily dodges to the side, looking down at the cut beneath his feet. In a panic, he frantically chants a spell. Avator Coruna. A flame erupts, spreading across the room, attacking both enemies and allies. Randon frowns. Tusk, I was startled, so I accidentally cast a spell unsuitable for indoor use, but that should be enough to take care of him, right? A second later, a wave of ice attribute mana overwhelms the flames. In the room, Randon thinks in surprise, what? He squints into the flames, asking himself, what is that light? Just as the thought finishes, a spell shoots over. Randon gasps hurriedly, casting counter magic. Ambrose Aum. After blocking the hit, he uses magic to fly higher. At the same time, a slender figure leaps up from the sea of fire, and the two face each other. Randon frowns, thinking, a slender figure. Although I cannot see their face, I can guess from their build, this person is not one of the 5 sages, nor are they the head of the magic tower. Then who on earth is it? While pondering, he unleashes a move. Ambrosium, Leia. She hastily erects a shield, yet still takes the hit. Astonished, she thinks, what is this? My shield has no effect. This an attack spell? I can't see a thing. Randon secretly gloats to himself. This is a spell I have just created. The world has yet to witness it. He isn't even a strong swordsman, so there is no way he can block my attack while completely blind. With that, Randon chants a spell. In rapid succession, Dior Era's Fractus. Chains instantly bind Lysia tightly. Randon smirks with pride, thinking, he cannot escape my grip. Just then, a bone-chilling, creepy sensation surges. As he raises his head, another Lysia suddenly rushes forward. She swings her sword down to strike, and even when taking the blow. Randon still cannot comprehend what is happening. How can you? Before he finishes his sentence. He collapses to his knees. Seeing this, Lysia thinks, my vision is returning a bit. It seems the spell weakens when the caster loses focus. Randon grits his teeth. Damn it, I thought I could at least kill one of them. Though it's a bit far, I have no other choice. As he takes out the brooch Lysia gave him. Lysia widens her eyes. My eyes are back to normal. Randon shouts loudly, the second prince will never become emperor. With those words, he abruptly smashes the brooch. A thick cloud of black smoke rapidly spreads, making Lysia pause. What is this? While she is still filled with doubt. The young slave girl suddenly clutches her neck and cries out, Lysia knits her brows as if suddenly remembering something. She turns around hastily. The children in the waiting room? Saying so, Lysia halts once more. No, what about that, Sage? I've lost track of him. After she lands on the ground, another person calls out. This thing is choking her skin too tightly. I can't cut it off. Can you make it stop? The young slave girl continues to groan in sheer pain. Lysia frowns deeply. An enchanted collar. I've never seen this kind of magic before either. I must quickly find a way to take it off. But how? The collar flashes relentlessly. The young slave girl whimpers. Lysia racks her brain in anxiety. It's slowly tightening around her neck. Think, Lysia, think. An idea suddenly flashes through her mind. Lysia opens her eyes wide in deep thought. What if I cast purer magic onto it? Is there no better way? Lysia immediately extends her hand to release her mana. In just a brief moment, the collar is temporarily neutralized, making her think with delight. It worked. Now it has stopped functioning. Lysia closes her eyes, focusing her mind to chant the spell. Del Tetio, the collar glows with the 7 colors of the rainbow, then vanishes into thin air. Great, I did it! She stands up and speaks loudly. Everyone, I will neutralize the collars. Please check the magic circle on them and use the dispel spell. Everyone responds. In unison with a resounding shout, at the royal palace an announcement echoes through the Empress's palace. Your Highness, the first prince has arrived. Virginia, Empress of the Cot Empire, sets her glass of wine down and says indifferently, let him in. Ulysse steps inside. I am back, mother. Welcome back, take a seat, but it seems you finished your task quite early. Actually, we were ambushed. An ambush? Yes, they were quite numerous, and because those fools kept running around in panic, I had no choice but to save myself. Fortunately, most of the casualties were mercenaries disguised as knights, and Randon treated the injured nobles before escaping. We left no evidence behind, so mother. Do not worry. It is all too obvious. This is the scheme of some careless fool trying to find the first prince's weakness out of fear. That the boy will abandon him. Does he not know how dangerous it is to act without caution? Useless fools, I should have eliminated him sooner. Ulysse speaks up. Again, and there is a rather interesting detail in Randon's report. An interesting detail. Among the attackers, there is one who is neither a sage nor a master of the magic tower, yet possesses magical power equal to theirs. Do you know who he is yet? I checked. As soon as I returned, but found no information. Currently, I am investigating whether any sage or magic tower master is secretly taking on disciples. Very good. Remember to search at the Magic Tower Academy and within the palace as well. Yes, mother. By the way, our promise to him is intact, right? Everything is going smoothly. I believe it is almost time to fulfill that promise. Sacrificing even my brother was indeed worth it. Indeed, truly. It won't be long now, Ulysse accepts. The glass of wine. Yes, until the day you place the emperor's crown upon your head. Inside the auction room, they have saved all the children. Lysia sighs, thinking, thankfully all the children are safe. Mikkel looks at her with secret worry. She is not doing well. She has used magic for far too long. When lifted into his arms, Lysia quickly says, I'm fine. Michael reassures her. It's all right. They are preparing a teleportation circle in the main hall, so please hold on a bit longer. Bring the children to the main hall and collect the bodies of our comrades. Now that the barrier has vanished, the guards will notice something is wrong and arrive soon. We must escape immediately. Receiving his command, another person hastily replies, Understood, Michael. Carries Leia into the auction hall. She looks around, thinking they have all escaped. I don't regret saving the children, but this was a golden opportunity to bring down the first prince. Michael suddenly speaks up. You did well, hearing this, Leia. Thinks it is over. Very quickly she is brought back. Lying on her bed in the dormitory, she silently tells herself, it must really be over. Perhaps because of that magic tool. The children remember nothing of what happened, remembering Irina's words. This is for the best, otherwise they would be traumatized. The children who found their parents will be sent home, and we are searching for a safe place for the rest. We may have to erase their memories before they leave to prevent information leaks. I hope they will continue living with only sweet memories. She silently grieves. In the end, we couldn't expose the first prince. Where is everyone? Ah, that's right. Today everyone went on a field trip. Earlier, Joss even asked if you were really fine, and Ariel instructed that if anything happens, remember to go see Professor C right away. Leia answered okay. After pushing herself past her limits, Leia fell ill and had to stay in the dormitory. Now. I feel much better than this morning. Still, I should take some medicine just to be safe. After taking the medicine, Leia takes a stroll outside in the courtyard, silently musing the weather. Today is quite warm. Even though it is already early winter, this attempt failed. How much longer will it take to dethrone him? He will become even more cautious, and the longer it takes, the higher the chance they will discover my true identity. I hope we can end everything before that happens. Catching sight of a streak of dark black mana in the bushes, Leia is utterly stunned. What is this? This is a chea flower bush. Why does this familiar? Feeling surface, outside the headmaster's office, rushed footsteps resound. Leia bursts straight inside, shouting anxiously. Headmaster Collies asks curiously, Leia, why are you still at school? Burritas exclaims. Little girl, Leia thinks in amazement, the head of the magic tower. She hesitatingly says, the flowers are all dead, Collies. Cries out in shock, what? Burritas frowns and asks, Collies, which professors are currently present at school? Shortly after, by the cluster of chea flowers, Burritas reaches out his hand to feel the mana lingering upon them and asks, little girl, you felt it too, didn't you? Leia answers in confusion, yes. Suddenly C asks, what is with that strange nickname, little girl? Seek is the only professor remaining at school who was summoned. Burritas snaps irritably, shut up, it still sounds better than your name. What even is sick? Seek breaks into a cold sweat. You haven't changed at all since the time I was at the magic tower. Truly impressive. Collie says, quiet both of you, let us confirm first. Leia, you only just discovered this, right? Yes, as soon as I saw it, I ran straight to report to you, sir. Therefore, Burritas, deep in thought, extends his hand, feeling the dark mana lingering on the blossoms once more. What a headache, this must be Secret's handiwork. I suppose we should be grateful they came when none of the students were present at school. Are there any traces? The traces end at the annex building. That entire building exudes a chilling, spine-tingling aura, so I need to go inspect it more thoroughly. Then let us go. Leia, return to the dormitory. Burritas shakes his head. No, the little girl must come with us. No one else is at school today. Everyone has left. If she stays alone, she might become their target. Then let me stay with her. There is no other way, so please watch over her, Professor. Burritas also adds, make sure to protect that girl. A short while later, inside a grand room, Leia looks around, thinking to herself, I've never been here before. She suddenly gasps, Seek asks, what's wrong? No, it's just I sense something unusual in that room. C frowns, wait. He slowly walks toward the front of the room, extending his hand to open the door, just as C lifts his foot to step inside. A mass of black chains instantly shoots up from the floor. They rapidly wrap around his body. Finding himself dragged downward, C is startled. Wait, what is this? Leia cries out. Professor, He is being pulled beneath the floor. What should I do? I must break that spell. Can I do it? What if I act too rashly and fail? While she hesitates, Seek's voice abruptly echoes, "This damn thing." Leia instantly breathes a sigh of relief. Thank goodness Professor C is still alive. She crouches down and asks, "Professor, are you all right?" C replies, "I'm fine. Go call the headmaster." He tells me to go call the master of the magic tower and the headmaster. Yes, that is the best thing I can do in this situation. She hurriedly says, "Please hold on a bit longer, Professor." "I will be back." Saying so, Leia suddenly raises her head. Something is glowing. It's on the wall over there. After walking over to look at the magic circle on the wall, Leia reaches out her hand to touch it, murmuring, "Premier Corrin." A line of text suddenly appears. "Crown of Promise." The blinding light forces Leia to shut both her eyes tightly. When she opens her eyes, she has appeared in another dimension. Where am I? The moment the thought finishes, another beam of light appears. Leia unconsciously steps through behind the door. Before her eyes sits a golden crown emitting a brilliant radiance, the treasure of Astoria. She freezes. When did I come inside? Here, all right, Professor. See, suddenly, a hand reaches out from behind and covers her mouth. A familiar voice echoes, "What are you doing here?" Leia freezes in shock. Could that voice belong to? Behind her, Jen, dressed in black, looks at her curiously. "Leia, a few months ago during a meeting in a secret location," that person asked. "Leia Ambrose?" Jen replies, "Yes, she is one of the students I am keeping an eye on under the prince's orders. She seems ordinary on the surface, but I notice a few strange things about her. At times, I feel an uncanny dissonance around her. She is definitely hiding something." The person scowls. An uncanny dissonance. How interesting. Keep a close watch on that child. She might prove useful." Back then, Jen answered, "Yes, I understand." But in his heart, he pondered, could she really be useful then? During the chaos he created at the Foundation Festival, when Leia hit him, Jen was deeply astonished. She created a protective barrier without casting a spell and controlled her mana so effortlessly. Indeed, that lingering sense of dissonance. First, I must blend into the crowd. My speed will likely slow down due to this wound. Later, when Leia rushed in to save the mother and child, Jen thought he was being foolishly subjective. This girl is extremely dangerous. Leia Ambrose's abilities will surely become a major obstacle in the future. Clenching his fists, Jen stares at the unconscious Leia, thinking he must eliminate her immediately before she grows even more dangerous, all for the sake of that person. Yet even when Leia wakes up, he still hasn't struck. She groans, softly, startled as she realizes, "My mouth is gagged with a cloth. It isn't magic, so I can't dispel it. This is so frustrating." Hearing her sound, Jen speaks up, "You regain consciousness faster than I expected." Leia suddenly remembers Professor Jen. Indeed, that familiar voice belongs to him. The strange mana emanating from the magic circle clearly belongs to Secret. Then the one who destroyed the Che flowers is. Why on earth do the Che flowers carry a special meaning? They are just flowers. Turning her eyes aside, she looks around. That is Astoria's protective talisman, yet there is no sign of it being tampered with. Jen steps forward, speaking calmly, "You look so curious." "Very well, Leia, I shall show you a little kindness. After all, I am your teacher. Fate works in strange ways. I met the true deity, not the imposters hiding across this realm." From that moment, I resolved to obey the will of the one deemed the child of God. I will enlighten the foolish mortals who mistake lies for truth. As she listens to Jen's sophisticated lies, Leia secretly channels her magic. Jen steps closer and asks, "Do you know?" Leia flinches slightly, thinking I must not let him notice. Jen continues, "My mission is to stand alongside that person and restore order to this world." Leia tells herself slowly, "Found it. Now I will send the signal." Just as she is about to send a plea for help to Collies and Burritas, Jen suddenly lunges forward. "However, you might become an obstacle in that person's path." Dark magic instantly envelopes her. As Jen says, "What a pity, but my intuition has never been wrong." Even so, you are a precious student of mine, Leia, if I leave you like this. You will be consumed by surrounding mana until you perish. So, I shall grant you a peaceful end, Leia. Panics thinking this is my limit. Please. No sooner has the thought passed than the door bursts open. A ferocious strike instantly slams. Straight into Jen, he screams out in agony. Blood sputters from his mouth as Jen collapses to his knees. Burritas rushes inside and helps Leia up. My darling, are you all right? Leia calls out weakly, Tower Master. Thinking at the same time, thank goodness my signal got through. Burritas continues. Hang in there, I will destroy this cursed magic circle and take you to sea. Jen crawls up. Groaning, you foolish imposters. Kali steps in and demands in a deep voice. Jen, who gave you the orders? Jen bursts into laughter. Ha, I have gone mad, so. Kali's coldly. Steps forward, I do not ask twice. Answer me immediately. Seeing the scene, Burritas hurriedly covers Leia's eyes. Do not look and do not listen, she gasps softly. Now just rest. Leia feels her consciousness fading as she silently replies, yes. Meanwhile, during the orientation ceremony. At Astoria Academy, Jen suddenly stops in his tracks as he runs out. He plummets from high above, slamming heavily onto the ground amidst the cries of the students. Professor, Professor Jen, suddenly a loud voice shouts. What is all this commotion, everyone? Students stand back. After warning the students, Sharon forms a perimeter around Jen's body. Soon after, she browses her brow and asks, how is it? Is it dangerous? Professor C, head of the magic department, nods. It is merely a wooden mannequin, so there should be no danger. But what on earth happened? I have an ill omen about this. That evening at the freshman welcoming banquet, whispers echo among the crowd. Have you heard? All the Che flowers are dead. Then will the student ranking competition be held arbitrarily? Is this Secret's doing, Professor? Jen was actually, Secret goes this far. While Rose, Ariel, and Leo laugh and play, Leia steps out onto the balcony with a heavy heart. The hectic days spent resolving the crisis have passed, and a peaceful year-end party is hosted as though nothing had happened. However, such efforts cannot quell the faint anxiety spreading throughout the academy. I am still terrified, yet I must be careful not to show it. I do not want to worry my friends further. Recalling Ariel's words, that was Professor Jen who guided us on our tour during orientation. I heard they used chimera crafting techniques to create that mannequin. To break such an enduring spell, the caster must die. Does that mean? He is. Leia shakes her head, telling herself I shouldn't think about it. Everything from that day, the crown from that afternoon. Astoria's heirloom treasure, a crown said to contain all the world's wisdom and knowledge. The real one is kept in an archive vault deep within the academy, although everyone knows this. With such abstract phrasing, no one knows where the archive vault actually is, or what the deepest place truly means. If it is passed down strictly through generations of headmasters, Professor Jen must have retrieved the information from the headmaster's office. However, with my eyes that can perceive mana, I was able to locate it easily. When asked about how things came to be, I lied, claiming I remembered nothing at all. I must forget everything that happened that day. In the end, I never learned Professor Jen's true motive. Suddenly, someone drapes a coat over her shoulders. Esteban smiles and asks, it's so cold, why are you out here? Oh, Esteban, aren't you tired? I'm fine, I'm okay. Yet in her heart, she thinks, it has been so long since I last saw him. Esteban asks curiously, don't tell me you still take night walks all by yourself. It has grown much colder. What if it suddenly rains or snows heavily? The freezing wind can blow in at any moment. I'm just worried about your health, not nagging. Leia bursts into a gentle chuckle. Haha, don't worry, Senior Esteban, but you look quite gaunt yourself. Gaunt, is it that obvious? I thought. It wasn't that bad. Leia thinks to herself I was only teasing. His jawline looks much sharper now. He has lost so much weight in such a short time. Does he have that much to handle? I hope he doesn't overwork himself. As she reaches her hand out, her fingers accidentally brush near Esteban's eyes. Both of them freeze for a moment. Esteban suddenly speaks up. I just remembered there's something I need to do. I'll take my leave first, before Leia can even say a word. Esteban turns around and adds, don't overexert yourself. Stay out here for just a moment, then go back inside to rest. Yes. I will, watching his departing back. She thinks somberly, he is avoiding me. Is it since then? If it were the usual senior, the usual Esteban, he would take her hand, smile brightly, and say, "Don't worry." Leia, her expression turns even more sorrowful. It feels so strange. Everything turns pristine white in winter as vacation. Begins across the campus. Melissa asks, is this your first time visiting the Magic Tower? Leia nods. Suddenly a voice echoes, "Don't worry, the Tower Master." "Won't bite you, Professor." Wrapped in several coats behind them, trembling, he speaks. "Oh, it's so cold." "Hello, Professor C. Professor, are you doing well?" I'm doing fine. Just a bit frozen. Now let's head to the Magic Tower. Teleporting to the Magic Tower is a bit complex. If done wrong, you will end up in the wrong place, so stand close together. Seeing. The student's grabbing onto his coat, C. Breaks into a cold sweat. "All right, hang on tight, Itruabet," as the incantation ends. Leia lands. Staggering, she thinks, no matter how many times I do this, I can't get used to it. Why am I the only one here? I held on so tightly. First, I need to figure out where I am to contact the professor. A silhouette steps out and asks, "Who are you?" It seems. It does not belong to the Magic Tower, Leia thinks to herself. This person is indeed a sage. Seeing her silence, Randon asks again, "Hey. Why aren't you answering? Are you admitting to being a suspicious person?" Leia hastily says, No, it's not like that." At that moment, Burritas suddenly appears. "So you are here." Leia looks up in surprise. "Tower Master." Burritas offers a gentle smile. "It seems the entrance guard forgot to register your name. Those who are unregistered cannot enter or leave the Magic Tower. I apologize to you on their behalf." Randon asks curiously. "Does the Tower Master know this person?" Burritas nods. "She is my guest." Randon releases his mana pressure and replies, "I see. Please forgive me. Many troublesome things have happened lately." Leia quickly waves her hands. It's all right." Hearing that, Randon turns around. "Then I shall take my leave." Burritas steps forward. To guide Leia, she suddenly asks about the person just now. Burritas turns to her. He is one of the sages named Randon. He is a bit gloomy and pitiable." Leia tilts her head. "Pardon me anyway, let's do what we need to do today. We will conduct a magic affinity test and then rest. Please follow this way." Shortly after, Burritas retrieves a glass orb. This is a tool to test magic affinity. If you place your hand on it, its color changes. For reference, the higher the affinity and purity, the lighter the color. See? Mine is light silver, right? You try it. Even if your hand tickles a bit, don't take it off." Leia politely replies. Yes, she touches it, and the orb immediately glows bright. Burritas watches with wide eyes. Seeing that he says nothing, Leia also stays silent. After a moment, Burritas murmurs softly, "There is no color at all." Leia wonders, does this mean it's a failure? Gasp. Suddenly, Burritas says joyfully, "This way, this way." Leia replies yes, while wondering to herself, why did it turn out like this? Just a moment ago, Burritas looked at Leia with glowing eyes. This girl is definitely a genius who defies all rules and logic. "Are you really not planning to join the Magic Tower after graduating from the academy? Please come here. Can't you hear my inner voice? Can't you see these desperate eyes? Why don't you come to the Magic Tower and show me what your limits are? Wouldn't it be so exciting to research magic together? Hee hee." Asterisk Leia breaks into a cold sweat, feeling as if she can actually hear his inner thoughts. After that, Burritas makes a proposal. "All right, would you like to see my private library then? I will open it for you." It is a blatant attempt to entice her. His face clearly spells out, "Come to the Magic Tower often," yet Leia cannot resist it. The Tower Master's private library. "Little girl, do you know, this is a place even the sages haven't seen." Leia nods blankly. Yes, while thinking to herself. I haven't even demonstrated my magic control or abilities yet, so will it really be fine? Besides, it's the Tower Master's personal library, so taking a look shouldn't hurt. Suddenly, a little girl runs over, accidentally bumping into her, and looks up, saying, I'm sorry." Leia replies that it's fine. Right after speaking, she freezes. "Wait, this child?" Burritas helps the girl pick up her book. "Goodness, watch where you're going in the hallway. Be more careful next time." The girl stammers, yes, thank you." Seeing Leia's interest, Burita's remarks, "That child was taken in by one of the sages recently. I heard he met her by chance on the street and keeps showing her off. Nearby, a sage scolds, 'I told you to be careful.' The girl giggles, 'Yes, master.' Burritas continues, 'Many say she is very talented.' Leia nods in understanding. Internally, she subconsciously feels relieved. Her face, previously filled with anxiety, now blossoms into a bright smile, as if she has returned to where she belongs. I suddenly realize something watching this scene. It turns out I saved that child using my power. At this thought, she murmurs, "It would be wonderful to become an amazing mage." Inside Burritas' private library, he tells her she can look at anything she pleases. Some books are locked with magic and cannot be opened. "Of course, if you can crack them, it's fine. But you can do it, right?" Shortly after, Leia sighs and thinks, he was being so obvious that I kept avoiding him, and now I've wandered too deep. I don't even know the way around here anymore." She suddenly gasps in surprise. "Oh, I haven't seen this book in a long time. The book I opened to escape. From Count Ambrose. Back then, I thought I could quietly leave once I saved up enough scholarship money. I overestimated myself. There is no way I could leave precious people behind. If I want to protect them, I would even dive into raging whirlpools." Wait, why is a basic theory book locked, she wonders. Could it be? This was intricately designed so that only someone who can see magic can unlock it. Could there be someone else who can see magic like me? Who on earth is it? It will take some time to solve this. It's so intricate. Leia reaches out and touches the magic circle on the book cover. "Let me give it a try anyway." Under her fingertips, each magic circle slowly disperses, leaving behind just the book. "All right." Upon opening it, Leia receives another shock. These notes. "Aren't they a diary?" Master scolded me again. How boring. They say my talent is going to waste. That damn old man probably thinks I'm just playing around. I went up the mountain with RTI and SR. While playing, the mountain shook, and SR almost fell into the valley. We returned to Master's house late at night. He thought we were dead and almost held a funeral. That damn old man, really? SR cried. Anyway, the problem is still Master. If he compares us every day, I'll be so annoyed. SR said she hated me and told me not to come near. Picking her favorite flower turned out to be useless. If he calls SR again, I'll pluck out all his beard. After reading that far, Leia wonders, did this person write this as a child? More than half is just badmouthing their master. Moving on to this page, I moved out and no longer live at Master's house. Ever since I was little, I always wanted to escape like this. I was bored and didn't know where I belonged. Now my house is right across from RTI's house. Lately, the mountains shake frequently, so the villagers are very worried. Master said he would go to check on the mountain with RTI's swordsmanship master. It will probably be fine. The masters still haven't returned. RTI told me not to worry so much and held my hand. I really feel uneasy. Leia thinks these two became lovers. Moreover, that shaking mountain. I feel like I've heard about it somewhere before. Now I finally have time to write in my diary. My new eye color makes me flustered every time I look in the mirror because I'm still not used to it. They are a pair of red eyes. Master said that RTI and I would become great people, but I still don't believe it. Who could imagine it? We were just two kids who liked to play around in the countryside. Those children and so many others, until the matters we need to deal with have finally arrived. Leia thinks in shock, changing eye colors, having to deal with many people, the shaking mountain, and the master's words about becoming great people. Could this be? She flips to another page, reading every word carefully. RTI, you said you would worry about me until the very end. The truth is, I wanted to hold your hand, I wanted to stay by your side, but you became the father of the Empire, and my destiny is to be the guide for lost mages. Even though our hearts were once together, we can forever only be friends. I hope you are always happy. The diary ends there. Leia closes the book. Could this be the diary of a great sage? Moreover, there are stories about the first emperor, Tottenham, and the first tower master, and Fiddick. So the theory that they were in love is true. He was called by a nickname, RTI, so I didn't recognize it at first. Looking back later on, there was no mention of *. That person anymore, SR, or did something happen, suddenly Burritas' voice echoes. Little girl, are you over? There, what are you doing? Leia quickly puts the book away and answers, Ah, it's nothing, I was just startled by your call. I see, let's head out, little girl. The layout here changes periodically. If we don't leave now, we'll get lost. Leia hurriedly replies, yes. Once outside, Burritas asks, well, did you find any interesting books? Leia asks curiously, pardon? He adds, if you become a disciple at the Magic Tower, you can see much more in the future. Leia thinks to herself, he isn't even trying to hide his intentions. She stammers a response, well, don't be like that, please think about it. Leia replies, all right. Suddenly, a loud shout rings out. You brat, Master already told you, come over here quickly. You are still my disciple after all. How can you fail to memorize such a simple magic circle? Anpheus responds loudly, Ah, then who brought me here when it wasn't even necessary? Well, I did. So what? Anpheus says helplessly, why are you so confident about it? Anyway, Leia calls out in surprise. Senior Want? Sage Want of the Magic Tower smiles brightly and asks, a junior from the Academy. I am the master of this insolent brat. Anpheus grumbles irritably, seriously, this old man? Who's insolent? Want steps forward and takes Leia's hand. Ho, lovely to meet you, child. She answers blankly, yes. Master, after a moment, Anpheus explains. About a month ago, I went to the academy for practical training. Want adds, an accident occurred due to negligence, but this boy rushed in to handle it immediately. That's why I thought he had potential. I was just passing by and saw it. Anpheus shoves his hand away. Get away from me. Still, becoming a sage's disciple isn't a bad idea, so I tentatively accepted. After that, every day Want swings his hand, unable to resist smacking him. With a sharp asterisk smack asterisk, Anpheus yells, Ah, why did you hit me? Then Want begins a 5-hour lecture, nagging all day over minor flaws, calling it special training when it's just pure violence. Want puts on an aggrieved face. I care about you so much, yet you say such heartbreaking words. Anpheus sighs. What is wrong with this old man again? How gross. Leia offers a quiet, awkward smile. So why did you come to the Magic Tower? I came to look over a few things, and now I'm heading back. Is that so? Let me walk you back. Leia is surprised. Is that necessary? Aren't you in special training? It's fine. I can just skip class. Want screams, You brat, how dare you blatantly skip class? Burritas hurriedly drags him away. Let me take you out, Master. It just so happens I'm heading to the castle, and traveling alone is boring. It's cold out, so get home safely. Anpheus walks outside with Leia. She holds up her hand and says, It's snowing. Anpheus says, When I came this morning, I thought it had stopped, but look at that. Fortunately, it isn't snowing too heavily. Leia nods. That's true. Anpheus suddenly glances around. Leia, before heading back, shall we go do some sightseeing? Since this is on the way to the carriage anyway. To refresh our mood a bit, what do you think? Leia pauses. Startled, a change of mood, thinking back. So many things have happened lately. Today, I also discovered something truly incredible. Sure, let's go. And so the two stroll through the streets, laughing and chatting happily. Leia sits on a bench, catching her breath. So tired. In the distance, a bystander asks Anpheus curiously, Handsome young man, are you on a date today? He blushingly replies, It's not like that. No, it really isn't. Leia watches for a moment and smiles softly. Hee, how funny, a moment. Later, Anpheus brings back a stone and places it on her head. Here, Leia asks curiously, What is this? A pebble, Anpheus answers. Even though it looks simple, it carries a warming magic. Walking around in the cold takes a toll. Leia is surprised, thinking it really is warm. Thank you, Anpheus replies with a bright smile. It's nothing. He suddenly turns to the side. Look, it seems it will snow even harder. After that at a cafe, the waitress. He says, Please step inside. Anpheus shields Leia from the snow, and both of them step indoors together. Excuse me. Do you sell umbrellas? Go on ahead inside. Oh dear, what should we do? We sold out just a moment ago. Then it cannot be helped, thank you. It looks like another snowstorm is coming. It is best to catch a carriage quickly rather than wait for the snow to stop, Leia replies. I think so too, Anpheus suddenly says, Let us do this then. This is still better than before. Come, let us go. Sharing a single cloak. The two walk outside together. Anpheus remarks, "There are many people without umbrellas just like us." Leia answers, "It is probably because it happens so suddenly." "We must catch a carriage," she thinks to herself. A peaceful day passes with gentle chatter or perhaps with a few small changes along the way. On days like these, one suddenly glimpses something. Seeing someone who resembles Esteban dash past, Leia unconsciously recalls his words. "Have you not been taking walks alone at night lately as well? What if it suddenly pours rain one day?" Then she muses over words that seem completely unrelated. An action, an object, truths that feel like a premonition of something. Things that I learn. Almost by instinct, noticing her silence, Anpheus asks, "What is wrong, Leia? Is something the matter?" An acquaintance, startled Leia, replies, "Ah, it is nothing. Let us keep moving." The two slowly step onto the snow. Before anyone realizes it, the first semester of the third year begins. At Astoria Academy, Ariel pulls Leia into a hug. "Leia and I are truly fated for each other. How else could we end up in the same class for 3 whole years?" Len, standing beside them, says, "Hey, that is just a coincidence." Ariel lowers her voice in warning, "Shut up." "Yes, ma'am." Ariel snorts softly, then continues patting Leia's head. Leia suddenly asks, "Ari, do you have any duties with the student council today?" "Yeah, just the welcoming party for new students. Now that I no longer run the student council and do not have to attend the entrance ceremony, I have plenty of free time. Ejin and I are in charge of the treasure hunt at the welcoming party, so we will be busy tonight. Ah, by the way, Ejin, the student council president this year is Senior Esteban, right?" "Yeah, that is right. Senior Esteban is preparing for the welcoming party for the new students." Leia thinks to herself, "Ah, I see. Then I suppose I might see Senior Esteban at the entrance ceremony, but then, why would I meet him?" Ejin suddenly remarks, "The entrance ceremony should be starting about now." Leia continues thinking that while she is curious, it is nothing urgent. Ariel strokes her chin and says, "Ah, by now he must have met him." Curious, Leia asks, "What do you mean?" "I saw it while preparing for the entrance ceremony." Esteban is reading his welcome speech. "Congratulations on your admission on this warm spring day, as trees sprout new buds. I truly hope that all students entering this academy cultivate their talents day by day and steadfastly pursue their dreams." As he speaks, he glances over at his younger brother, Abenz, the third prince of the empire. That evening, the grand hall buzzes with excitement during the welcoming party, filled with laughter and dancing. Leia lowers her head and ponders, with random alterations like this, to think I am assigned white. Is this mask created by the master of the magic tower over the winter? If it can change hair and eye color, it will surely become popular at banquets from now on. One can tell without looking that this is a promotion before launching it onto the market. At this rate, finding anyone will be difficult. As she thinks this, she looks around. Besides, right now, she wants to see asterisk him. Looking toward Esteban, Leia suddenly senses a familiar feeling. "Ah, fake goodwill, deceitful smiles," murmurs echo all around, red eyes. "That is the second prince. I hear he is likely to lose the struggle for the throne." Eyes filled with greedy ambition, like a foolish beast crushing the goose that lays golden eggs, the students continue their hushed gossip. "Still, getting close to him first is not a bad idea. Who knows if he might become the emperor?" Leia scowls. They are like snakes opening their jaws wide to swallow sweet fruit. Such shallow, judging words and glances, how deeply have they gnawed away at him? Everyone wears a hypocritical shell, while he alone is exposed in all his raw vulnerability. It truly pains my heart. Unconsciously, she opens her mouth to speak. "I." Just then, a teacher suddenly shouts, "Attention, students, the main event of the banquet, the treasure hunt, begins now. Students, has everyone received a puzzle piece? My, how lively it is. All right, first, find the piece that matches yours. The first clue is," seeing Esteban slip away, Leia hurriedly runs outside as well. Esteban sits down beside a fountain. He raises his head and thinks, it is so quiet. Thankfully, no one is here. The glittering banquet hall, full of people calculating their own benefits, pretending to be close, faking coincidental encounters while laughing merrily. Their hypocritical pretense is nothing new, yet why does it feel so suffocating today? No, I know the reason why. A child who was not chosen to bear red eyes. Because of that, that child is free, unjudged by simple things. I am truly envious of that, in this moment. My heart wrenches so painfully. I have never envied my siblings before. Am I truly such a pathetic person? I do not want anyone to discover this side of me, especially. Suddenly, rustling sounds echo and Esteban startles, thinking someone is following him. Indeed there is, how bothersome. He speaks up, there is nothing over there, if you are looking for clues. A figure slowly steps forward, leaving Esteban. Astonished, they face each other and silence suddenly engulfs the air. After a long moment, Esteban softly calls her name, Leia. Then the atmosphere between them falls into quiet solitude once more. Right then, Leia steps to his side and quietly sits down. Esteban thinks to himself, there is no benefit to this. I tried to keep my distance. The moment she was entangled with me, she lost the life she wished for. She has already suffered so many wounds, so I do not want anything more to happen to her. I steeled my heart bit by bit. Yet I yearn to touch her, hold her hand, and gaze into her eyes. I grow unreasonably greedy. At this rate, it feels as though I will only hurt her again until Lupri said, I hope you will make a wise judgment. Recalling that, Esteban bows his head even lower. Only then does Leia speak up. It is still very cold out. Shall we return to the banquet hall? Esteban hesitates. Well, actually, I am a little tired. Leia stands up, walks up to him, and suddenly kneels. Surprised, Esteban asks, Leia, what are you doing? Leia suddenly clasps his hand tightly. You want me to go inside, don't you? Esteban freezes for a moment, then closes his eyes in silence. Leia pauses in surprise, wonderingly asking herself, does he keep hiding behind that mask because he does not want others to see his true self, or because he fears what he might hear? Just thinking about it fills her with profound sorrow. As she raises her hand to help him remove his mask, Esteban tightly grips her hand and pleads, no, Leia, without this my true self becomes hideous. Leia thinks, Senior asterisk. You understand nothing about yourself. A feeling like warm sunlight radiating springtime warmth, and then Esteban's mask slips off. Leia's hand holds his arm and she speaks softly. 2 years ago, do you remember that rainy winter night? That day was so unlucky. Even though I laughed and talked merrily, I thought it was just an ordinary day. I met someone, never imagining it was a mistake, because I heard so many familiar words from that person. Those familiar words made me realize that I am not at all used to pain. Looking back, that day was dreary and filled with sickness, a day when I recalled my childhood, clinging to every faint bit of warmth, a day when I even forgot how to break free from the thorns suffocating my breath. Pausing, she continues. At that time, I felt someone watching over me. Perhaps that person was merely passing by, perhaps it was just a passing flick of pity. Even so, it offered me a pair of warm hands, so warm that I cannot forget them even in my dreams. It was you, wasn't it, Senior? The person from that day. Leia stands up. But how could I ever view you as hideous? How could I ever hate you? She thinks to herself only now. Do I understand why my eyes always turn toward him? He fails to take care of himself, whether he is angry, anxious, or sick. If someone in this world can feel this heart of his, then that is called love. At this point, Leia asks, may I hold your hand? Now, Senior. Dazed, Esteban gazes at her, then responds, hold my hand. Leia, I need your warmth. The next day, in the classroom, Leia nervously stammers, By the way, class is about to start. Frowning, Ariel says, where are you going? Go back to your own class right now. Lupri answers, I don't want to. Ariel suddenly wraps her arms around Leia. Oh my, aren't you supposed to be in another class, Lupri? You belong somewhere else, so hurry up and leave. Helpless, Leia calls out, you guys. Lupri lowers his voice threateningly. Suddenly, a hand reaches out from behind and tugs at his clothes. Turning around, Lupri sees Julia. Just as he is about to yell at her to let go, she says, what are you annoyed about? Stop lingering, it is over. Ariel looks surprised. She has been helping out in weird ways since last time. Afterward, class begins. Saren speaks up, starting today we will study spatial magic systems. Spatial magic is famous for its complexity. Everyone knows that teleportation is a prime example of it. To briefly explain the basic coordinates, Lysia dazedly. Looks out the door. Spring has arrived before she knows it, as she takes a stroll outside in the courtyard. Anpheus calls out, Lysia. Ah, Senior Anpheus, long time no see. Did you get home safely that day? I mean during the break, you were. Dazed the whole time until you boarded the carriage. Back then, Lysia had said, I will take my leave now, and then bumped her head loudly against the door before Anpheus could warn her about the carriage entrance. Now he asks, did you get hurt anywhere back then? I was very worried. Ah, it was nothing, thank you for your concern. Ariel waves from up ahead. Rhea, let's go first. Thinking back, it is lunchtime already, so she has to hurry. She hesitates. For a moment, then suddenly asks, by the way, Senior, Anpheus looks curious. Can you give me a little time? It won't take long. Anpheus hesitates for a moment before smiling and replying, all right. And so the two take a walk together. Lysia asks, when we first met, do you remember? Honestly, I never expected to become this close to you, Senior, because I kept hearing rumors and stayed away from you. She recalls her own actions. Ignoring Anpheus as he calls out for her to wait, she continues speaking. Thinking back now, I was truly rude back then. I am always grateful to you. On top of accepting my apology, you treat me so kindly that I feel even more guilty, and I know you treat me with your whole heart. Anpheus's face turns bright red. Lysia continues, but if every heart in this world could be reciprocated merely through care and devotion, then there would no longer be sadness, tears, or regret in this world. I know you care for me deeply, Senior, but my heart does not feel the same way, and it won't change in the future either. Anpheus freezes. Lysia thinks to herself that this is the right thing to do, then bows her head and adds, thank you so much for everything during this time. She keeps thinking that ignoring feelings she cannot return would only be playing with his heart. Thank you for liking me, and I am truly sorry. I cannot keep accepting a favor I cannot repay. After a moment of silence, Anpheus speaks up. All right. The choice is yours, although I am still not sure if that is what you wish. I will try. Afterwards, ordinary days pass without any major changes. In the library, Lysia slumps her head onto a pile of assignments. She lifts her head, looking exhausted, then lowers it again in discouragement. Seeing this, Lup asks if it is that difficult. Lysia replies, extremely. Currently, she is memorizing the coordinates for teleportation magic. This is the first time I've seen you struggle like this. Is it for the midterm exam after the exchange season ends? Starting next week, right? The exchange season, I mean. Lysia freezes in surprise and asks, has it already come? On the first day of the exchange season, all adult nobles must attend the royal banquet held in the palace annex. Since it is custom, Lup says, it seems I shouldn't go. Each noble family enters the banquet hall. Lysia clenches her fists even before starting. It already feels suffocating. Seeing Lysia quiet, Lup falls silent as well. After a moment he says, what a pity, although I don't really care for that banquet anyway. I hate missing your social debut. I really wanted to see it with my own eyes. Lysia thinks to herself, right, Lup isn't an adult yet. She smiles and says, don't feel too bad. Instead, next year I will definitely come watch your debut. Is that all right? Lup nods. That's fine, as long as you make it home safely. I will. On the early morning of the first day of the exchange season, Lysia packs her luggage and returns to the Count's mansion. Arriving early in the morning, I tried not to mind it, but as expected, it's hard to feel good about it. Even so, at this hour, the Count must still be sleeping. As Lysia reaches the door, Alice says, please come in, young lady. Lysia asks in surprise, why is everyone here? Oh my, this is your official debut in high society, young lady, so of course we must help you prepare. We were truly shocked. We couldn't believe you came back on the very day of the event. Indeed, one should prepare at least a week in advance, if not longer. Lysia says bashfully, I'm sorry. Anyway, don't worry, young lady. We have prepared very diligently, all for your sake. Lysia says gratefully, thank you, everyone, then. I'll leave it to you. Of course, leave it to us. Right about the dress you were given. The dress Ariel gave me. I hung it in my dormitory wardrobe, fearing it might get ruined. Should we get it right now? No. It's not that. Last night, Lady Julia Poison sent a dress for you, young lady. Leia asks in surprise, "What? Who sent a dress?" After a moment, Alice takes her to see the dress and says, "It's beautiful, isn't it? I'm sure it will suit you, young lady." She picks up the letter and reads, "To Leia Ambrose, congratulations on your debut in high society. I know these words may seem sudden, especially since I once dragged you into danger. However, I cannot deny that who I am today is largely thanks to your help. For that reason, I have always been determined to repay you. Finding a way to discreetly send this gift was truly no easy task. But thanks to the help of Lady Julia, who generously lent her name, I was able to deliver this gift to you. I hope you will." Like my gift, after reading it, Leia's face turns instantly red. Alice cannot help but call out worryingly, "Young lady." Leia hesitates. Can you help me put it on?" "Yes, young lady." With her assistance and that of several other maids, Leia puts on the dress. Alice exclaims in admiration, "It is gorgeous, young lady." Leia thinks to herself, what on earth happened? The housekeeper suddenly exclaims, "What should we do? The young lady looks more and more like the madam." Having said this, she quickly covers her mouth. The atmosphere in the room grows somewhat heavy. A moment later, Leia says, I should get going now. Everyone worked hard since early morning, so please take a rest." With that, she walks down the stairs. In the hall below, Count Ambrose is waiting. Hearing her footsteps, he turns around and looks up. When he sees the shadow of his late wife in Leia, Count Ambrose freezes. He grits his teeth in anger and turns his head away. Seeing this, Leia thinks it will be fine on the way there, right? Not fine at all. I want to go back to the dorm so badly. Count Ambrose narrows his eyes at her, then suddenly calls out, "You," Leia cautiously responds, "Yes." Count Ambrose ponders for a moment before turning his face away once more, leaving Leia bewildered. What is that about? Habits are truly scary. Even though I know very well it's not my fault, I still unconsciously shrink back like this. Haha, how pitiful. Afterwards, the atmosphere inside the carriage remains heavy throughout the journey. Count Ambrose gazes silently out the window. Before long, the carriage arrives at the banquet. In front of the luxurious palace, sounds of laughter endlessly resound. Leia steps off the carriage. At this moment, Count Ambrose unexpectedly holds out his hand. Leia hesitates briefly, stammering, "Thank you, father." Suddenly, a servant steps forward. "Welcome, Count Ambrose. And young lady, I will escort you to the banquet hall. Have a wonderful time." As soon as the two appear at the entrance, whispers break out. "Oh, look, that's Count Ambrose over there. Then the person beside him." Even so, escorting her directly like this makes Leia think to herself, "They'll probably evaluate me like an object." The moment her thought ends, Count Ambrose brushes off her hand and walks away with a cold face. Leia lets out a sigh. Is my duty over just like that? Being left alone is actually luckier. Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Over here, my friend." Leia calls out in surprise, "Len, Ariel." Len laughs and says, "We've been waiting for you until our arms are tired." Ariel rushes forward and pulls her into a hug. "You're so late. I'll forgive you, though, because you dressed up so beautifully." Leia replies happily, "I'm sorry." While the three of them chat, whispers circulate around them. "Did you know that Ariel is the daughter of Duchess Ignatius?" "What? I had no idea at all. I can't believe she is the daughter of that Duchess." Seeing Ariel look slightly downcast, Leia comforts her. "Everyone is just surprised. Don't pay too much attention to them." "Yeah, let's go with that. Honestly, I foresaw this as well. After all, this is my first banquet as the heir to the family. Therefore, I was determined to handle everything even if the crowd exhausted me. But then the Duchess sent me over here and said she would handle the other nobles. I guess she still doesn't fully trust me. Well, everyone here comes from noble families too, so I suppose I meet the basic social requirements." Leia calls out remorsefully, "Ari." Meanwhile, her eyes happen to wander. Not far away, Duchess Ignatius is conversing with other nobles. From time to time, she turns her head to look toward this direction. An idea suddenly flashes through Leia's mind. She turns her head and calls Ariel. "I think." Just then, the guards outside suddenly announce loudly, "His Imperial Majesty the Emperor and Her Imperial Majesty Queen Virginia enter. The imperial concubines, princes, and princesses enter." Thus, the banquet officially begins, while Ariel and Len are dancing. Leia stands alone in a corner. She sighs. Well, I thought I could go back now, so after saying my greetings I should leave, right? Suddenly footsteps approach. She lifts her head to look. Esteban smiles and asks, "What are you thinking?" "About," Leia stammers, "Senior, your Highness Prince, Leia calling me like that makes me feel so distant. Besides, the dress suits you very well, it's gorgeous." Leia's face instantly turns bright red. "Ah, really?" "Yes, I think Lady Poison's gift carries a lot of meaning. She certainly has." A discerning eye. "That's true, even so I still want to express my gratitude." She suddenly freezes, the sky at the exact same moment. A sudden violent tremor strikes, and the window glass shatters into pieces. The nobles scream in panic. "What is that?" The ceiling is collapsing. Esteban hurriedly pulls Leia into his arms. She opens her eyes slightly and peers outside. She suddenly remembers Vin's words, when a true beast appears rather than a hybrid creature. The sky turns blood red. A guard suddenly bursts in. "Everyone evacuate immediately. The city wall on the northern side has collapsed. The capital is under attack." This is a raid by the Kylam race. A hole collapses in the ceiling, and grotesque beasts surge inside, only to be slain immediately. Ariel swiftly casts a magical barrier, yet blood still splatters onto her face. Just as Lennon is about to be attacked, fortunately a guard steps in and slashes the creature down. Leia runs over from afar and asks anxiously, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. More importantly, if these magic beasts are attacking across the Empire, are the others safe? We should go check on the situation." Leia and Ariel exchange glances, then hurriedly rush off with one prayer in mind: please let everyone be safe. In the Imperial Palace meeting room, the capital of the Empire at this moment, the Emperor's face turns extremely furious. He tightly clutches a letter in his hand. "O King, blessed by the dragon's grace, I stand here as the King of the glorious ones. Your loyal subjects have been banished to a frozen land where they weep in the biting cold and endless hunger, yet your children raise their swords against one another, blinded by a deceitful throne, claiming to be monarchs as they wallow in luxury and indulgence. How utterly despicable! For 1,000 years, peace on this land has rested upon your actions. Therefore, if you return the promised crown and acknowledge the falsehood of the current throne, I shall grant you the opportunity to witness the descent of the true ruler. May the gods be with you, and may their blessings shine upon you." Reading up to this point, His Majesty slams the table and shouts, "How outrageous!" A minister stammers, "Why, Your Majesty? What is it now?" It seems that message has also been sent to Lysia Kingdom, Consortio Kingdom, and La Anatole. It states that as long as those three nations do not intervene in the war, they will not touch a single hair on their heads. How arrogant! How dare they mock the royal family and blatantly declare war on the Empire? I shall not let these rebels live to draw another breath. Soon after, an army led by the first prince is immediately formed, and war officially erupts between the Empire and the Kylam race. The war claims the lives of many, and a joint funeral takes place to honor them. After Astoria Academy announces its closure, all students return home, and the professors join the war under the Emperor's order. Later, at Count Glarian's estate, Leia asks curiously about the students who wish to join the battle. Alongside the professors, Len sighs, "According to my father, the headmaster strongly opposed it, so it failed." "I see. Are you on your way to the Ignatius Duke's estate? How are Rose and the twins doing?" "Fortunately, none of their injuries are severe, so they recover quickly. Melissa is there too." "As well. Hugh, what a relief." Inside the room, Leo smiles and says, "As you can see, I am still conscious." "You look so energetic. Can you even lie down straight?" Leo cries out, "Ouch, I told you." "I'm already cured," Len sternly says. "Stop talking nonsense." Leia agrees and adds, that's right," Leo helplessly exclaims. Even Leia, after the banquet was raided, Lennon and the knights rushed to Leo's home. The Leo and Uncle Billy that Lennon saw back then were vastly different from their gasping state when rescued. Currently, Leo is much better. He sighs and says, I told you it was true. Even our family doctor says I'm fine now. Of course, father didn't believe me and double-checked. Even so, don't overexert yourself. Leo answers helplessly, I know. Leia smiles softly. That really is a relief. Leo seems fine now, so I should probably head to the Duke's place. I'm feeling worried anyway. Leaving already? Let me walk you out. As for you, sleep obediently. Honestly, nagging nonstop. After Leia leaves that evening in the mansion, as Lennon walks up to Count Glarian's study, he suddenly pauses. What is that sound? It is already time for father to sleep. He steps closer and the voices inside become clearer. Didn't His Highness instruct you to keep Count Ambrose quiet? Surely you haven't forgotten. Count Glarian replies, I have done everything I can. Do you know how many letters that man wrote begging for an audience with the first prince? Just today alone, I barely escaped from him. I do not understand why His Highness avoids Count Ambrose, but is it really necessary to make my life so difficult? I only forwarded a few letters and a little money on his behalf. Fiad says in a low voice, My Lord Count, I believe those few times you speak of have been more than handsomely rewarded. The Count stammers, I mean. Fiad stands up. Calm down, Count Glarian. Most nobles will soon return to their domains, so you will no longer have to deal with Count Ambrose. I hope you understand. I shall take my leave now. Furthermore, you seem to be seeking connections with the second prince as well, but I advise you to stop. The first prince is about to ascend to the highest position of the empire. Lennon numbly steps away from the door, wondering in his heart what were those words. Each sentence echoes inside his head and Len's breathing grows rapid. No, it can't be. Could it be that? In the past, when I first met Leia asterisk, she said I looked lonely. Lennon, let me find you some friends. Leia, the first friend in my life. I was simply happy to be her friend and always looked forward to going to her home, but if the person who dragged her father into this mess turns out to be my own father, Len clutches his head in self-reproach. Meanwhile, one afternoon, at the Ignatius Duke's mansion, Ariel bursts into Leia's room. Hey, have you heard about that? About what? About Len. Lennon Clarion seems to be on the delegation list heading to Lysia Kingdom. This is news from a servant in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. After the Kylum race destroyed the northern wall, it left a huge crack in the solid reputation of the empire. To stabilize the situation, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs wants to send delegations to the three kingdoms. But as each nation's stance remains unclear, stepping forward right now is no different from offering up one's own neck. Leia thinks to herself, I heard sending delegations was delayed because everyone wanted to evade it. So why did Lennon suddenly? Zia, do you really not know either? Regardless, we should probably ask Len. Leia nods. In agreement, wondering what on earth is going on with Lennon. At Count Clarion's mansion, Leo grabs Lennon's collar. A delegation. Do you have a death wish? You volunteered knowing full well what could happen. Leia hastily urges, Leo, calm down first. Lennon Clarion, let's talk for a moment. Len hesitates. Briefly, after a moment both of them step into a room. Len lowers his head in silence. Leia asks sternly, what is going on? Are you not going to tell me? Len hesitates. You know, Zia, I truly consider you a deeply precious friend. Do you remember when we first met? Back then, even the smallest thing startled you, and that broke my heart. Perhaps that is why I wanted to protect you out of a naive sense of justice. But then I realized that I am the very person who hurt you, she asks in bewilderment. What are you talking about? Lennon honestly answers. The first prince prepares to betray us and seize your father's assets. My father assisted him. Leia gasps in shock. What? Len continues. I met the second prince on the exact day I volunteered for the delegation. The disappearance of Count Ambrose's funds began around that time. It is by no means a coincidence. My father secretly served as a bridge between Count Ambrose and the first prince, using me as a shield. Leia knits her brows and asks, so what did you tell Senior Esteban? Because you volunteered for the delegation, you hope he can pardon your father? Len stands up. I think I have explained enough. Leia raises her voice. Len. At that moment, the door is roughly thrown open by Leo, With a slam, I am sick and tired of this. You act so high and mighty all by yourself. Why are you taking responsibility for your father's actions upon yourself? Ariel sighs. I tried to stop him. Leo demands further, if you die, how is that any different? From dying like a dog, Lennon replies solemnly. As my father's heir, even if I knew nothing, I cannot escape responsibility. And I never said I would die. This brat. Ah, is that so? Ariel, there is still a spot in the delegation to Consortio Kingdom, right? She has a bad premonition, but still replies, yes, there is. Len yells in panic. Hey, you, Leo clearly declares. If any bad news reaches my ears, I shall join the delegation too. Got it. You must survive and return. At all costs, Lennon sighs and says, fine. The next day in the Imperial Palace meeting room, Marquis slams the table and shouts. Blinded by a moment of arrogance, he disobeyed orders and recklessly pushed straight to the Saris riverbank. How could this happen? Meanwhile, His Majesty suddenly falls ill with a strange disease. Jealousy clearly clouds his judgment ever since the first prince succeeded. Irina Kot raises her voice. Enough. Count Glarian is dead. If you wish to argue fruitlessly, get out. Next. Let the Ministry of Foreign Affairs report. The Minister of Foreign Affairs stands immediately. Yes, Princess, the selection of delegation members for each kingdom is complete and they have just set off. So it took that much time. Reinforce support forces for each delegation. If they return safely, border anxieties will subside. Understood, Irina Kot says. Next, the Ministry of Finance. Yes, currently several refugee camps are being targeted. After hearing the report on the way back to her palace, Irina Kot asks how the investigation progresses. Esteban replies, just as you said, rumors about the first prince spread strangely far and wide. I even hear praises calling him the reincarnation of the first emperor. The first prince suffers injuries while leading the vanguard to suppress enemy forces. How ideal. Indeed, ideal. Esteban stops and asks, isn't it strange, sister? Because of this war, public sentiment rapidly shifts toward the first prince. As if this war broke out specifically for him. Elsewhere, the emperor speaks up. Very well, let us observe the situation. Currently, regarding news of the first prince's rebellion and retreat to Saris River, citizens in various regions express their desire to join the battle, triggering unrest. Your Majesty, now is the time to replenish forces after consecutive setbacks. Why not acknowledge the people's passion and recruit those who wish to fight? Another interjects. Your Majesty, though they care for the nation, sending untrained civilians to the battlefield throws away lives needlessly. Considering the aftermath of the war, we cannot accept them. The former retorts, if so, must the soldiers currently on the front line suffer without reinforcements? Those who step forward are our citizens too. At the very least, they are willing even if untrained. The Emperor commands, stop. I understand your points clearly, both sides have valid arguments. I shall decide. Shortly after, a royal decree is issued. This is the Emperor's order to recruit individuals of extraordinary martial prowess. Time passes once more. One evening as Leia reads her letters, Ariel suddenly opens the door and asks, are you asleep, Leia? Leia places the letter down on the table. Ariel, not yet. I'm still awake. Is something wrong? I'm heading to our territory next week, so I came to tell you. I don't know how the war will unfold, but the Duchess sent a letter saying she will pass the dukedom to me. Leia asks in surprise, why, what about the Duchess? She says she is joining the battlefield. Leia thinks quietly to herself. The Ex-Natus territory is the final fortress, protecting the capital against the advancing Kylum army. If even the Saris River is breached and the Duchess of Ex-Natus falls in battle, the one who must face them next. After a moment of silence, Ariel lowers her voice and says, the truth is, I don't really like my mother. Honestly, even calling her mother feels awkward. I've seen many faces and heard them talk about the current situation, but that person going to a place where her life isn't guaranteed, why does it feel so suffocating? It's so unfair. I don't want to feel like this. Leia gently takes her hand and calls out, Ari. Ariel says, thank you for listening. I'll be going now. Good night, Leia. You too, as the bedroom door closes. Leia lifts her hand in helpless anguish. I might lose someone without being able to change a thing. I hate this. I will protect everyone using everything within my power. With that resolve, Leia tightly clenches her fist. A few days later, behind the Ceres River front lines in the medical camp, Melissa extends her hand and chants a spell. Remedium, the wound on Leia's shoulder instantly heals. She raises her head and says, "Thank you, Melissa. Rather than thanks, I would prefer it if you didn't get hurt." Ejin and Rose ask about your condition every single day. They are probably still furious, aren't they? As soon as he learned she joined the war, Ejin rushed over to confront her. Are you really going to fight? You and Lon, what do you take us for? Why are you suddenly putting me through this? I am sorry for surprising you, but I want to use my own strength to protect everyone. Ejin said angrily, if you are truly sorry, you shouldn't have made a unilateral decision without even talking to us. Rose also added, Leia, hearing that you are diving into chaos, do you think we can just accept it and sit idly by? If so, don't even think about stopping us. We are joining too. Recalling that confrontation, Leia thinks back. That was the first time I've ever seen Ejin and Rose so furious. Yet I don't believe I made the wrong choice. Melissa suddenly speaks, I'm sure. He and Rose were angry, but as for me, she thinks silently, I couldn't bring myself to be mad. Back then, you looked like someone who simply couldn't take it anymore, which is probably why Ariel couldn't stop you either. Just as the thought crosses her mind, an urgent call echoes from outside. Medical team, we need help over here. Melissa responds quickly, coming, watching her. Hurry away, Leia thinks to herself. As expected, healing mages are swamped, even in support roles. Leia suddenly remembers someone, Lup. I wish I could reach him. Before leaving, Ariel had said, Lup, don't worry too much. He's busy as the young Duke, so he's likely in the same boat as me. Ariel told her not to worry. Yet anxious murmurs suddenly drift over. Hey, is that rumor true? I mean, the rumor that Sir Vader is a murderer. I'm terrified the Imperial Army will take 70% losses if he shows up. Word is he hasn't appeared on the battlefield lately. Count Glarian also said his name is Sir Vader. Leia frowns in thought. Sir Vader, the leader of the Kylam race and the instigator of this war. It is definitely a name I had never heard before the war started. Asterisk. So why do I feel like I've heard it somewhere before? No, as expected, I have no memory of it. So now that treatment is done, I should step outside. With that thought, she pulls back the curtain and steps out. Immediately, an astonished voice calls out, Leia. Leia freezes in surprise and says, Senior. Anphia suddenly pulls her into a tight hug. Thank goodness you are safe, Leia. I was so worried, truly. Leia stays silent for a moment, then stammers flusteredly, Senior. Startled, Anphius quickly releases her and says, I'm sorry, I was just so happy. It's all right. I was worried too, I thought. You were staying in the capital longer. Why are you here? Someone wants me dead on the battlefield. I was simply pushed out here. What? Who would? A certain someone, the person called my father. Leia instinctively clenches her fist. Seeing this, Anphius pats her head. Don't look so worried, I won't die that easily, but you must be careful too. Yes, you too, Senior. Anphius chuckles softly. Who is worrying about whom here? I am your senior. Focus on taking care of yourself first, all right. Meanwhile, at the headquarters tent, led by the first prince, Uliset, ponders for a moment. He rolls up his sleeve, and a unique magic circle immediately glows. He thinks 2 weeks from now. Not long ago, Uliset furiously asked Sir Vader, what do you think you are doing? Sir Vader replied, I don't understand what your highness means. Our agreement states clearly that you are not allowed to cross beyond Count Glarian's territory, yet now you dare extend your ambitions into Viscount Lino's territory and Illic County across the Ceres River. Sir Vader casually says, I haven't crossed over completely yet. You call this reassuring me? Well, I only promise to be careful, as I have no intention of breaking my promise to your highness. Your highness, please do not be so anxious. On my arm, a spell is carved. Do you not see it directly? My life belongs to you, and your life belongs to me. We merely wish to restore our peaceful land and trampled honor. As a hero, I wish to stand at the highest place beside your highness. It is simply a fair trade. Fine, 2 weeks. I will fall back for about 2 weeks as well. Does that ease your mind? Uliset could only grit his teeth. Back in the present, Ulaset pulls down his sleeve and murmurs. It will be soon, out on the battlefield, a figure slowly advances. This is the leader of the Kylum race, In. His hand, he grips a spear, blood dripping continuously from its tip. Seeing this, a knight thinks, what on earth happened to him? Only together with Burritas can we stop him, just as the thought ends. He charges forward with his sword, blade collides with spear. At that exact moment, Burritas teleports behind Servator. A spell is cast. Avalator Rodi, simultaneously Servator swings his spear, sending the knight struggling against him flying. Sword aura forms, an arc that blazes into the surroundings. Burritas hastily creates a shield to block it. Taking advantage of the opening, Servator lunges straight toward the swordsman. Burritas gasps internally. He doesn't hesitate for even a second to strike down his own soldiers. His brutality is inflicting horrific losses. We cannot afford to lose another inch of land. Servator suddenly speaks up. Why are there only two of you? It's ex-Natus, right? I don't see that girl anywhere. The main force cannot withdraw from the battlefield without her. Is she at the rear? Or was she injured while I was away? I'm not very bright, so I hate complicated things. Right before the eyes of the knight, Servator forms a bow of pure mana. He aims toward the sky. As he releases his grip, tens of thousands of dark arrows instantly rain down. Elsewhere, a rift suddenly tears open across the sky. Amidst a roaring sound, those dark arrows plummet downwards. Seeing this, mages and knights cry out in panic. What is that? Everyone get out of the way. Tens of thousands of arrows shower upon the battlefield, yet they inflict no harm on the soldiers. Passing right through physical objects, they pierce the ground and melt into the earth. The sight leaves Burritas utterly stunned. Is it soaking into the earth? Servator continues. That girl called the Duchess. She seems even more popular with your soldiers than you are. What happens if she disappears? Burritas gasps. His true target is the Duchess of ex-Natus. At the same time, she is still commanding the line. Stay calm and maintain formation. Launch the magic spells first. Leia grips the hilt of her sword, her brows furrowing. What are these magic arrows? The soldiers are growing more panicked by the second, though the Duchess is trying her best to calm them. But as she thinks this, a chill runs down her spine. This unsettling feeling passed from the secret and Kylum race, this shudder. Wait, this direction. Leia urgently shouts, Duchess, dodge now. The Duchess of ex-Natus turns her head just as beneath her feet a violent tremor vibrates. Distraught soldiers cry out. The ground is shaking all of a sudden. Is it an earthquake? The Duchess of ex-Natus swiftly leaps high into the air. Simultaneously, the ground cracks open, and a pitch-black entity abruptly erupts from beneath. Shocked knights exclaim, What is that thing? A magic beast? Leia thinks a serpent. A knight stammers, what in the world is? Just then, the black snake opens its jaws wide, mana rapidly gathering within its mouth. It forms a massive fireball. The Duchess freezes in shock at the sight. After regaining her composure, she immediately shouts, everyone retreat. If you stay here. Leia panics, thinking no, if this continues, it will be too late. She thinks of Ariel, glances up at Duchess ex-Natus, and hastily chants a spell. Bradium, a giant barrier immediately forms. Ulaset says in surprise from the distance, is that a shield? Where did it come from? Michael mutters, the rainbow. Light of the giant shield rapidly envelops the entire battlefield, drawing the attention of both Burritas and Servator. He mutters in confusion, sister. Meanwhile, the Duchess wonders who on earth it could be, as if sensing something, she abruptly spins around. On the other side, Leia floats into the air, her arms stretched forward, her lips whispering an incantation. Hyakin fungo, the sky quickly becomes covered in dark clouds. Under the stunned gaze of the black serpent, a beam of light suddenly strikes down. With a thunderous boom, the air feels suffocating. The giant black serpent collapses to the ground, black smoke rising from its body. After a brief silence, gasps of awe echo around. Whoa, magic like that exists. A single strike hit that giant snake. A great sage, it must be. A great sage, the great sage has surely returned. The great sage is reincarnated. Leia thinks sorrowfully, so in the end While trying to deny it, no, just then something suddenly pulls her. Backward, Servator tears open space and appears. Frowning as he speaks, "What's this? No way, you aren't that sister." "But I know your face," Leia murmurs. "You are." She recalls their meeting at the birthplace of the great sage, then asks, "Are you the leader of the Kylam race?" Servator smiles, honored that she remembers. "It seems my child is still." "Quite welcome, isn't he?" Versanosis, the black serpent, flinches and stops, feigning death. At the same time, Burritas anxiously asks, "Little one, are you all right?" Servator cold-heartedly orders, "Versanosis." "Kill her," Leia hastily screams. "No, it's dangerous." By the time she reacts, she is already enveloped in night. Servator smiles warmly and says, "There is no room for hesitation now. Sparing you will only bring compounding troubles later." Leia thinks silently. "My vision is blocked, but I can still see my body. It's not that my vision is blocked, but that I am trapped in an isolated space." Seeing her gather mana, Servator says, "I am truly dissatisfied." "With that mana, I mean the radiant light of great sage Abril, her magic power, is so special. Naturally, everyone praised her. Before and after Abril, such praise should never exist again. It should never have existed at all." At this thought, Servator's gaze grows even colder. Leia feels the suffocating aura crashing down. What terrifying power. Can I really defeat him? She shakes her head in denial. No, I must do it before more people die. With her decision made, Leia waves her arm, unleashing a burst of vibrant rainbow light straight at Servator. He sweeps his foot, instantly creating a shield before him that blows away Leia's attack. Yet under her relentless barrage, a few light rays manage to pierce through, making him frown. How annoying. He extends his hand, and his mana swiftly turns into a spear. With a wave of his arm, a wave of sword aura shatters Leia's offense. She frowns with a quiet groan, and in that split second, he stomps his foot and charges forward. Leia hastily leaps back, but the spear tip pierces straight into her stomach. A triumphant grin appears on Servator's face. He lets go, letting the spear and Leia fall together. In that exact instant, her body suddenly dissolves into countless flower petals. They swirl upward, surrounding him. For a fleeting moment, Servator feels a surge of familiarity. Behind him, a radiant figure of a woman appears, softly calling his name, Servator. Stunned, he turns around. "Sister." At the same time, the flower petals converge into a blade that plunges through his heart. His eyes widen in shock. As he coughs up blood, the glowing silhouette shifts back into Leia. Watching him collapse, she wonders, "I pierced his heart. Is he dead?" As she steps forward, the pitch-black space around them begins to shift. Leia thinks in surprise. As the barrier dissipates, the knights spot Leia and cry out, "Look over there, the veil is disappearing." Leia and Servator are still suspended. In midair, a blade remains impaled in Servator's chest. Yet he shows no signs of falling, leaving Leia utterly confused. "Wait, why?" Suddenly his body twitches a few times, and he stands upright as if nothing ever happened. He grins maniacally, laughing out loud. Amidst his crazy laughter, his wound slowly seals shut until it becomes a tiny line, then heals completely. Leia stares in disbelief. His wound is disappearing. He suddenly glares at her and hurls a spear right at her. The blade grazes Leia's shoulder, drawing blood. She frowns with a soft gasp, NGH asterisk, and thinks, "He attacks so fast. Does he still have power left?" He says with mock regret, "Oh, dear, I missed. What a pity to lose such a perfect chance to die. This time I will kill you." Leia raises her sword again. The two resume their fierce battle under the eyes of everyone present. In a corner of the battlefield, Ejin and Rose think in awe. What a suffocatingly intense fight. It wouldn't be strange if someone fainted from the pressure. "I can't even move my body." Yet Leia is fighting a monster like him. Soon after, Leia grows completely exhausted. She takes repeated blows until her sword slips from her hand. NGH, her wounds multiply with every passing moment, until Leia barely has the strength left To keep herself levitating, gasping heavily, she thinks, I am losing more blood than I thought. At this rate. Sir Vader approaches slowly and says, that mana is not your power. There is no way someone who isn't her can wield such magic. It's impossible. Only. I am permitted to defile her memory. Crushing pressure suffocates Leia's spirit. She closes her eyes tightly. The instant Sir Vader strikes down, a severed arm flies through the air. A muffled roar echoes, causing Leia to open her eyes in shock. Before her stands Duchess Ex Natus, who sacrificed her own arm to thrust her sword through Sir Vader's heart. He spits blood once more, coughing violently. Cough, cough, asterisk, Leia gasps, Duchess. Looking down at the Duchess's left side, her eyes widen. As she stammers, your arm, Duchess Ex Natus frowns, compared to your life, young Lady Leia. It is nothing, now please stand back. Leia replies, I cannot do that. She tries to get up, but her body feels completely paralyzed. NGH, my strength, Beretas quickly appears at her side, whispering, little one, rest a moment. Leia says weakly, Tower Master, Duchess. On the other side, Duchess Ex Natus slightly twists her blade, causing Sir Vader to cough. Violently again, cough you. He screams loudly, Versanosis, seeing the giant black serpent already subdued Sir Vader. Freezes, he mutters, Versanosis, Duchess. Ex Natus darkens her face and swiftly pulls out her sword. Sir Vader screams, damn it. His body plummets, but mid-fall he activates teleportation magic. A second. Later, his entire presence vanishes from the battlefield. Duchess Ex Natus says angrily, did we lose him? 3 days later in the Lysia kingdom. The king of Lysia asks, under these circumstances, do you still believe we should aid the Empire? Marquis Brake, the man he asks, is the leader of the Imperial delegation. Marquis Brake replies, I apologize, Your Majesty, but I believe this is a great opportunity for the Lysia kingdom. The king of Lysia frowns, an opportunity. As a vassal state to the Empire, that sounds improper. This is a fine chance for Your Majesty to clear all debts. Unlike those dishonorable Kylam people, the Empire will never forget and will repay twofold. The first Prince of Lysia speaks up. That only holds true if there is any guarantee the Empire survives. 3 days ago, the Imperial army retreated across the Saris River to the Green District. In that battle, Duchess Ex Natus lost an arm, and after successive night raids, I hear she was forced to retreat even deeper into the Ex Natus territory. Hearing this, Marquis Brake can only remain silent. The first prince adds, furthermore, as for the reincarnation of the great sage, in the end, that is nothing more than a rumor. Even after suffering injuries, the leader of the Kylam race cannot regain consciousness. And most importantly, His Majesty the Emperor falls ill and loses the ability to rule for a long period. So please tell me in the end, what can Lysia expect to receive in return when sending reinforcements under such circumstances? Not long ago, the delegation also receives the news. Lyon asks in surprise, has the Emperor fallen? The Marquis nods. Indeed, during a meeting, His Majesty's face suddenly turns pale. And since then, word has it that His Imperial Highness the First Prince is still struggling to recover from the injury on his left arm. The situation is truly dire. The Empire is filled with bad news, yet the King of Lysia keeps the envoy waiting for more than a week. Right then, the door to the room suddenly opens. And Lyon asks in surprise, are you Vincent, Your Highness Prince Vincent, back to the present? Vincent speaks up. Your Majesty, I met the girl hailed as the reincarnation of the great sage at Astoria Academy. Just in time, the son of Count Galarian studied with her before, so I want to hear his opinion. Would that be acceptable? The King of Lysia nods. Very well. In the end, rumors warp after passing through many mouths. Hearing it from those who were around her isn't a bad idea. You may speak. Lyon feels slightly surprised, but he seizes the opportunity. Thank you, Your Highness. I attended the academy with that rumored girl for over 2 years. She displayed extraordinary talent at the academy and even visited the current magic tower, although she suffers severe injuries from the enemy leader in this battle. According to eyewitnesses, she pierces the heart of the first leader, and rumor has it that she even stops the beast summoned by the leader himself. I Think her capability is already proven. The king of Lysia falls into thought. Lyon speaks again. Besides, though it is embarrassing, she regards me merely as a friend, and the girl I assess. Leia Ambrose is the most terrifying person when turning her back on an enemy. Hearing this, the king of Lysia asks, "Are you now threatening me? How dare you?" Lyon clenches his fists, bows his head, and says, "I have no such intention," while telling himself, "Calm down, I am the one helping here. I cannot let Leia shoulder everything alone." He steps forward and continues, "Setting aside my stance as a friend, this is merely my judgment as the successor to Count Galarian in history. Your Majesty, if there is a weapon that could fall into others' hands in the future and turn against us, shouldn't we secure it first? She possesses that kind of immense value." In a quiet room, Melissa sits beside the sickbed. Leia's injuries are fully healed, yet she shows no other sign of waking. "Is there something wrong? Please wake up." Suddenly, a knock sounds at the door. She lifts her head and asks, assuming it is Ariel, "Is that you?" Melissa walks to the door. Seeing Esteban, she cannot help but feel surprised. "Senior, why are you here?" Esteban bows his head and says, "Forgive me for dropping by so suddenly. I hear Leia is injured." Leia's wounds are healed with healing magic, but she remains asleep, taking this opportunity to rest. "Comfortably is good, so Senior, you should also get some rest." Esteban touches his neck and nods in silence. Seeing this, Melissa speaks again. "Conveniently, I have something to take care of. Fortunately, can you watch over Leia? Senior, please rest here as well." Esteban smiles softly and says, "Thank you." He walks over and sits beside the sickbed. "Leia, did you hear what Melissa said just now? My complexion must look terrible. Even she noticed how exhausted I am, which is why she left. When I hear the news of you going to the battlefield, I am extremely terrified." He pauses for a moment, then softly kisses her hand. "Please open your eyes." In her deep slumber, Leia vaguely returns to her past life. Voices keep echoing in her ears. "That person is really unlucky, huh? I mean, that's the downside of doing well in school. Even if she worries, it drives her crazy." Leia wonders what worry, because I didn't act as he wanted. He blew his top. Her mother's voice resonates again. "Hanair, whatever you want to do now, you can do later. If you keep going on like this, how can I hold my head up? Hi, so for now, focus on your studies, all right? I believe in you, Hanair." Leia thinks silently. Asterisk mother doesn't know how suffocated I feel. By this, those words of trust, those expectations weigh heavily on me. As she reaches out to grasp something, another hand holds hers. Count Ambrose suddenly appears. He claims that Iris died because of her, if only it weren't for her. Seeing him bend down and sob, Leia softly calls out, "Father!" At that exact moment, she wakes up from her trance. Regaining her composure, Leia sits up and wonders what happened. Clearly, Duke Exnatus stopped it back then. She looks around the room and suddenly notices a familiar silhouette. Esteban asleep on the sofa. Leia walks up to him, looking at the clutter on the floor, thinking silently that he has been taking care of her all this time. At the thought, Leia involuntarily blushes. She steps closer to Esteban and murmurs, "It seems he is fast asleep." Saying this, she reaches out and gently touches his head. Esteban immediately lets out a soft groan. Seeing this, Leia panics. "What am I doing to someone who is sleeping? I should cover him with a blanket." As Leia turns around to grab a blanket, Esteban suddenly bolts up and grabs her hand, pulling her tightly into his embrace while pleading, "Please don't go." The warmth radiating between them causes Esteban to wake up quickly. His eyes widen in surprise. As he looks at her, "I'm sorry, I thought it was a dream, so." Leia stands up and calmly replies, "It's all right, I am just a bit surprised." She sits beside him. "Senior, you look much more haggard than before. Are you talking about me, compared to you?" Saying this, he suddenly pauses. "Senior," Esteban lowers his head and says, "I know I don't deserve it, but I am so worried. Leia, I am someone accustomed to giving up. To escape the endless struggle for the throne, I learned to suppress my desires, hide everything, and keep a low profile. But when I am with you, I become a selfish person. My mind tells me it's time to let you go, but I fear losing you forever and living with regret. I am sorry, Leia, I like you and I cannot give you up." Leia asks, "Do you Remember what we said at the freshman welcome party about the word saying that senior's coat is truly warm. That warmth feels like a small salvation to me. It made me realize that I, too, have people who are important to me. Thanks to you, senior, I gained extra courage, the courage to protect everyone. So please do not apologize to me and do not worry about giving up. I always want to be happy with you and everyone else I like. You too, senior, Esteban cannot help feeling surprised. Can you truly accept someone as selfish as me? Leia says, the future I dream of cannot come true without you. Please become the starting point of my happiness. I don't want to let go of your hand, Esteban. The two lean closer to each other. Lips touch lips in a sweet kiss. The kiss lasts for a moment. After pulling apart, Leia's face remains flushed red. Esteban is equally flushed. Please don't let go of my hand. Leia, when the war ends, let's travel together. Putting all complex matters aside, Leia asks curiously if he has any place he wants to go. Esteban ponders, how about the Retio Mountains? Looking at the wall bordering the eastern capital sounds interesting. Crossing the La Anatole Desert, capturing sites the Empire lacks. Meeting people who know nothing about us, walking on and on until we reach the sea to watch the sun set. Down, Leia nods. Yes, I would love that, if we can also gaze at the starry sky and then the sunrise. It would be even happier, wouldn't it? We must definitely go together. Suddenly, the room door swings open, and Ejen walks in asking, Leia, you're awake. His voice cuts off abruptly, and the atmosphere becomes extremely awkward. Ejen quickly turns around. Forgive me, I'll come back later. Leia blushes red and shouts, don't go. After a moment, Esteban leaves the space to the two of them. You two go ahead and talk. Ejen clears his throat. So it has been 5 days since you passed out, Leia exclaims in surprise. 5 days? What about the battle? After you and the Duke lost consciousness, the enemy launched a surprise attack. We retreated in haste without reorganizing because there were too many wounded troops. Afterward, the enemy side went quiet too. Perhaps they are also waiting for their leader to wake up. Leia frowns. Wait, the Duke? Where is the Duke? Seeing her stand up, Ejen immediately says, you need to rest now. Leia, Ariel is over there, so don't worry. Leia hesitates, but Ejen changes the subject. Leia, can I ask you a question I won't ask? About the reasons why you hid your power. Forcing you to speak the truth just because we are friends isn't right. I want to respect your decision, but Leia, at least for me, I don't want to be merely someone protected by you. With such vast power, you must always think that you have to protect us, but we cherish you just as you cherish us. However much you worry about us, we worry about you just as much. I'm not telling you to spill everything about yourself, but if you are in danger, do not hide it from us. At least allow us to rush to your side in time so that we can overcome it together with you. This is my plea. Leia lowers her head. Ejen, I only want to protect all of you. I didn't think everyone would worry so much. I am sorry for making everyone worry. Ejen shakes his head. I also apologize for losing my temper with you, Leia. Meanwhile, in Duke Exnatus's room, Ariel silently stands beside the sickbed, wondering in his heart why still hasn't he woken up. I still have so many things I wish to hear from you, so why is it like this? She lowers her head, soft sobs escaping her throat. Right at that moment, a voice calls out from beside her. Ariel. Ariel jolts in surprise. Mother, call a doctor, quickly. Duchess Ignatius shakes her head. No, do not call anyone, I am fine. What are you saying? You lost an entire arm, and you claim you are fine. Your friend saved my life. That alone is a blessing. Ariel suppresses her rising anger, her voice trembling with raw emotion. Do you think losing an arm matters less than my friend saving you? Since when did I mean so much to you? Be honest with me. My friend saved you because this concerns the imperial state. Since when do you care about me like this? Duchess Ignatius lowers her head in quiet silence. After a long pause, she finally speaks. In your eyes, I must truly seem like such a cold person. Ariel, will you listen to your mother's shameless excuse? Your father. After Henry's death, I could not regain my composure. The fragile state of a duchess became prime prey for vultures like lynx. All they cared about was finding a way to strip away our wealth, our authority, and satisfy their endless greed. I often wondered if I should simply die. A cowardly thought, yet I pondered it endlessly in my haze. But then, whenever I looked at you, Ariel, Duchess Ignatius whispers soft words of confession. I asked myself, what am I thinking? I cannot die. I still have something precious to protect. I must protect this child so that no one can ever threaten her again. She continues softly. My position left no room for weakness. I had to become far more ruthless and cruel than the predators hunting our house. I believed that safeguarding the duchy meant safeguarding you. So I devoted every fiber of my soul to family affairs. Yet realization always comes too late. It is all the result of my own weakness, and my weakness ended up breaking your heart. I am truly deeply sorry. Ariel speaks, her tears falling fast. I cannot forgive you. I know how hard you fought to protect me, but all I ever needed was you, Mother, so please return to me. When you are weary, lean on me. When happy, laugh with me. When sad, cry with me. Just a normal life like that, living together as mother and daughter. Meanwhile, Sir Vader drifts in a dream of his dark past. A pack of cruel children surrounds him. Ha, can this trash handle it? Look at him squirming like a bug. Increase the intensity, but do not kill him. With a sharp intake of breath, he snaps his eyes open. He stares blankly at the wall for a moment before covering his mouth. A quiet cough escapes his lips. Suddenly, Virginia's sharp voice rings out beside him. Awake at last? Tusk, there ought to be a limit to your tardiness. The Empress and the First Prince, why are you? He cuts himself off, his dark gaze scanning the surroundings. To let your guard down so completely inside the Imperial Palace, how utterly foolish. Are you stupid, or simply paralyzed by anxiety? A sudden, intense pain tears through his chest. Sir Vader lets out a low groan, NMM. Just as he stumbles backward, Ulyset steps forward abruptly, seizing Sir Vader by the collar and hauling him upward. Did you forget our covenant? I thought I made myself crystal clear. I overlooked your reckless trespass when you set foot in Count Ambrose's territory. But now you dare go so far as to cross the Serret River. A spell binds your very life force to mine, so how are you still breathing after defying that oath? Or did you tamper with the magic binding us? Speak the truth. Sir Vader curls his lips into a cold smirk, thinking inside. An arrogant fool who chooses to play the idiot rather than admit he has been duped from the start. Virginia interjects with disdain. Trash born in the North can do nothing right. They cannot even wield magic properly. Utterly useless. Ulyset scowls, Mother, but she refuses to stop. What? Did I utter a single lie? Even the prince is far too soft, permitting a mere insect like him to speak so boldly. Sir Vader's eyes turn, I scold. He stands up slowly and murmurs, You are quite right, I am merely an insect. Ulyset gasps in sudden alarm. Wait, hold on. Before he can finish, Sir Vader plunges a spear straight through his torso. As Ulyset sputters breathless, agonizing sounds, Sir Vader smirks coldly. So tell me, what gave you such absurd confidence to trust someone like me and guide me straight to your inner sanctum? With a chilling motion, he wrenches the spear out. Ulyset touches his bleeding chest in sheer horror. Muttering through raspy breath, You, bastard! He collapses heavily to the ground. Virginia still cannot comprehend the nightmare before her eyes. She screams in terror. Ah, what is the meaning of this? Sir Vader laughs softly. Ha, even the Empress of a glorious empire is no different from a squirming bug in the face of death. Virginia shrills, How dare you trick us? Sir Vader sneers, Why? Did your kind not drive us away, leaving us without even a patch of fertile land to survive? He presses the sharp tip of his spear against her throat. If you behave nicely, I will grant you a clean death with your limbs intact. Where is the sword of Claudius? Shortly after, Ulyset draws his final breath. Virginia becomes a cold, lifeless corpse. And even the gravely ill emperor is not spared. Sir Vader now holds the sacred sword of Claudius in his hands. He bows his head in heavy silence, his inner voice whispering, in a world filled with countless souls except for her, every person with a pure heart who tricks no one, I wished for all of them to perish. The howling wind that tried to destroy me brought her to my side instead. I will help her, from this moment onward. Servator lifts his gaze, calling out softly into the void. Io, do you hear me? Far away, Io responds through magic. Leader, are you awake? Where are you right now? He commands them to advance the main force straight into the capital, adding, a select few, including you, must ride the magic beasts and fly directly to Astoria Academy. The game is over. Servator single-handedly raids the imperial palace, slaying the emperor, empress, and first prince, taking off with the sacred sword of Claudius. Upon hearing the terrifying news, the first princess leads royal guards from all districts to the audience hall. All that greets her are cold, lifeless bodies. A sudden night assault erupts the moment the corpses are discovered. The empire's outer walls stand on the verge of ruin amidst this devastating blow. The tide of battle shifts only when allied reinforcements arrive from the Lysia kingdom and the Consortio kingdom. Inside the drawing room of the Ignatius estate, Irina speaks softly. With the aid of both kingdoms, we managed to survive this great crisis. On behalf of the Empire, I offer my deepest gratitude. Caroline replies with a warm smile. We are happy to be of service, by the way. Why did that man named Servator take the sword of Claudius with him? Leia knits her brows. Claudius, she thinks to herself, the holy relic of the Empire. Remembering the incident with Jen concerning the sword of Claudius and the crown of Astoria. Leia murmurs under her breath. Could he have seized the crown of Astoria as well? Irina freezes in surprise. I never considered that possibility. I suppose I ought to head to the academy. Esteban interjects quickly. Wait, sister, there is no need for you to go. In truth, royalty possessing red eyes can sense divine mana from a certain distance. This is a secret passed down exclusively through generations of red-eyed royal lineage. Irina looks startled. Esteban adds, besides, during my time studying at Astoria Academy, I never once felt the presence of the crown. Everyone in the room gasps in shock. Leia says, but the crown is clearly stored within the archive vault. Recalling the ancient script carved on the academy walls regarding illusion magic. She realizes that the crown of Astoria she once saw was nothing more than an elaborate illusion. She turns to Irina. Your Highness, if the true relic is still hidden at the academy, we must locate it before he does. It might hold the key to taking his life. Irina falls into deep thought. Servator, he survived even after his heart was pierced through. Leia speaks up. Your Highness, would you grant me permission to examine the ancient texts from the reign of the first emperor? They contain records of how artifacts were stored. I will seek assistance from the Tower Master. Irina nods gently. Very well, do as you wish. Leia thinks to herself, there might be a crucial clue in the great sage's diary that I once came across in the library. Later, inside Veritas's private sanctuary of books, Leia says apologetically, I am so sorry. Searching through such a vast collection alone is truly overwhelming. Caroline offers a reassuring smile, shaking her head. What are you saying? Thanks to you, I get to step inside the private library of the Imperial Tower Master. Speaking of which, you love books quite a lot, don't you? The history volume you gifted me earlier was utterly captivating. I found the folk tales about Consortio especially enchanting. Caroline exclaims brightly. Oh, I am so glad you enjoyed it. I particularly recall the founding myth of our kingdom. There are so many striking similarities, aren't there? Haha, they all revolve around spirits, don't they? Indeed, is it true that your kingdom was established under the protection of spirits? Actually, most people in our kingdom view it as mere superstition today. The origins of every ancient land are shrouded in mystery. Whether true or false, even in the 1,000-year-old texts we studied, not a single line mentions the physical existence of spirits. All that remains is a myth passed down through generations. Even now, it is treated as nothing more than a fairy tale. Leia bows her head in deep contemplation. After a long moment, she murmurs, Princess, this is an excerpt I once read in a Consortio history text. Do you know what it means? When the realm faces ruin, call twice upon the one closest to heaven and earth beneath the scorching sun. Caroline falls into thoughtful silence. That phrase is also inscribed inside the palace sanctuary. I never quite grasped its true meaning. Wait, she suddenly glances toward. She steps toward the bookshelf, quickly pulls out a volume and speaks with grave seriousness. Perhaps under the scorching sun refers to La Anatole. Early in the morning in a drawing room in the capital of Lepella, Irina asks if there is any clue regarding the division. Caroline answers, although I cannot guarantee it just yet. Does anyone know anything about the legend of La Anatole's founding, Mayor? Bahadia Island Kahia prays for 50 days for her people's peace, shaking heaven and earth with her devotion and sincerity. People say, heaven bestows wisdom upon her. She is revered as divine wisdom sent down to rule the people, those who long to laugh weep while those on the verge of starvation cheer. They crown her as their king. She vows to dedicate her entire life to her people. The name of this country is La Anatole, which means the blessing of the sun. Her successors inherit this heavenly wisdom, a king who lives an entire lifetime without facing conflict with his people. Caroline says, the nation remains forever peaceful, and the crucial point here is. Irina cuts in, La Anatole has never had a single monarch commit an error in over 1,000 years. HMPH, isn't that just a tale praising virtuous rulers through the generations? Even so, isn't it highly suspicious that not a single one makes a mistake? Hence, I believe the divine wisdom is actually an advisor whose role is to prevent kings from straying. Esteban gasps in surprise. An advisor? Can anyone live for 1,000 years? Caroline replies, it is still unclear whether this advisor is human. Leia speaks up, but if that advisor is real, it means they have existed for over 1,000 years. It is very likely they possess information to help us find the division. Esteban and Irina exchange glances, then Irina says, since our leads are lost anyway, if we cannot find any more clues within the Empire, our only option is to look beyond. Later, outside the capital, Zaka, a professor at Astoria Academy from La Anatole, says, since you have exchanged greetings, please let them in. Leia nods, yes, Professor. The moment Zaka steps aside, Esteban embraces Leia tightly. Safe travels, I am unable to go with you, I am so sorry. Leia shakes her head. What are you saying? I am glad that you came to see me off. Esteban calls out Leia's name with lingering regret. Irina coughs loudly. Leia startles and hurries toward the carriage, saying, I shall take my leave now. Irina waves goodbye. Take care. Young Lady Leia, she smiles and replies, please do not worry. The carriage begins to roll forward. Esteban stands dazed, watching her leave until a carriage vanishes from view. Only then does Irina speak. This is no time to daydream. We have work to do as well. Esteban then receives a stack of documents. He opens it and freezes. Seeing the contents, the person in charge explains, as you can see, this is an unresolved document from the first prince regarding the fourth contact with Count Ambrose. In exchange for resurrecting his deceased wife through the magic of the Kylum race, he promises to pay 1.5 million gold monthly. Details are recorded in the ledger. A few days later in La Anatole, a resonant voice echoes in the main palace hall. I have heard the rumors of the great sage's rebirth. Very well. For what reason do you wish to meet me in private? This man is King Syasa Ka of La Anatole. Leia falls silent for a moment, then speaks softly. When the kingdom is in crisis, ask the one closest to heaven and earth under the blazing sun. Please lend me your wisdom. King Syasa's expression freezes momentarily. He asks sternly, what do you know that makes you speak of such things to me? Leia ponders for a few seconds, then bows her head. In truth, the wisdom the king of La Anatole receives from heaven is, to my knowledge, called a spirit. I do not understand what you are saying. Aren't spirits merely creatures from fairy tales? However, I have seen it with my own eyes. Seen it? Leia gazes fixedly at the cluster of light beside the throne, musing quietly. This strange and pure magic is undoubtedly a spirit. Syasa observes her expression and glances beside his throne. Unlike Leia, however, he can neither see nor feel a thing. He sighs and speaks. A visitor has come for you. Beside the throne, a dazzling light bursts forth, revealing a figure with fiery red hair. Very well, possessor of sight. What drives you to seek out Sanisma? Leia bows low. It is an honor to meet you. I am Leia. Syasa still finds it hard to believe. Can you truly see it? Sanisma speaks. Spirits in the spirit realm can only be seen by contract holders. However, those with the sight can also perceive us even without. A contract? Leia asks in surprise. Does that mean you hold no contract with Syasa? Sanisma replies, I merely grant him the ability to hear the voices of spirits through my power. Because I vowed to protect the children of Bahadia, it is a pseudo-contract. I am merely an observer who stands by, witnessing everything that unfolds. So now what do you entreat of me? Leia declares. With all your wisdom and knowledge of the world, please give me the location of the crown. Sanisma silently gazes at her. For a split second, he catches a glimpse of an overlap upon Leia's silhouette. He lets out a laugh, thinking how different yet similar she looks, the one whom the first emperor cherished, trusted, and sought to protect. I shall help you, to one who acts like a contracted holder, the answer is always close by. Suddenly, Leia is teleported away. She reappears along the shore of a lake, deep inside a forest. After looking around, Leia wonders, is this Astoria? Academy? Traces of Sir Vader's visit linger. Just as expected, he came in search of the crown. Gazing at the water's surface, Leia instantly recognizes the place. Lake Chelsea. She raises her hand and chants an incantation. Aqua, at once, ripples disturb the lake and something shoots up from the depths. An ancient chest. Leia steps forward thinking, because of the spirit's power, that is why. One cannot sense the energy of the crown. Focusing her mind, she unlocks the chest, which erupts in a blinding flash of light. Leia squeezes her eyes shut. Ugh. Long moments later, she opens her eyes to find herself standing in a vast white void. A figure materializes before her, softly saying, hello. The person steps up to her, a young woman with fluffy white hair and crimson eyes just like Esteban's. Leia gasps in awe, great sage Anpheus. She replies, indeed, though I am merely a lingering thought. Anpheus steps forward and asks, what is it that you desire? Leia answers truthfully, life. To live together with those I love, that is my only wish. Anpheus nods. Very well, so that is it. I am the guardian of knowledge and wisdom. Her body suddenly glows brightly, and the surrounding space begins to collapse. Anpheus speaks solemnly. From this moment forth, I shall judge whether you are worthy to walk the path you desire. Perhaps you must observe God. Originally, only one deity existed in this world, before a second deity emerged. The instinct of the first god is creation, and its blessing is life. The nature of the second god is destruction, and its blessing is death. The energy flowing from the first god becomes magic power, while the energy flowing from the second god becomes the demon's hand. Two gods with opposing attributes naturally clash. The second god wishes to spread its blessing far wider than the first god, and asserts its place in the human realm. Now a covenant is made with one who hungers for death. The contractor, Sir Vader, borrows the power of the second god to augment the strength of the Kylam race, even if his heart is pierced and his limbs are torn to pieces, his body remains immortal. In order to slay Sir Vader, who wields the second god's power, one requires an equal force from the first god to oppose him. Leia's eyes widen. She feels unfamiliar knowledge seeping into her mind. Seeing her open her eyes, Anpheus speaks. It seems you have safely witnessed God. At this point, are you prepared to become a god-slayer? If you are resolute, we shall prepare everything for you. Meanwhile, outside Astoria Academy, a battle rages on. A soldier cries out in agony. Blood splatters across Sir Vader's face. He grips the sword Claudius firmly, stepping straight toward the dais holding the chest. With the crown, just as he thinks, at last, his hand passes right through the crown atop the pedestal, shocked. He shouts, what? Unwilling to accept it, he reaches out once more, then scowls as he pulls back his hand. Suddenly a voice echoes, O seekers of destiny. Through selfishness, turn back. You shall never possess what you desire. He stands stunned. It is the voice of his sister. Why in the end? He grits his teeth, bitterly refusing to back down. Outside, someone calls out, Captain, look at that light over there. Sir Vader looks up and catches sight of a rainbow glow. He lowers his head, musing silently. That woman, he then activates teleportation magic. This time I shall make sure to kill her. The next instant, Sir Vader appears inside that vast white space. He looks around and mutters, so it was merely a lure. Leia calmly says, "Come here." Sir Vader knits his brows. That look, as if she already understands my intent, he thinks to himself. I cannot even feel her presence. This space is entirely different from the one I created. Leia's expression betrays curiosity about her surroundings. Sir Vader replies, "Even if I ask, you will not answer, will you?" This is the spirit realm, the intersection. Between reality and the spirit realm, Sir Vader scowls. The spirit realm? Indeed, I take it the great sage has not yet told you. About it, Sir Vader asks coldly, "Have you met that girl?" "That is right. Have you heard something?" Leia asks back with curiosity. "Why do you think that way about her? You are trying to kill her. There is no way she would not mention me." He swings his sword and charges forward in anger. Leia calmly raises her blade to block. The swords collide, shaking the entire space. As they stand face to face at Leia's thought, a white chain rises from the ground and wraps around Sir Vader's leg. He quickly leaps high into the air, retreating, and creates a spear mid-flight, throwing it straight at Leia. She gently swings her sword to knock it away and asks curiously, "What do you want to hear? That she misses you? Or perhaps disappointment over that transformation? Or do you think I am willing to tell you how I kill you?" He screams, "Shut up!" Leia silently raises her hand, creating countless shards of glass. With a wave of her hand, they shoot straight towards Sir Vader. He hastily swings his sword to block, thinking to himself that compared to last time, her speed and magic control are beyond compare. Is that the power of the crown? Knocking away all her attacks once more, he screams at the top of his lungs, "What do you know to speak? First of all, those people abandoned me. They only wanted to use me, then threw me away and left. Have you ever been skinned alive? Have you ever had your eyes gouged out? Your fingernails pulled out, letters carved on your face with a knife? Have you ever felt the pain of having your bones broken? I have suffered through it all. Those people tried to trample and kill others like insects with their skills. Even though I begged that dying would be better, they healed me while laughing at me. They are also the ones who demanded that the rulers of the castle and the emperor build the magic tower. This world is still full of selfish people because of those who became the emperor. The magic tower is a betrayal. I do not ask for much. Just like at first, the three of us could have lived happily forever. But those people destroyed it. So do you mean you are disappointed in me? How laughable. Come at me." Sir Vader channels power into the sword Claudius and swings it high. "Who is the one who caused this to happen to me?" Ever since then, he pretended not to care. But deep down, he was laughing at me just like the rest. If they truly cared about me, they should not have left me. Leia uses a magic shield to block the blow, frowning as she thinks. His casting speed is slowing down. She coughs up a mouthful of blood and drops to her knees, but the corners of her lips curl up. "Ha, stop acting." Sir Vader's brows furrow as he asks, "What?" Leia stands up and replies, "You are merely trying to reassure yourself that you are loved. You fear abandonment, and you cannot even accept your own inferiority complex. If you could do everything I ask, then in the end you could die for me. Ask yourself that." Sir Vader suddenly grabs Leia's neck, lifting her up, and shouts furiously, "I told you to shut up." Leia tremblingly raises her hand to grasp Sir Vader's arm, and then unleashes her mana. A stream of rainbow mana weaves along Sir Vader's arm, striking directly at a wound on his shoulder. Sir Vader screams loudly, "Og!" A magic circle suddenly appears on his shoulder. It is quickly swallowed up and erased by Leia's mana. After that, the spirit realm shatters completely. Sir Vader falls weakly to his knees on the ground, and beside him lies the crown of Astoria. Sir Vader says in dazed shock, "What?" Leia coughs a few times. "The second proof of your covenant with the god lies on your shoulder, serving as a pathway for power. The powers of the first and second gods are clashing, even though it shouldn't happen to humans in the spirit realm bordering the divine realm, the first divine energy. The magic power, I injected it into the second god through the wound on your shoulder. To find it faster, I intentionally provoked you. Also, there is something the great sage asked me to tell you." Sir Vader listens in silence. Leia speaks slowly, "Even though our blood does not blend as one, not even once. I never did, nor did my younger brother, Sir Vader. Surveyor bursts out laughing, saying he cannot believe it. After that, his body dissolves into ash and dust. Leia raises her head to look at the sky. The dark clouds scatter and the sky becomes clear once more. In the darkness, Leia slowly opens her eyes. She looks at the ceiling, then at her surroundings before sitting upright. This place, my room, at the dining table, Leia is back to being Haner, sitting opposite her mother. She observes the woman before her for a long time, asking herself inside, is this a dream or reality? Her mother suddenly speaks up. Look at you, why are you staring off like that? Are you still sleepy? Leia replies, no, I am not. I remember today is the speech contest, right? Don't forget to be polite and lively with your teachers. I will pick you up after school, so go straight to violin class, eat a sandwich on the way for dinner, and then head to the prep school. You need to do really well on the placement test, right? Even if you happen to be disqualified, it is nothing to be ashamed of. You must always be the best. I believe in you, my beautiful girl. Leia's face turns pale. Why? Aren't you answering, Haner? She takes a deep breath and answers, I don't like it, I don't want to. Mother, I just for one single day, not to live up to your expectations, but because I want to live my own life. You have never considered me your daughter, not even once. You have never asked me what I want, not even once. I tried so hard to be grateful that you gave birth to me, that you didn't abandon me and raised me. But even so, this life is so suffocating that I cannot breathe. Not once have I felt like I am truly living and breathing, because I hated you. I felt like I was the one in the wrong, because I couldn't bear to blame you, yet had no way to escape. I decided to die. Leia freezes. Ah, so that is how it was. I ended my own life. She continues, Mother, now there are so many people who care for and love me. You loved me too, didn't you? Regardless, I still loved you. After that, Leia slowly awakens. She opens her eyes as the blurry scene gradually grows clearer. At this moment, Leia is sitting inside a luxurious room. Outside, rays of sunlight stream through the window. The war is over. Along with Sir Vader's death, magic beasts everywhere vanish without a trace. The one who ascends the throne as Empress is the first princess, Irina, who received the support of the nobles. Evidence of the first prince's treason and the list of nobles supporting him are made public. According to the rewards and punishments handed out by the Empress, the imperial nobility undergoes massive shifts. Amidst an endless series of trials, Count Ambrose is sentenced to life imprisonment and thrown into dungeon. One night, Leia enters the prison. She walks up to the cell door of Count Ambrose. He falls silent for a moment, then suddenly asks, What have you done? The reincarnation of a great sage? Impossible. A monster like the one who swallowed Iris could never be the reincarnation of a great sage. Leia replies, I would never choose where I was born if I knew my birth would cost someone their life. I did nothing wrong, but like any other human, my origin is not something I could choose at will. Yet you abused me and insisted that my mother's death was entirely my fault. Until now, I stubbornly clung to your hand and could not let go. But I think it is time to let go. I came here to say this, as there will be no chance to see you again. Saying this, she pulls up her hood and turns to leave. In the cell, Count Ambrose mutters her name, Leia Ambrose. A few months pass and winter arrives. Astoria Academy completes its reconstruction and reopens its doors. Due to the unusual circumstances, the Academy announces its decision to select graduates through a final examination, and thus an early graduation ceremony is held. Cheers ring out, sister. Elios and Ketty hug Rose. Congratulations on graduating, sister. Oh my, you kids. Thank you, Rose's mother and father approach. You children have worked so hard. Congratulations on graduating. Amidst the bustling scene, Leia suddenly pauses. From behind, Irina's voice calls out, Leia, congratulations on graduating. Leia hastily bows her head. Ah, greetings, your majesty. Irina says, you do not need formal greetings, for now I am merely an Astoria student attending the graduation. Lady Leia, though I have asked many times, are you truly planning to leave? Even the Tower Master of the Magic Tower seems to consider her his successor. She imagines Veritas's face. She replies, yes, your majesty, currently I am commoner and the child of a family wiped out for treason. But the truth that I pose a threat to imperial authority remains unchanged. Your Majesty knows this truth well too. Irina sighs. I have no words left to say. After the coronation, when Esteban said he would give up all imperial rights, I was deeply astonished. It turns out it was so he could be by your side, even dropping out of the academy. Please take good care of my younger brother. Remember to say goodbye before you go. Well, I shall take my leave now. I have so much work to do. Leia answers. Yes, please go ahead. Irina turns her head and continues complaining. Oh dear, why is there an endless amount of work? Suddenly a bouquet of flowers is tossed at Leia. Julia asks, what are you doing here? I thought you already left. Leia stuns. Oh, sorry. Julia speaks again. Fine then, take this, I'm leaving. Leia responds blankly. Oh, thank you. Wondering inside, what was that? Lupri approaches and says she is probably just shy. Lupri, he asks, are you completely healed now? Yes, I am all better. Thank you for worrying about me. Lupri hesitates for a moment, then suddenly asks, can you not go? Leia freezes for a second before answering. Even if I do not leave, I fear we cannot have the relationship you desire. I am sorry for realizing it. Too late, Lupri asks, are you happy? Yes, I am happy now, and I will be happy in the future. Too, hearing this, Lupri smiles brightly and says, then that is enough. Ariel suddenly calls out, Leia, come over and say hello too. She replies, then I shall head over. Lupri nods, goodbye. Ariel asks curiously, that guy Lupri didn't say anything foolish, did he? No, he was just saying goodbye. Over here, Sophia steps forward and calls, Leia. Leia runs over and responds, teacher. Sophia hands over a piece of jewelry. I heard from the children that you are going on a journey. This isn't a grand gift, but won't you accept it? She asks in surprise. This is a portrait drawn by Rose's father, Mr. Xnas. This locket was chosen by Xnatus and me. I do not know if you like it. If you ever wish to return, you are always welcome back. If it is fine with you, next time we meet, could you call me Mother? Leia lowers her head, her eyes brimming with tears, and whispers softly, yes, I will definitely do so, while Leia walks along, gently caressing the necklace. Absorbed in her thoughts, she bumps into a person, causing Anpheus to exclaim, oh. Leia looks at him, equally surprised. Senior Anpheus, congratulations on your graduation. Thank you, and congratulations to you as well. He suddenly bursts into laughter. Haha, no, I was just thinking about you, so I really did not expect you to suddenly appear. Surprisingly, it will not take that long, and everything will turn out fine, so please do not worry. Leia nods softly. Everything will surely be fine. Anpheus chuckles again. Ha ha ha, Leia cannot help but feel curious. What is it? All right, it definitely will be. I do not know when it will happen, but let us meet again in the future. Yes, Senior. After saying goodbye to Anpheus, Leia walks toward the gate. Suddenly, she pauses upon seeing Esteban standing up ahead. Leia feels a bit shy. She approaches and calls to Esteban. He wraps his arms tightly around her. Congratulations on your graduation. Have you been waiting long? Not long at all. Liar, your cheek is freezing cold. He smiles and gently takes her hand. Are your hands not even colder? She offers a tender smile, their fingers interlocking tightly. Is it warmer now? Esteban replies with a question. Where should we begin? Leia looks thoughtful. Where would be best? Anywhere is wonderful as long as I have you by my side. The story comes to an end. Thank you for following along to the very end. While waiting for the next series, please feel free to enjoy other stories on the channel to pass the time. Wishing you all endless joy and energy. Goodbye and see you again.